Ancient Slavery and Modern Ideology. Preface 9. Ancient Slavery and Modern Ideology 11. To the Emergence of a Slave Society 67. 3. Slavery and Humanity 93. 4. The Decline of Ancient Slavery 123. Notes 150. Bibliography 185. Index 195. Although slaves have been exploited in most societies as far back as any records exist, there have been only 5 genuine slave societies, 2 of them in antiquity, classical Greece and classical Italy. This book is about those 2 societies, examined not in isolation but, in so far as that is meaningful, in comparison with the other 3, all in the New World. I consider how the ancient slave societies came into being and how they were transformed in the long process that brought about medieval feudalism, how slavery functioned within the ancient economy and in ancient political systems, and how it was judged socially and morally, what modern historians have made of ancient slavery, and why. These topics are interwoven throughout. The book is not arranged along conventional chronological lines but pursues 4 major themes one at a time. In other words, although the inquiry is both historical and historiographical, these chapters do not constitute a history of ancient slavery. Over the past 25 years, the study of slavery in the United States, the Caribbean, and Brazil has reached an intensity without precedent. The debate has often been bitter, and it has become a public debate, not merely an academic one. It is clear why that should be so. Modern slavery was black slavery, and therefore cannot be discussed seriously without impinging on present-day social and racial tensions. Obviously, ancient Greek and Roman slavery has no such immediate significance. Nevertheless, other contemporary ideological considerations are active in that seemingly remote field of historical study, active in the sense that they underlie, and even direct, what often appears to be a purely factual, objective presentation. For that reason, the disagreements in this held are also profound, the controversies conducted polemically. I believe that a full, open account of how modern interest in ancient slavery has manifested itself is a necessary prerequisite to the substantive analysis of the institution itself, and I have therefore begun with that theme. It then recurs in the subsequent chapters, primarily as a foil for my own views on the particular subject under examination. The core of the book consists of 4 lectures that I had the honor to give at the Collège de France in November and December 1978. The invitation gave me the welcome opportunity to discourse on a subject on which I have been reflecting for a long time. My interest in ancient slavery began in the early 1930s, when I was a graduate student at Columbia University under W. L. Westermann, and I have been writing and lecturing directly on the subject for the past 20 years. I have accumulated many debts during those years, but here I shall restrict myself to thanking John Donne, Peter Garnsey, Keith Hopkins, Orlando Patterson, Elizabeth Sifton, and C.R. Whitaker, who kindly read the whole work in draft, Yvonne Garland, Elio Locasio, Dieter Metzler, Pierre Vidal-Naquet, and my wife, who either read individual chapters or offered help in other ways. I am also most grateful to Douglas Matthews for preparing the index. Darwin College, Cambridge, MIF. October 1979. The volume and the polemical ferocity of work on the history of slavery are striking features of contemporary historiography. That is easily understandable. For American slavery, it was black slavery, and even a purely historical study of an institution now dead for more than a century cannot escape being caught up in the urgency of contemporary black-white tensions. One commentator has recently remarked rather bitingly that because of the coercion of the times, every new interpretation of slavery has professed to be more anti-racist than the one it replaces. Similar concerns are evident in the study of slavery in the Caribbean or Brazil and of the impact of the slave trade on Africa. But they obviously cannot explain why ancient slavery is being subjected to a similarly massive and not much less heated inquiry. No one today need feel ashamed of his Greek or Roman slave ancestors, nor are there any current social or political ills that can be blamed on ancient slavery, no matter how distantly. Some other explanations must be sought, and I shall argue that they are deeply rooted in major ideological conflicts. For the analysis, a crude and partly artificial distinction can be drawn between a moral or spiritual view and a sociological view of the historical process. Such a distinction cannot be neatly maintained, of course, either by the historian or by the activist. In the debate over the abolition of the modern slave trade, it is no more unusual to find humanitarians using economic arguments than to find their opponents using humanitarian ones too. Nevertheless, my distinction is serviceable for my purposes, as the different stresses in the following superficially similar quotations illustrate, both of them easily paralleled in other writers. 2. The first is from Arnold Heeren, the extremely influential Göttingen philosopher and historian, writing at the very beginning of the 19th century. Everything that moderns have said about and against slavery may also be applied to the Greeks. But one should not try to deny the truth that, without the instrument of slavery, the culture of the ruling class in Greece could in no way have become what it did. If the fruits which the latter bore have a value for the whole of civilized mankind, then it may at least be allowed to express doubt whether it was bought at too high a price in the introduction of slavery, my italics. 3. The contrasting quotation is from Engels' Anti-Düring. It was slavery that first made possible the division of labor between agriculture and industry on a considerable scale. Without slavery, no Greek state, no Greek art and science; without slavery, no Roman Empire. Without Hellenism and the Roman Empire as the base, also no modern Europe. It costs little to inveigh against slavery and the like in general terms, and to pour high moral wrath on such infamies. But that tells us not one word as to how those institutions arose, why they existed, and what role they have played in history. For the moral-spiritual approach has dominated the discussion of ancient slavery since the early 19th century and almost monopolized academic study, apart from neutral antiquarianism, so much so that it is now the common view that modern interest in ancient slavery awakened out of the idea of freedom in the 18th century with the beginning of modern social constructive criticism. 5. And that the climax of that initial impulse came in 1847 with the appearance of Henry Wallen's Historie de Vesclavage dans l'Antiquité. When Wallen published his 3 volumes, he introduced them with a 164-page chapter on slavery in the colonies. The reason was explicitly given in the short preface: slavery among the ancients. It may seem strange that one should seek so far away, when slavery still exists among us. In taking this path, I do not at all divert minds from the colonial question; on the contrary, I wish to bring them back to it and concentrate them on a solution. 12. The solution could not have been simpler: abolition of an institution that was unchristian to its very roots, one that corrupted slaves and masters alike and therefore the whole of society. In 1847 abolitionism was a live issue in Europe. By 1879, however, when Wallen published a second edition, slavery had been banned in virtually all the New World colonies. Abolitionism had become an issue of the past, a dead issue. Nevertheless, Wallen, now permanent secretary of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, dean of the Faculté de Lettres in Paris, and father of the Constitution, chose to reprint his out-of-date chapter on the colonies, because, as he wrote in a new preface, it may give an idea of the colonial regime and of the state of opinion among us at the precise moment when the debate was resolved, much sooner than one might have believed. Thanks to God, he piously added. Wallen's Histoire remains unrivaled in its scale and its deployment of the literary and juristic sources, of the patristic literature, and, far more than is usually allowed, of inscriptional evidence. Yet today it normally receives mere lip service, with a pejorative remark or two about what Westermann has called the abolitionist prejudices of the time. Its influence, he continues, in establishing the modern religious moralistic assessment of the ancient institution has probably been the most harmful and the least challenged. 6. Joseph Voigt avoids Westermann's denunciatory tone, but the 2-page account that he calls paying special attention to this outstanding work is restricted almost entirely to the value judgments, which needed revision, about the negative influence of slavery on society and the healing role of Christianity in bringing the institution to an end. 7. I need not go on calling the roll. From such comments and summaries no one could imagine the contents of Wallen's 3 volumes or the magnitude of his scholarly contribution. He himself was not wrong when he wrote, in closing the long introductory chapter on the modern situation. Besides, this book is not a pleading but a history. Without banishing the modern question from my mind, I have remained face to face with the ancient fact. Tens of thousands of facts, I 13. should add, about the size of the slave population, the sources of slavery, the price and employment of slaves, helots, manumission and so on. Several things need to be said about this mixture of denunciation and neglect of Wallen. The first is that it is a 20th century phenomenon. 8. The second is that, much as one may legitimately criticize, or disagree with, Wallen's interpretations of the data, the case is weak for a charge of deliberate distortion or omission of the evidence in consequence of his Christian piety or his abolitionist fervor. And the third is that anti-Wallenism does not reflect a shift away from the moral-spiritual approach to history, as may appear on the surface, but results from a shift, and also a clash, in the moral values of historians. Crudely stated, the conflict is between Heron's view that slavery, though an evil, was not too great a price to pay for the supreme cultural achievement, and legacy, of the Greeks, and Wallen's insistence that there can be no defense for an evil which so grossly violates the essence of Christianity. Rarely have the issues been posed quite so bluntly, but it is not difficult to disentangle them from the complex interplay of value systems. Wallen has suffered posthumously because, good Christian though he commendably was, he allowed no mitigating nuances on behalf of classical traditions and classical values. So have some other 20th century historians who, from different premises, attributed the decline of antiquity to the single factor of slavery. Although I hold that the stress on moral values has led to a distortion of both the study of ancient slavery and the current accounts of the historiography of the subject, I want to pursue the matter of the relationship between Christianity and ancient slavery a bit further, because it has been a central theme in the ideological debates about ancient slavery, indeed, a prime example of what happens when the past is summoned as witness in moral or theological disputation. Westermann, for example, a religious agnostic, or at least not a believer, made his attack on Wallen in a polemical chapter in which he had no difficulty in demolishing the view that Christianity was responsible, even if *4 only by delayed action, for the disappearance of ancient slavery. In a world without ideology that polemic would not have been necessary. It had been done nearly a century before at much greater length and with deeper insight, by that radical theologian, friend of Nietzsche and precursor of Karl Barth, Franz Overbeck. 9. Indeed, it had been done sufficiently in 3 or 4 pages in 1771 by John Miller. 10. The position was summed up by Ernst Troeltsch half a century ago. Inwardly the nature of the slave relationship was neutralized by the claims of the ideal. Outwardly, however, slavery was merely part of the general law of property and of the order of the state, which Christianity accepted and did not try to alter. Indeed, by its moral guarantees it really strengthened it. 1. The heat of Overbeck's arguments and the intemperance of his language may be attributed to the fact that he was making a powerful theological argument about the nature of Christianity, not merely correcting a historical fallacy, and perhaps to the magnitude of the Augean stables he wished to clean. By 1875, when he was writing, it had become dogma that the early church was opposed to slavery. It would require many pages merely to list the books and essays in which this doctrine appeared, not all of them contemptible and some of them of considerable scholarly quality. Wallen was not the creator of the dogma or even its most popular spokesman. The latter was probably Paul Allard, whose Les Esclaves Chrétiens went through 5 editions in French alone after it first appeared in 1876 and was crowned by the Academy. The difficulty with the dogma is the apparent incompatibility with the actual record. That had become a serious worry by the early 19th century, and there was an outburst of studies of the church and ancient slavery. Wallen, it is worth recalling, won a competition sponsored by the academic Me de Sciences Morales et Politiques in 1837 on the theme, The Replacement of Slavery by Serfdom, and his was one of 3 works ultimately published as a consequence. 1-2 in 1845, before Wallen's 3 volumes had appeared, the trustees of the Hulsayan Prize in the University of Cambridge set as the subject. 15. Of their competition in that year the influence of Christianity in promoting the abolition of slavery in Europe, the winning dissertation, by Churchill Babington, published the following year, ran to 181 learned pages. In 1862, under the direct stimulus of the American Civil War, the Society for the Defense of the Christian Religion in The Hague invited a more differentiated approach by the 2-part formulation of its theme, 1. A scientific explanation of the biblical passages pertaining to slavery, and 2. An inquiry into how slavery should be considered according to the spirit and principles of Christianity. They were rewarded with at least one lengthy, worthwhile response, the prize-winning essay by a German schoolmaster, Heinrich Wiskmann, published in Leiden in 1866 under the title, Die Sklaverei. Wiskmann, a classical scholar, theologian, and historian, with a long list of serious publications, undermined the view that the New Testament offers any comfort for abolitionists, and then argued that slavery is nevertheless an evil that can be accepted by religion and by reason only under circumstances, unter Umständen. In sum, men of firm belief were compelled to find some sort of explanation of the long survival of slavery after the triumph of Christianity. Wallen's 3rd volume opens by acknowledging the problem and returns to it time and again. His way out of the dilemma slavery was an evil practice inconsistent with moral requirements is not a very satisfying one. Neither is Wiskmann's. Christ and the apostles either maintained silence about slavery or they endorsed it for sound tactical reasons, that is what he meant by accepted under circumstances. However, a lame answer is better than the line adopted by Joseph Voigt. He holds to the dogma of a fundamental opposition by Christianity from the outset, without ever attempting to reply to the arguments and the evidence that have been marshaled against it, not even to those of Westermann, for whom he has expressed much, though not altogether uncritical, admiration. Although it is true, he is content to write, that Christianity accepted slavery as an institution, what matters is that the contrast between slave and master within the new Christian 16. Community could only be a relative one. A new kind of evaluation of property and power had appeared. 1-3 that is close to Wallen, though with a slightly less activist overtone. Voigt's quarrel with Wallen is therefore not over Christianity but over the latter's denial of the spiritual excellence of the pagan Greeks and Romans. That Voigt is wrong in believing, against Troeltsch, that a new kind of evaluation of property and power had appeared, seems to me certain. It seems equally undeniable that it is an evasion of the central dilemma to rest on the casually dismissive clause, although it is true that Christianity accepted slavery as an institution. But I do not discuss those aspects. My immediate concern is with the methodological fallacy that pervades Voigt's account, a common one in the history of ideas, which we may call the teleological fallacy. It consists in assuming the existence from the beginning of time, so to speak, of the writer's values in this instance, the moral rejection of slavery as an evil and in then examining all earlier thought and practice as if they were, or ought to have been, on the road to this realization, as if men in other periods were asking the same questions and facing the same problems as those of the historian and his world. 1-4 The false proposition that modern interest and research into ancient slavery had its roots in the Enlightenment and abolitionism is another example. Interest and study are assumed to be constants, and are assessed and judged according to the 19th and 20th century practice of academic scholarship and the academic monograph. It should not have to be said that there are, and always have been, levels of interest, or that the research monograph is not the only measure of interest. Throughout antiquity itself the interest in slavery as such was a contemporary, not a historical, one. The few apparent exceptions are only apparent the various wrong-headed explanations of the origin of Spartan helots, the assertion by the 4th century BC historian Theopompus, quoted in Athenaeus 4.265 BC, that the Gaiates were the first to have bought slaves from the barbarians, made in the context of n. Spartan decline and of the Greco-Macedonian invasion of barbarian 5 Persia, 1-5 Dionysius of Halicarnas's Roman Antiquities 4.24, on the good old days as a blatant contrast to the degeneration which provoked the Augustan enactments of his own day curbing manumissions. Such references to the past, historical or mythical, made in order to explain or justify or illuminate a current situation, belief, or action, were common. One need only think of Pindar's odes, but they did not constitute an interest in the past as such, or in history, let alone in a history of, or an historical inquiry into, a particular institution. To hold otherwise is a modern illusion, generated by the creation of a discipline called History 5 and its introduction into school and university curricula. The illusion is heightened, when we come to more recent centuries, by the unique status and authority of classical culture in Western civilization. The citation of Greek and Roman authors was a familiar technique in numerous contexts, but neither Aquinas's reliance on Aristotle nor Dante's choice of Virgil as his guide nor the classical quotations of the American founding fathers had anything to do with a desire to study and understand Greco-Roman society or its history. For certain purposes, individual Greek and Roman writers and thinkers were selected as models of excellence, in style or education or morals or logic, to be deployed in suitable contemporaneous ways. For many purposes they were not serviceable, and then other authorities replaced them, for example, in the 17th century debate about English law, for which the historical, and more often the pseudo-historical, paradigms were English, not Greek or Roman. 1-6 And so with the defenders of slavery, Aristotle offered no more than learned embroidery to the main argument, which rested on Scripture. 1-7 To justify the enslavement of some of God's creatures, the support of God was needed, not of history or of pagan philosophy, which knew neither sin nor baptism. The one sphere in which the ancients could, and did, provide major assistance was the practical one of the law. Roman law offered unbroken continuity, first through the Germanic codes. 18. Then through the revival of Roman law in the later Middle Ages. The basic texts survived in more than sufficient quantity and there were learned commentaries. 18 Hence the Europeans who peopled the New World with imported African slaves had a ready-made legal system at their disposal, which they adopted almost in toto, modifying it slowly to meet certain new conditions, for example, in the eventual restriction of manumission to a minimum. Not surprisingly, no serious study of ancient slavery was stimulated by this juristic activity. Not even Jacques Cujas, greatest of the early modern commentators on the Corpus Iris, contributed anything fresh or penetrating, nor did the occasional dissertation de ire servorum. Neither did the great men of the Enlightenment, despite the current easy assumption to the contrary. Although historical information was for them an essential weapon in their emancipation from the domination of metaphysical and theological thinking, 1-9 Their concern with history was purely as a source of paradigms, not as a discipline. 2-0 The culmination came with Montesquieu, the first thinker, in Cassirer's words, to grasp and to express clearly the concept of ideal types in history. The spirit of the laws is a political and sociological doctrine of types, in which the facts are sought not for their own sake but for the sake of the laws which they illustrate and express. 2-1 In lesser exponents of the new spirit, especially in the political arena, facts were invented as much as sought, history became neither paradigmatic nor sociological but counterfeit. The French Revolution, Marx noted in the opening of the 18th Brumaire, draped itself alternatively as the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire. Sparta was preferred over Athens, then to be replaced in the post-revolutionary era by the legend of bourgeois Athens. 2-2 When men of the Enlightenment wrote about ancient slavery, as they did often, though briefly, the paradigmatic approach was obvious and universal. The 18th century in France, and in England, was deeply concerned with both slavery in the New World and serfdom in the Old, which were treated as essentially identical, for example, by John Miller and Adam. 9. Smith, or were distinguished in purely formal Roman law terms, as personal and real slavery, in the Encyclopédie, for example. The dominant trend was opposed to slavery, though Voltaire and Montesquieu were rather ambiguous in contrast to the unqualified hostility of Diderot or Holbach. 2-3 Not even the latter, it is worth saying, condemned slavery more bitterly, or with greater knowledge of the Greek and Roman sources, than Jean Bodin in the 16th century, Republic, BK. ch. 5. The key 18th century figure was Montesquieu. There are several well-known enigmas about his relatively brief discussion of slavery in Book 15, we should say chapter, of the Esprit de Lois. This is the second of 4 books within the larger context of climate. It is entitled In What Manner the Laws of Civil Slavery Relate to the Nature of the Climate, and it offers a curious justification of slavery in tropical zones. Nevertheless, these few pages constituted the most influential intellectual attack on slavery written in the 18th century. Thus, the Chevalier de Jaucourt began his article on esclavage in the 5th volume of the Encyclopédic, 1755, with an acknowledgement of his reliance on Montesquieu, proceeded to label slavery as a nearly universal institution to the shame of mankind, and made no concession at any point in his abolitionism. Behind Montesquieu's analysis there lay wide reading in classical authors, of course, but also in the Roman and Germanic law codes and in the great voyages describing the customs and manners of the New World, the Middle and Far East, more or less in equal measure too, for nothing could better illustrate Cassirer's conclusion that the facts were sought not for their own sake but for the sake of the laws which they illustrate and express. No historical inquiry, no historia in the original Greek sense, was stimulated, let alone a study of ancient slavery. Exceptions can of course be cited. In one direction, there is the failure of the Adbarth Poundlemy, a celebrated erudite influenced by Montesquieu, Voltaire, and especially Rousseau, to take account of slavery in all the 7 volumes of his Voyage du Jeune Anacharsis en Grèce, published in 1789, reprinted at least 5 times in French and translated into several languages by 20. The end of the century, though his few references are thoroughly hostile. 2-6 In another direction, there is the stimulus which the Enlightenment gave to historical study in Germany. Between 1800 and 1805 there appeared in Leipzig a massive multi-volume history of Sparta by J.C.F. Manso, a Breslau educator, poet, and historian, and an important, controversial Enlightenment figure in his day, though I believe hardly known outside Germany. This remarkable narrative, which carried the story down to the Roman incorporation of Greece into its empire, concentrated on political and military history, but it also devoted dozens of appendices to a wide range of other topics, such as the costs of the Peloponnesian War, and it is punctuated by lengthy reflective digressions in which the man of the Enlightenment reveals himself. The most notable, in our present context, is Manso's assessment of the Constitution of Lycurgus, I 178-92, a severe critique of Sparta, primarily because of its base in the exploitation of helots and its concentration on military virtues. Manso's Sparta was soon undeservedly obliterated by the appearance in 1824 of that perniciously influential 1,000-page fantasia, Carl Fried Muller's Die Dorier, in which the helots and the dependent labor in other so-called Dorian states were together squeezed into 20 pages of blatant apologetics. Muller was neither enlightened nor liberal, 2-6 if he nevertheless called the chattel slaves of such commercial states as Athens a permanent danger to morality and order, I 39, that was not because he was an abolitionist but because this incidental remark served to sharpen the glorification of Sparta and the denigration of Athens. As a historian, Manso clung to the subject matter that had been traditional ever since the Greeks. Helots appeared in the narrative when necessary and were otherwise dealt with in a single appendix. So too with the greatest exception of them all, Edward Gibbon. Although he was entirely at home in the new Paris of the encyclopedists and he shared many of their convictions as well as adopting his leading political, moral, and religious ideas from them, 2-7 he wrote The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the first modern history of any period of antiquity. 21. And arguably the first modern history tout court, Roman history had been a recognized university subject for the previous 150 years, but the practice everywhere, in England and on the continent, often imposed by statute or charter, was essentially no more than a reading, with commentary, of one or more Latin historians. Gibbon took a revolutionary step by writing his own history, not, or not so much, by transforming the proper subject matter of history. Slavery was relegated to a few decorous paragraphs in the second chapter, which betrayed the influence of Montesquieu but without the latter's subtle analysis or moral fervour, or even Manso's, and it was then ignored, except fleetingly when it was directly involved in a particular event and therefore was required in the narrative. 2.8 The distinction is further exemplified in the first history of Greece, by the Scottish classicist and royal historiographer, John Gillies, a substantial 2-volume work published in 1786, 10 years after Gibbon's first volume. The Helots received adequate attention in the narrative of the Messenian Wars and of the 5th century revolt, but only a single sentence in 22 pages on the Lycurgan reorganization of the Spartan government and social system. Slaves elsewhere in Greece were virtually ignored, though one isolated sentence is so astonishing that I cannot refrain from quoting it. The system introduced by Solon, Gillies explained, would be attended with the inconvenience of withdrawing the citizens too much from their private affairs were it not for the fact that slaves outnumbered the free by 4 to 1, p. 457. Gillies was no Enlightenment figure, as is evident, for instance, from the violence of his diatribes against the sophists, yet he could refer to slavery with as much moral outrage as any abolitionist of the day. To pursue the trail through Mitford, Niebuhr, Thirlwall, and the other major historians of Greece and Rome in the ensuing decades would be a profitless exercise. It is enough to look briefly at George Grote, a philosophical radical far along the political spectrum in his distance from John Gillies. Early in his history, in the context of the social structure of Thessaly, Grote 22 wrote, as a general rule, indeed, the cultivation of the soil by slaves or dependents, for the benefit of proprietors in the cities, prevailed throughout most parts of Greece. 2.9 Yet in a work many times longer than Gillies, slavery occupied no more space, and that in the same context Sparta and bits of narrative. That he was more penetrating in his observations and far more modern in his source criticism goes without saying but is irrelevant to my theme. The inescapable conclusion is that those who assert that the modern interest in ancient slavery began with the Enlightenment and abolitionism have been looking for the wrong things in the wrong places. They have forgotten that, in Momigliano's terse formulation, in the 17th and 18th centuries modern people wrote antiquitates, not Roman, or Greek, histories 3.0 and among the antiquarians the study of ancient slavery, more precisely, Roman slavery, attained monographic scale at an early date. I restrict myself to a few out of a considerable number, in particular those which were widely used and cited to the end of the 19th century and sometimes in the 20th, among them two of the earliest. 3.1 In 1608 the Frisian Titus Popma published in Leiden his De Open Service Liber, consisting essentially of a series of definitions of terms, such as vicarius or dispensator, followed by a relevant quotation or two from ancient authors. 5 years later the Paduan cleric and antiquarian Lorenzo Pignaria produced a tome of more than 200 pages, De Servis, et Eorum apud Veteris Ministeriis Commentarius, erudite and systematic with a very modern-looking index of sources that included not only literary and juristic texts but also inscriptions and figured monuments. The bulk of the book consists of a detailed account of the urban occupations of Roman slaves, not to be surpassed until the late 19th century. 3.2 Both books went through at least 3 printings in the course of a century, and that is measure enough of the interest in ancient slavery in the pre-Enlightenment era. So is Joachim Potgieser's account of Germanic slaves and freedmen from the time of Caesar to the end of the Middle Ages, originally published in 1703, reissued in 1736 in a volume of 985 pages. 23. These early antiquarian works were well known to, and often found in the private libraries of, the French erudites, a few of whom continued research into ancient slavery, even during and after the Revolution. The memoirs of the academic Meta inscriptions et belles lettres were the main outlet. I do not propose to provide a catalogue, it is enough to mention the long and hostile account of the revolt of Spartacus published in volume 37, 1774, by Charles de Brosses, one of the leading magistrates and parliamentarians of his era, and the two studies by the polymath Jean Levesque de Burigny, author, among other works, of biographies of Erasmus and Grotius, on Roman slaves and freedmen, in volumes 35 and 37. Some of this basic bibliography, beginning with Popma and Pignaria, opened the appropriate chapter in Friedrich Kreutzer's Abrist der römischen Antiquitäten, published in 1824, in order, he himself explained, to meet the need for a collection of sources and references to accompany university lectures. Kreutzer, friend of Schlegel and other dominating figures of German Romanticism, author of two seminal works, one on Greek historiography, 3 the other on symbolism in ancient religion and mythology, who knew his Grotius, Montesquieu, and Hegel as well as the most esoteric Byzantine scholia, made no apology for writing an antiquarian work of such austerity that it avoided continuous prose in favor of mere headings and phrases followed by massive citation and quotation of sources and commentaries. He considered slavery important enough to assign it the third chapter, immediately following the origins and the topography of Rome. His 19th-century successors, such as Marquard in the Privatalterschiemer, shared that assessment, and they had the advantage over Kreutzer of possessing a model antiquarian monograph published in 1833, An Inquiry into the State of Slavery Amongst the Romans, by William Blair, neither an academic nor a classical scholar but a Scottish lawyer. It is noteworthy that all this antiquarian research into ancient slavery was almost exclusively devoted to the Romans. With the important exception of the demographers and of the 24. Philologist and jurist J. F. Riedemeyer, to whom I shall return, Greek slaves attracted no inquiry on their own. They made their appearance in such monographs as Everhard Feather's book on Homeric Antiquities, Leiden 1677, or Samuel Petit's L'Exoducie, Paris 1635, but not independently. Obviously Greek sources had nothing to offer comparable to the revolts of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC or the Roman agrarian writings or the enormous bulk of the Corpus Iris. Yet I am neither persuaded that this is a sufficient explanation of the difference nor able to offer a better one. Even August Bach produced only a few pages in his Staatsschaltung der Athener, 1817, and they were narrow in scope, restricted to numbers and prices, less complete and less sophisticated than earlier English and French treatments of the same figures, and showed a surprising incomprehension of the arguments of David Hume, for example. 2 years earlier, in a monograph on the Attic silver mines, Bach opened a half-dozen pages on slavery with a sharp attack on the institution and then proceeded to a series of fantastic miscalculations and misjudgments of the numbers of slaves employed in the mines and of the profits derived by their owners. 3 Even feebler were the few pages, a generation later, in K. F. Hermann's Lehrbuch der Griechischen Antiquitäten, 1852, though he had Wallen available to him. It was not, so far as I know, until Biexentiates brought out his Besitz und Erwerb beim Griechischen Altertum in 1869 that Greek slavery received a full antiquarian account, 104 pages in a work of 624 pages covering the period from Homer to Alexander, and excluding the Western Greeks. Buxenschutz closed with the brief statement, pages 207-8, that slavery was not only bad economically, though the ancients could not have judged that, but also bad morally and demographically. This may serve to remind us of the fact, often forgotten, that the antiquarians of the past were far from bloodless. Generally they saw ancient slavery as an evil, though they differed in the tone of their condemnation. One must then ask what has led Voigt to single out William Blair's book for special praise, how objective this kind of antiquarian research was. 25. His analysis avoided value judgments in its reconstruction of ancient institutions. 3.6 I should not myself select avoidance of value judgments as the best way to characterize an author who referred to the odious traffic in human beings, p. 24, who introduced a 7-page section on punishment and torture, supported by more than 5 pages of endnotes, with the words, "The industry of slaves was excited, and their obedience enforced, by severe discipline," and noted that punishments were not thought too revolting spectacles to be exhibited before visitors, p. 112, and who ended his book with a summary of the evil effects of the institution on Rome, one of the main causes of the decay of her empire. However, one may, if one has the right predilection, find objectivity here in another sense. Blair and the other 19th-century antiquarians held fast to that tradition of the genre which had already evoked the hostility of the 18th-century philosophical historians. They aimed at factual truth, not at interpretation of causes or examination of consequences or at a reinterpretation of the past which leads to conclusions about the present. 3.7 An enthusiastic anonymous review of Blair closed with these words of praise: "He has no splendid theory to illustrate, no object but that of diffusing the valuable knowledge which his industry has enabled him to collect." 3.8 The sweeping final generalizations of Blair and by exenshoots were mere assertions, neither properly developed at the end nor integrated into the account in the body of the work. There was also a silence about contemporary slavery too pervasive to have been accidental. Blair, indeed, declared in his introduction, "I do not attempt to institute any comparison between modern colonial and ancient slavery." He gave 2 reasons: first, the 2 systems differ so widely, that they could serve but little to illustrate each other; second, he himself is not sufficiently informed on the modern side. Greutzer provides even more decisive evidence. In 1827, 3 years after the publication of his Abriss, he was invited to give a lecture in Paris under the auspices of the academic and NIDA inscriptions et Belles Lettres, of which he was a member, and he chose 26 as his topic glimpses of slavery in ancient Rome. In the version published 9 years later, in German, 3.9 he gave 3 reasons for his choice: the current French and English interest in abolitionism, the recent discovery of such important texts as Cicero's De Republica and the Institutes of Gaius, and the opportunity to inform a French audience about German ideas and research. These considerations apart, he continued, the subject in itself, der Gegenstand an sich, his italics, must occupy the antiquarian, the historian, the philosopher, and every thinking man. He proceeded to a bitter attack on ancient society and morality. Among the Greeks and Romans slavery is the chief limitation on the so renowned, so exaggeratedly praised nobility, Ehrlichkeit, of ancient life. Slavery is the great world historical dividing line that forever separated paganism and Christianity. 4.0 Every branch of public or private life, he concluded, was linked directly or indirectly to the existence of slavery. And then, in the lecture proper, in the annotation which was as long as the text itself, and in addenda, written in 1835, as L degree and G as the text and notes together, he devoted his vast erudition solely to the most dogged antiquarianism, on the etymology of the words service and sclave, on slave garments, and the like. 4.1 The conclusion seems to me inescapable that the contemporary discussions of slavery had little interest for Greutzer despite his strong moral stance, and that they were certainly not the stimulus to his own study of ancient slavery, that he made a bow to them in his Paris lecture only in order to please his hosts. If that is right, it would help explain why in the citations of his wide reading there is no reference to Hume or the early economists, to whom I now turn. 4.2 They were the fountainheads of the second of the 2 approaches, the sociological one, I singled out at the beginning. I employ the label economists loosely for the writers who, chiefly from the middle of the 18th century, examined wealth, labor, production, trade, in what we should now call economic terms, and often with a historical dimension or perspective. 4.3 They did not abandon moral categories. Virtually every man I shall discuss in this section condemned slavery. 27. Wholeheartedly, though few were in any sense abolitionists and not all can legitimately be identified with the Enlightenment. But they moved the discussion of slavery, my main concern, into a radically new institutional nexus. The first, and prime, point that emerges from an examination of this literature is the unanimity with which it was agreed that slave labor was less efficient, because more expensive, than free labor. So obvious did this seem both to Benjamin Franklin, living in the midst of the slave owners of the New World, and to John Miller or Adam Smith in faraway Scotland, that they found detailed argument unnecessary. A few general considerations sufficed. For their explanations of the persistence of slavery in the face of its relative costliness were equally brief and simple: cheap land for Franklin, habit and lack of economic insight for Miller, man's love to domineer for Smith. The latter two are not very economic, admittedly, but they at least lack the apologetic quality of the traditional explanations, which were designed to save the morality of slavery, such as original sin or the preservation of captive barbarians from death. None of this required, or stimulated, any serious historical inquiry. However, slavery became entangled in the increasingly sophisticated demographic debates of the 18th century, with a perhaps unexpected but certainly decisive consequence. I oversimplify, but, with that caveat, it is fair to say that it was generally agreed, first, in David Hume's words, that there is in all men, both male and female, a desire and power of generation, so that, in the absence of restraints of one sort or another, the human species would more than double every generation, 4/5, that a growing population contributed to the prosperity and well-being of a nation. A considerable body of pamphleteering arose on different aspects of these propositions that can be traced back to the 16th century, some of first-rate quality and significance, laying the foundation for modern demography, much, on the other hand, that can safely be labeled fantastic or ridiculous. Two of the debated questions concern us and they will have to be examined jointly. Was the 28th world more heavily populated in ancient times than now? 2. What effects, if any, does large-scale employment of slaves have on population growth? The affirmative answer to the first question had much support, thanks in particular to the early books of the Old Testament and the generations of Methuselah. Explanation was then required not only for the supposedly sharp drop in population at some point in the past, but also for the failure of contemporary society to achieve a return to the lost numbers. Much of the explanation was heavily moralistic, as well as intellectually weak, but the quality changed once the problem was taken over by those I have been calling economists. And they, predictably, brought slavery into account. The first two for us to consider were Benjamin Franklin, writing in a purely contemporary context of trade and protectionism, and David Hume, who set out openly to disprove the alleged demographic superiority of the ancients. In 1751 Franklin wrote a short pamphlet, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, only 8 pages in the standard modern collection of his papers, which circulated by hand until it was published in Boston in 1755 and immediately reprinted several times in London. Section 13 listed 6 things which must diminish a nation, among them the introduction of slaves. His explanation deserves to be quoted in full. The Negroes brought into the English sugar islands have greatly diminished the whites there. The poor are by this means deprived of employment, while a few families acquire vast estates, which they spend on foreign luxuries, and educating their children in the habit of those luxuries. The same income is needed for the support of one that might have maintained 100. The whites who have slaves, not laboring, are enfeebled, and therefore not so generally prolific, the slaves being worked too hard, and ill-fed, their constitutions are broken, and the deaths among them are more than the births, so that a continual supply is needed from Africa. The northern colonies having few slaves increase in whites. Slaves also pejorate the families that use them, the white children become proud. 29. Disgusted with labor, and being educated in idleness, are rendered unfit to get a living by industry. 5. Simultaneously, and presumably without knowledge of Franklin's seminal pamphlet, Hume was writing his Of the Populousness of Ancient Nations, a lengthy essay, published in 1752, which, despite its title, ranged so widely as to earn Macculloch's accolade a century later, the most perfect specimen ever published of an inquiry into any matter connected with the public economy of the ancients. 4-6 Hume had been stimulated, as I have already noted, by the argument over the relative populousness of the ancients and the moderns, and the starting point of his own analysis was the following: the chief difference between the domestic economy of the ancients and that of the moderns consists in the practice of slavery, pages 385-6. Not only is slavery more cruel and oppressive than any civil subjection whatsoever, he concluded, but it is also in general disadvantageous both to the happiness and the populousness of mankind, p. 396. The bulk of the essay was occupied with a systematic, critical examination of the population figures in Greek and Roman literary sources, which are often ridiculous, p. 419, including the numbers of slaves. On any account, this study must rank as one of the first original historical inquiries into ancient social and economic history. Bullish praised it as the basis for every inquiry into the population statistics of antiquity, 4-7, but that is too narrow a view of its range and quality. Now a third name has to be introduced, that of the Scottish divine Robert Wallace, who had read a paper on the same subject to the Edinburgh Philosophical Society several years earlier, and who was now provoked to publish his effort with an appendix, a reply to Hume twice as long as the latter's essay. 4-8 Wallace was learned enough to catch Hume out in some factual errors, but his method with the evidence, set out in minute detail from Homer's catalogue of ships to the fantastic slave numbers quoted by Athenaeus, was one of uncritical acceptance. The larger the figure in any ancient text, the better for his argument. Macculloch's verdict was that he had wholly failed to 30. Shake its Hume's foundations, but by no means everyone agreed, then or now. 4-9 The Hume-Wallace controversy stirred up extensive interest and discussion both in Britain and on the continent, 5-0 which continued to the mid-19th century, as Macculloch reveals. Among the most active discussants were the philosophers and the demographers, but their interest, which was never directed to either the Greco-Roman data or the special problem of the slave population, soon evaporated. Thus Malthus, though acknowledging the contribution to demographic theory of Hume and Wallace, and Adam Smith, in his opening, totally ignored these sections of their work. The Srudites, in contrast, seized on precisely what Malthus passed over, and they produced a series of learned studies of ancient population in general and of slave numbers in particular, Guillaume de Sainte Croix and Letronnet on Athens, then Bureau de la Malle on the Romans and particularly on Italy under the Republic. 5-1 These studies were among the essential building blocks underpinning the 19th century antiquarian works on ancient slavery. 52 However, just as Malthus and his successors abandoned one side of the Hume-Wallace debate, the interest in the size of ancient slave populations, the latter-day antiquarians abandoned the other, more important side, that which led Macculloch to praise Hume's essay as an inquiry into the public economy of the ancients. I have already mentioned August Bacchus' failure to comprehend what Hume was getting at, and I could repeat that dismissive judgment about virtually every antiquarian and historian who went over the slave population ground thereafter. 5-3 I shall restrict myself to Wallen. 2 of his longest chapters are on slave numbers, revealing his customary knowledge of the ancient evidence and the modern discussions, but total indifference to the fundamental demographic issues, and in essence these chapters are pointless. Nor is there a serious consideration of labor efficiency anywhere in the 3 volumes. There are only the conventional, meaningless generalities about growing trade and industry. Slavery is intrinsically wrong on ethical grounds, and its destructive effect on the free 3 people is also a moral one. By its example and by its unfair competitive position, slavery destroys the work ethic, driving the free, and especially the free poor, into sloth and vice. In other words, Wallen's work on ancient slavery was the climax of antiquarianism in this field. His moral fervor also helped divert the subject from the already available, though still embryonic, institutional approach. That is hardly surprising. It seems regularly to be overlooked that the book was written for a prize competition set by the academic Me de Sciences Morales et Politiques, whose themes for their competitions were regularly moral and philosophical. On this occasion they had selected the following: through what causes was ancient slavery abolished? 2. In which epoch was there only serfdom, servitude de la glebe, in Western Europe, ancient slavery having come to an end? I have been unable to discover who or what was behind that choice of topic, but it is not to be seriously doubted that they expected moral disquisitions within an historical frame. One unsuccessful entrant had the presumption, in Michelet's words, to attribute the abolition to a single cause, interest. The masters found it to their advantage to free the slaves in return for rents, in other words, to become rentiers instead of masters. It was a question of industry, not a moral question. This competitor never even asked himself whether Christianity or barbarian customs or the feudal system had any influence. So, though he submitted a clever, brilliant, paradoxical work, full of talent and of rash views, it did not receive even honorable mention. 54. The successful competitors did not make that mistake. All three, Wallin, Byatt and Janosky, produced the same answer to the question set: Christianity was the key. All three were also honest and intelligent enough to perceive, and to try to cope with, the obvious difficulty, the delay of many centuries before Christianity took effect. All three also found substantially the same way out. In Byatt's formulation, Christianity does what it should: it accepts the political disposition of society as a given condition to which it must submit, it accepts temporal slavery as a fact. It directs its efforts only to the morality of men. 32. Legislation favorable to the social position of the slave was indeed rare, and one should not be too surprised by that. It is evident that laws too favorable to the slaves would have strongly tended to upset the whole social edifice, already crumbling under the repeated blows of foreign invasions. It was preferable, in order to maintain public tranquility, that improvement in the lot of the slave be brought about progressively through improvements of the master. 5. What other answers to the Academy's demand for causes were in fact available? One possibility, under the influence of the new German historical school of law, was to look to the Germanic invaders of the Roman Empire, and two competitors took that line: one a German who specifically dismissed Christianity as impotent in the matter. He shared honorable mention, presumably for his excellent analysis of documents of the 10th and 11th centuries, with a long contribution of extreme piety which concluded that the abolition of slavery was brought about not by the influence of Christianity in general but by the Catholic and pontifical influence in particular. 5-6 Byatt and Janosky, in contrast, went to some lengths to deny any Germanic contribution. Another possibility was to build on the foundations laid by the earlier economists, but in 1837 men who had that kind of interest had none in the question posed by the Academy, or they were discouraged from competing by knowledge of the interests and bias of the Academy. No fourth possibility comes to mind, and so the moral answer had the field virtually to itself. In sum, far from marking the beginning of modern research into ancient slavery, Wallen's Histoire was a dead end. I am not referring to the contingent fact that he, like the other prize-winners, young products of the grandes écoles, was not a classical historian. Byatt was a sinologist who had already written a memoir on slavery in Chinese history. Janosky was a Protégé of Michelet's and for a period his assistant. He and Wallen went on to further historical study and publication, but always in fields far removed from either antiquity or slavery. 33. The essential point is that, along Wallen's lines, subsequent consideration of ancient slavery was restricted to still more antiquarian examination or, on the moral side, to either propagation of the faith. It is enough to cite the article on slavery by J. de Tilleul in the Dictionnaire de Théologie Catholique, 1924, or to theological debate, as with Overbeck. No basis was laid for continuing historical inquiry. There could be no better demonstration than his own words in the concluding section of his work, but the reintroduction of slavery in modern times was an act of violence against the spirit of the Gospels. An abruptly retrograde step. If it pleased some greedy merchants, some inhuman politicians, to return to slavery, it is not for Christianity to retreat with them. The strength of Wallen's abolitionist feelings is beyond question, but so is the fact that it had little connection, if any, with either the Enlightenment or the rise of modern social constructive criticism. A puzzle remains. Why did Wallen devote a decade of hard, sustained labor on a 1,500-page introduction to the abolition of ancient slavery, leaving the account of the abolition itself to others, 1,500 pages, furthermore, that were largely irrelevant to his central concern? What difference did it make, for example, morally or otherwise, whether classical Athens had 100,000, 200,000, or 400,000 slaves? Perhaps there is an answer to that question, but none is to be found in Wallen's many pages on those particular figures. I have no explanation, and I suggest that it is lost in irrecoverable individual psychology. At the same time another work appeared, beginning in 1854, which, on the subject of ancient slavery, was equally exceptional and equally a dead-end: Mommsen's multi-volume Roman History. Slavery is treated from the outset in an unprecedented way, as fundamental to Roman society and history. There is no need in the present context to examine Mommsen's views concretely, beyond registering the central location of slavery. He uses such terms as Sklavenhalter system and Sklavenwirtschaft, and the bitterness of his moral condemnation. 6.7 Why Mommsen broke from the tradition of historical writing about 34. Antiquity. In this as in other respects, in so far as he had a model, it was Macaulay, is another enigma I am unable to resolve. Neither his liberalism nor his early experience in political journalism offers a sufficient explanation, and his biographers appear to be oblivious to this interesting aspect of his work. Whereas the Roman history, enormously popular with the reading public, has always had an ambivalent reception among professional historians of antiquity, his stress on slavery has met with no response at all. Subsequent general histories of Rome, as of Greece, have simply abandoned it. 5.8 This is not to deny that, after Wallen and Mommsen, articles and monographs on ancient slavery proliferated, as part of the increasing flow of academic publication. Informative as some of them are, they are of no interest collectively. They are merely a 19th, and often 20th, century manifestation of the older works of curious erudition, though they are now called scholarship rather than antiquarianism. 5.9 Were they the sum total of research into the subject, the sharp, important, and often, as today, heated debates about the place of slavery in Greek and Roman history would never have come into being. The stimulus was provided elsewhere, by men who were not by vocation students of classical antiquity and who transformed the 18th century doctrine of stages in social evolution based on modes of subsistence into a new model, or, rather, into several competing models. The first work on the new lines, published in 1789, was in fact without influence, but it deserves to be rescued from oblivion. Johann Friedrich Riedemeyer has been described in the Allgemeine Deutsche Biography as a man of great gifts and the best education, whose widely ranging activity and originality of mind proved virtually fruitless because of the flaws in his character and way of life. A devoted pupil of Haynes in Göttingen, he edited the text of the early Byzantine historian Zosimus and wrote monographs on mining in antiquity, on luxury in Athens, and on torture in Greek and Roman law courts, before turning to legal history, the field in which he could fairly claim to have been the founder of the German 35. Historical School, the forerunner of Hugo and Savigny. In 1783, during his first phase, he won the prize in a competition of the Gesellschaft der Alterthumer in Gassel, in which the entrants were free to choose their subject, and 6 years later he published his essay in Berlin under the title, Geschichte und/Fußstand der Sklaverei und Leibeschanschaft in Griechenland, which won enthusiastic approval from his teacher Heine. It appears to have had little circulation and it rapidly became a scarce item, Blair wrote in 1833 that he had never succeeded in seeing a copy, and the Allgemeine Deutsche Biography does not even mention it. Today it is virtually unobtainable. 60 Wallen knew it and dismissed it as a work of slight dimensions and medium accuracy, I-62, citing it only twice, both times for generally accepted points of fact. But it is also an original and sophisticated historical sociological essay, with a sustained argument that is maintained through its 175 pages, towards which Wallen was characteristically insensitive and indifferent. 6.1 Riedemeyer's long opening sentence would have been enough to put Wallen off. Universal human equality, to which everyone without exception may lay claim according to the first principles of natural law, appears to be incompatible with civil society, Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, for everywhere among the peoples of both ancient and modern times we find inequality, the consequence of subordination, without which there can be no civil society. What has changed in the course of history is not the fact of dominance and submission, Herrschaft und Dienstbarkeit, but the dimension, mass, of the ties between the two. The interest in ancient slavery lies there, in its historical place as the oldest expression in a civil society of the dominance-submission relationship. How did it come into being? What were the advantages and disadvantages for the mass of the population and their situation? For the working population itself? Riedemeyer's springboard in answering the first question was Miller's Origin of Ranks, which he knew as he knew Hume and Wallace. Women and children were the first to serve men in the production of the means of sustenance and shelter, p. 11. But with the rise of pastoralism, he writes nomadism, a greater labor supply was required. Under prevailing conditions, workers were obtainable only through compulsion, by rapine, war, and purchase. The victims became personal slaves, members of the master's household, and to that extent had a secure existence, more so than casual hired workers but less so than the later public, Ophant-like, slaves, notably the Spartan helots, who were in effect serfs and were most like the bound peasants of today, especially in Old Germany. The first signs of transition from the nomadic type of slavery appear in the Homeric poems, to which Riedemeyer devotes an unusually long section, pages 18 to 34, but the Great Revolution came about in the 5th century BC. Although Athens is the one city in which that can be fully seen in the available evidence, the implication is safe that a similar change occurred wherever the arts and trade flourished, p. 35. The sharp rise in demand for urban labor, driven by a great increase in the standard of living, in the new hunger for luxuries of every kind, prostitutes, fine public and private buildings, fine jewelry and metalwork, and so on, led to the emergence of the classical form of slavery, distinct from the personal slavery found in pastoral and agrarian households. The dynamic role of luxuries was already a familiar notion. Riedemeyer had no doubt read the two relevant essays of David Hume's, of commerce and of refinement in the arts. What was brilliantly original with him was the close link with the transformation of Greek slavery. 6. The landowning aristocrats, he argues, pages 55 to 58, seized upon this new and growing demand to move into urban investments, without surrendering their base in the land or their hostility to the arts and crafts. They established workshops, trading organizations, and brothels which were slave-managed and slave-worked. They thereby blocked the healthy development of an urban middle class of traders and craftsmen, and they thus set the future course of the Greek city-state, economically, politically and ideologically. The monograph closes with a lengthy balance sheet. Classical slavery offered two advantages: it was a cheaper form of labor. 37. And it solved the problem of labor shortage. But the disadvantages tipped the balance. Flight and revolts created an atmosphere of insecurity, the class structure was lopsided, enlightenment and the spread of knowledge, Aufklärung und die Verbreitung der Kenntnisse, were much impaired, p. 146, social mobility was too restricted, the state, Staatsherrschaft, remained weak as against stern household rule, streng Hausherrschaft. Therefore, the freedom of the serving sector, die Innenanteil, of the population, as it exists among the present German and other European countries, is much better for the state and for the subordinate classes as well. The magnitude of Rietemeyer's leap from both antiquarianism and the narrowly moral view of ancient slavery can scarcely be exaggerated. How right or wrong he may have been in either his generalizations or his details is beside the point. What matters is, first, that he anticipated by half a century the Rodbertusbucher concept of the household economy of classical antiquity, and that he anticipated Marx and Weber in assigning a central role to slavery in shaping the evolution of ancient society. 2, that he seems to have had no influence whatever on subsequent inquiries into the subject. Nothing like this monograph had appeared before, nothing like it was to appear again until the end of the 19th century. Whatever Rietemeyer's personal failings, they cannot explain the total neglect of his monograph on Greek slavery. The key lay elsewhere, in a profound cleavage that set in at precisely the turn of the century with the rise of the modern university and its departmentalization, notably and most completely in Germany. What may be called professional interest in the world of classical antiquity became virtually a monopoly of that sector of the university population that named its discipline variously as philology, classical philology, or Altertumswissenschaft. There were bitter rivalries and conflicts among them, but they shared the fundamental conviction that their goal, their duty, was to apprehend the mind, the high culture, the Geist, the essence, of those incomparable models of spiritual achievement, the Greeks and the Romans, or perhaps the Greeks alone. 38. The exceptions were the continuators of the antiquarian tradition and the new style historians of Greece and Rome, neither of whom, we have seen, significantly furthered the study of ancient slavery, much as a few of them may have added to the stock of information on the subject. I shall have more to say about the new classical philology and the philological method, but first we must turn to another intellectual stream, the 19th century successors of the 18th century economists. It was they, more precisely, some among them, who, in a specific and limited way, introduced a new dimension into the consideration of ancient slavery. 3 preliminary points about them are important. First, their concern was a contemporary one. Second, they were historically minded, not merely in the old sense of paradigmatic history, but in an evolutionary sense, which meant that they conceived contemporary society to be a stage in human history, and were to a greater or lesser extent interested to establish the sequence of stages and to explain the rise and fall of each. Third, they were all educated on the classics, knew the sources, and read them in the original. There was no communication between them and the philologists. The latter's ties outside their own discipline were with the idealist philosophers and the theorists, chiefly romantic, of the arts and of letters. Seekers after the Geist of the Greeks understood barbarism, Renaissance, Enlightenment. Their conceptual world excluded production, capital, labor, or rent. August Bach, a towering figure in the projection of the new classical philology, was no exception. His Public Economy of Athens was an uncharacteristic, purely antiquarian work without significant progeny. By a new dimension I do not mean systematic inquiry or research. Not one of the 19th century economists wrote anything about ancient slavery even approaching in scale Rietemeyer's essay or the 100-odd pages of Buchsentiatsbesitz und Erwerb, let alone Wallen's Histoire. What was new was the concept of stages, or periods, in the history of society defined, or determined, by the way the economy property, production, distribution was organized. Such a concept of 39. History inevitably places greater stress on, and assigns a more complex role to, slavery within the context of ancient society than hitherto. One need only examine the way in which Wilhelm Roscher, in an essay first published in 1849, built an historical model on David Hume's generalization that the chief difference between the domestic economy of the ancients and that of the moderns consists in the practice of slavery. 6 A model much beyond anything Hume himself conceived. However, it is not Roscher whom one thinks of first but Karl Marx. Today it requires a considerable effort to remember that the total of Marx's scattered comments on ancient slavery amounts to no more than a few pages, and that most of those are contained in 7 notebooks, now generally known as the Grundriss, written in the winter of 1857-8, first published in Moscow in 1939 but hardly noticed before the appearance of the Berlin edition in 1953. 6-7 Nearly a full century of study and writing based on Marx, specifically about his conception of the evolution of society through stages defined by the nature of the property regime in the land and by the mode of production. 6-8 proves to have rested on an incomplete and substantially oversimplified pattern. In the Grundriss, Marx suggests Asiatic, Germanic, ancient systems as well as the familiar slave, feudal and capitalist. Notebooks are notebooks, not analyses in their final shape, ready for public communication, but a thinking aloud, extraordinarily subtle, complex, dense, bulletin also often opaque, elliptical, and unfinished. Any attempt to convert those pages into a complete, watertight system requires Procrustean treatment of the evidence, for example, by those who wish to distinguish between an ancient mode of production, classical Greece, and a slave mode, Italy from the 2nd century BC. 6-9 In the subsequent published writings of Marx and Engels, the historical scheme became simplified and took on what was soon understood as a unilinear look, particularly in Engels' Anti-Diering and Origin of the Family. Why that occurred is not my concern, nor is the contentious question of the extent to which Engels, especially in the two works just mentioned, accurately 40. Reflected the views of Marx. What is essential for this discussion is to appreciate the nature and limits of their interest in the Greco-Roman world. Das Kapital was the crown of Marx's career, and that fact must be accepted in its full literal implication. Pre-capitalist, or non-capitalist, forms of property and production were of the greatest significance, not in themselves but as the basic structures in the unfolding of human history. Profound as Marx's interest was in the historical process, at no time in his life did he, or Engels, attempt a study of ancient society or the ancient economy. As Eric Hobsbawm has pointed out, Marx never discussed the internal dynamics of pre-capitalist systems except insofar as they explain the preconditions of capitalism, or the actual economic contradictions of a slave economy, or why in antiquity it was slavery rather than serfdom which developed, or why the ancient mode was replaced by feudalism. 70 It may even be said, without being paradoxical, that Marx paid little attention to slavery as such. In antiquity it was one of the modes of production which he subjected to brief, abstract analysis. In the modern world it was first one of the means of primitive accumulation, in the colonies, then a peculiar anomaly, in the American South, within a capitalist framework. The fact, he wrote in the Grundriss, p. 513, that we now not only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists, is based on their existence as anomalies within a world market based on free labor. 7-1 In contrast, all philologists who speak of capital in antiquity, of Roman, Greek capitalists, commit a gross error. Therefore it is also a major error to draw on Marx's various acerbic remarks about American slavery in order to fill out his views on ancient slavery. Of course there were similarities, common elements. If there were not, there would be no justification for the single label slavery, but there was an unbridgeable divide at the base, the system of production, and that was the determining factor in the analysis. 7-2 In the following generation, the followers of Marx, as well as the socialists who disagreed and disputed with him on various points, understandably did not expand his restricted interest in 4i. Slavery in general, and in ancient slavery in particular. The world of philology or Altertumswissenschaft revealed no signs of awareness of his existence, any more than they paid attention to earlier or contemporary economists and economic historians. Only at the turn of the century did a break come, in Italy explicitly with Ettore Cecatti and Giuseppe Salvioli, in Germany implicitly with Karl Bucher and Max Weber. Cecatti's Tu tramonto della schiavitù nel mondo antico, The Decline of Slavery in the Ancient World, published in 1899, was the first full-scale account. It is essential to stress full-scale of ancient slavery, since Rietemeyer's a century earlier, to examine the institution as part of a complex and continuing historical process. 7.3 The sympathetic though critical reviewer in the Wochenschrift für Klassische Philologie described it as not only a history of Greco-Roman slavery but, along the way, virtually a complete economic history. 7.4 He was not wrong, and there is no cause for surprise. The first Marxist to attempt such an inquiry had no choice in the matter. Even the title Society adopted, which seems to have attracted insufficient attention, was designed to point to the underlying theory of history. It was also, of course, the theme set early in the century by the academic Me de Sciences Morales et Politiques, in the competition that stimulated 3 books, all of which had come to the same conclusion. And so Society's introduction began with a detailed critique of the view that Christianity, or Stoicism or any other ethical system, was responsible for the decline of ancient slavery. The alternative approach, he concluded, pages 73 to 77, was provided by Marx and Engels, that was to examine ancient slavery, unlike modern, as a general and indispensable instrument of production, p. 57, and to follow its changing role as the ancient economy was transformed under the Romans in a way that not only reduced the need for slaves but also exposed their inherent character as an economic handicap. In other words, in order to explain the decline of ancient slavery, it was essential to examine its entire history, and that Society proceeded to do. 75 He did not do it very well, not even in his own terms. He was obsessed with both the moral flaw of slavery and the inadequacy. 42. Of slave labor as an instrument of production, he drew a grossly exaggerated picture of a numerous free proletariat in 4th century BC. Greece and again in the Roman Empire, openly competing with the slaves. He repeatedly based broad conclusions on data that did not warrant them. His understanding of Marx's theory of modes of production was vague in the extreme. On this last, essential objection, one need only compare 2 contemporaries who were not Marxists but were very knowledgeable about, and much influenced by, Marx, namely, Karl Bucher in Die Entstehung der Volkswirtschaft, published in 1893, and known to Society when he wrote to Tramonto, and Max Weber in Die Agrarverhältnisse des Altertums, published in 1909, 7/6 and a third, who was a Marxist and a better one than Society, Giuseppe Salvioli, in a work originally published in French, 1906. Under the title Le Capitalisme dans le monde antique, with the subtitle Études sur l'histoire de l'économie romaine. 7 None of these 3 wrote about ancient slavery as such, but their incorporation of slavery into their analyses is what matters, and the way that was achieved. I cannot undertake to expose the full richness of their views, but must content myself with a few quick pointers. For Bucher, it was slavery which permitted the most fully developed form of household economy to emerge in Greco-Roman antiquity. 7/8 Salvioli agreed without accepting Bucher's general historical scheme, but went on, under Marx's influence, to look at Roman slaves as perhaps the first commodity to be bought and sold with profit as the aim. Unlike Society, he concluded that there was no meaningful competition between free and slave labor in antiquity because no genuine proletariat came into being, and no capitalism. 7/9 Max Weber, finally, who had studied the work of Society and Bucher, though apparently not Salvioli, and referred to them favorably if critically, cannot be dealt with adequately in brief compass, both because of the density of his thought and because he continued to rethink and reconsider his views to the end of his life. However, a single longer quotation from a popular lecture on the social basis of the decline of ancient civilization, delivered and published in 1896, will. 43. Suffice for my purposes, ancient civilization was a slave civilization, Sklavenkultur. As in the Middle Ages, the antagonism between both forms of cooperative human labor also existed in antiquity. Progress depends on progressive division of labor. With free labor that is more or less identical with progressive expansion of the market. With unfree labor that is achieved by progressive amassing of men, the more slaves or colony the greater the specialization of unfree occupations that is possible. But whereas in the Middle Ages free labor and the exchange of goods were increasingly victorious, the development in antiquity was the reverse, his italics. 80 None of this made any lasting impact, indeed, hardly any at all, on ancient historians. In the case of society that is a puzzle. Unlike Bucer, Salviali, and Weber, he was an ancient historian by profession, holder of the chair at Milan until his dismissal in 1898 because of his political, socialist, activity. Tramonto came at the end of nearly 2 decades of great productivity, as he published scholarly books and articles on a wide range of major topics. Tramonto was favorably reviewed not only by Erlang in the Wochenschrift but also by Pohlmann, who called it an important advance, and later by Henry Francot. 8.1 And, for all its weaknesses, it is a book filled with insights, the first, and the last, modern work to examine the history of ancient slavery within the framework of the ancient economy and ancient society. Yet it was an almost total failure. It went through 2 editions in Italian and was translated into French, Spanish, and German, but, it appears, for readers who were not academics, or at least not classicists and ancient historians. 8.2 Only in Italy did he remain an intellectual figure of major consequence, 8.3 Elsewhere he disappeared from sight. The seemingly obvious explanation, his Marxism, does not seem to me to be sufficient. I believe we must also look in another direction. That means first and foremost Eduard Meyer, the most prestigious ancient historian in the Germanic university world in the generation after Mommsen. Those were the years in which Meyer was writing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th volumes of his Geschichte Altertums, published in 1901 and 1902. They dealt 44. With the classical period of Greek history, the 5th and 4th centuries BC, and, following the Orthodox tradition, slavery is allowed no more than 1 3-page section and 2 or 3 additional references. However, the 3 volumes were preceded by a stream of special studies, including a brief excursus on the size of the slave population in 5th century Athens, published in the 2nd volume of his Vorskungen zur alten Geschichte, 1899, and by 2 quickly published lectures, Die Wirtschaftliche Entwicklung des Altertums, 1895, and Die Sklaverei im Altertum, 1898, subsequently reprinted in the 1st volume of his Kleinschriften, 1910 and again 1924. The auctoritas of these 2 lectures can hardly be exaggerated. A recent account of Eduard Meyer says that they quickly acquired the rank of a binding synthesis. 8.4 For Voigt he pointed the way in 2 excellent sketches of economic history in which proper credit is awarded to the unique character of each age and each civilization. 8.5 Westermann opened his Encyclopedia article with the sentence, "The basis of our contemporary understanding of slavery in Greek and Roman history was laid by Eduard Meyer." 8.6 The 2 lectures, which must be taken as an integrally linked pair, are the expressions of a complex ideology, and a no less complex personality. One strand is the doctrine, widely and firmly held by German historians and political theorists, that the state is the decisive organism in history, that modern attempts to shift the focus to cultural and economic history must fail in face of the facts. 8.7 A second is the wish to rescue the study of antiquity from both the aesthetic/moral idealization of the early 19th century and the antiquarianism of the second half of the century by a reconstruction of the real picture, which, it turned out, was increasingly a mirror image of the modern world. 8.8 A third, which ties the first 2 together, is total rejection of all conceptions of historical stages defined by economic structures. Marx is of course included, but I have found no evidence that Meyer was particularly concerned with Marx, or had any serious knowledge of his work. He normally spoke contemptuously of Die Nationalökonomen, the political. 45. Economists, as a group, reserving his obsessive fury, that is the right phrase, for Karl Bucer, nor Karl Marx. Ancient slavery presented an obvious difficulty for a man who wrote, with an evident measure of inconsistency, that the economic conditions presupposed by the 12 tables already carry, in fact, a relatively modern character, that the 7th and 6th centuries BC in Greece correspond to the 14th and 15th centuries in the development of the modern world, that in all respects the Hellenistic world cannot be conceived in too modern a way, though in comparison with the 17th and 18th centuries rather than the 19th, that Athens of the 5th and 4th centuries BC stands under the banner of capitalism just as much as England since the 18th century, Germany since the 19th. 8-9 What about slavery, then? Meyer's answer was to dismiss it as an historical irrelevance, a byproduct of the peculiar political development of the city-state. He achieved his objective in the lecture on slavery by a series of steps. War was the natural relationship between ethnic groups, stam. 2. Within the group, slavery was not permissible, whereas serfdom, Urukite, was not only allowed but became the common practice in Israel and throughout the ancient Near East as in archaic Greece and Rome. 3. Therefore the archaic period was a medieval one in the literal sense, and that demolishes any notion of a succession from antiquity to the Middle Ages to the modern world in a series of stages. 4. In the age of tyrants in Greece and in the 5th and 4th centuries BC in Rome, urbanism and the great increase in wealth and the standard of living brought capitalism into being, with the corresponding development of trade and industry. 5. However, because of the political transformation and the extension of full rights to the lower classes, free hired labor could not meet the tremendous needs of the capitalists, partly because the free poor were unable and unwilling to take the jobs, partly because they were too expensive when they were willing. 6. Therefore the capitalists, taking advantage of the natural state of war with the outsider, turned to large-scale slave labor. Had slaves not 46 happened to be available, the capitalists would have found another way to create the required labor force for themselves. 5. 7. The consequence was endless conflict between the slaves and the ruined proletarian masses, who demanded that the state support them, putting the state in an increasingly impossible position, from which the Greeks were saved by Philip and Alexander, the Romans by the Pax Augusta and the consequent drying up of sources of slave supply. 8. An exact parallel to this development occurred in early modern times, with the minor difference that the second time round serfdom was replaced by free, not slave, labor, because the Christian Germanic development 5 made the latter impossible, and in the New World, mysteriously, because the possibility was lacking of any industrial development. 5. Nowhere, 5 Meyer writes, does the modern character of ancient slavery reveal itself more clearly than in the fact that, under favorable conditions, the slave, like the modern industrial worker, had the possibility of achieving prosperity and wealth. 5 Besides, slavery was like modern migratory labor in bringing about race mixture. 9. That slavery had nothing to do with the decline of the ancient world is demonstrated by the absence of slave revolts in the Roman Empire. 10. Slaves no longer being available in sufficient numbers, free labor continuing to be too expensive, and tenancy having become unprofitable, the capitalists returned to serfdom. And so the circle was closed. The development returned to the point from which it began, the medieval order became dominant for the second time. 5 My summary is not in the least a caricature. I called it a series of steps 5 rather than an argument because there is no argument, there is only a succession of ex cathedra assertions, in highly rhetorical dress, without either evidence or a discussion of the views under attack. In 40 pages there are exactly 11 references to, or quotations without citation from, Greek and Roman sources, and on at least 2 of those, one of them being Aristotle, the presentation is grossly distorted, and on a third he indulges in tendentious textual criticism. The argument from silence is deployed in opposite directions when it suits him. On 47. The one hand, Bucher is crushed in Wirtschaft like Entwicklung with the false statement that his oikos, household, does not appear in the sources, but, on the other hand, Meyer himself is permitted, in Sclavere, to sketch a development that was generally unknown to contemporaries. 90 As for modern writers, Meyer's way was always imperious, he could be savage, as with Rodbertus and Bucher, but usually he either ignored others or made prejudicially selective reference to them. Thus, he cited Sisati's very noteworthy preliminary study of the numbers of slaves in Athens and ignored everything else Giotti had to say, when he quoted a sentence from Weber's Agrargeschichte criticizing Rodbertus. He omitted the comment that Rodbertus' work was an otherwise very intelligent exposition, and he paid not the slightest attention to the remainder of Weber's analysis. 9.1 In sum, Mayer's lecture on ancient slavery is not only as close to nonsense as anything I can remember written by a historian of such eminence, but violates the basic canons of historical scholarship in general and of German historical scholarship in particular. The question then arises, how did it achieve the standing it so rapidly acquired? There were objectors, not only disreputable ones like Bucher and other national economen but also as eminent a historian as Mommsen's pupil, Ludo Hartmann. 9.2 Hardly anyone listened, and I cannot believe that the spell Eduard Meyer had woven by then, not to be underestimated, is a sufficient explanation. What Meyer provided, I suggest, was authoritative support and comfort, in a general way rather than in its chain of specific propositions, for already generally accepted views, or at least predispositions, for the ideology of professional ancient historians. And it was so welcome that they closed their eyes to the technical weaknesses. Paradoxically, the lessons drawn were not always compatible with Meyer's own deeply felt views. He was a political being to an unusual degree of intensity and with increasingly deep pessimism, notably revealed in his long review in the Deutsche Literaturzeitung for 1924 of Spengler's Decline of the West or in the introduction to the second edition of his Kleinschriften. 48. Published in the same year. 9.3 Socialism was the worst symptom of everything that was going wrong with his world, not only socialist politics but any kind of socialist thinking. In that respect his views were generally shared in the conservative German academic world. But he was also, in his lights, a methodologist and philosopher of history. 9.4 That concern kindled the fury against Bucher and the National Ökonomen. Their kind of historical periodization was a threat to Meyer's social and political beliefs, to his world and his worldview, not just to his conception of the ancient world. And here he parted company with most of his admirers, who both fled from philosophy of history or theory and clung to their dogged positivism, their scholarship for its own sake, and also largely isolated themselves from their colleagues in economics, social science, economic history, and even modern history. My concern, however, is not with the modernism of Meyer and his followers and all its implications, but with ancient slavery. Admittedly, it would be erroneous to consider the modernists as if they spoke with one voice. Pohlmann, for example, who in the closing years of the 19th century wrote the classic polemic against socialism in the name of ancient history, 9.5 approached slavery with different nuances, which his final editor, Friedrich Ortel, then tried to reconcile with Meyer's account. 9.6 But they both remained firmly opposed in principle to all stage theories and therefore felt free to proceed in the language, and with the concepts, of their own world. Pohlmann wrote, in a section entitled Capital and Labor, that the frequent accumulation of slaves in different enterprises by a single entrepreneur was often deplored by anti-capitalist social critics, citing Plato, Laws 12.846e, and Diodorus 1.74, and that the free workers knew perfectly well that the competition of slaves was responsible for mass impoverishment. Ortel insisted that slavery made a qualitative difference, that it alone provided different bases and a different coloration to mass impoverishment because otherwise there was no significant difference, given the presence in antiquity of both the capitalist spirit and technical talent. V. Ehrenlegung, 9.7. 49. These are brave generalizations, quoted that way in isolation, but unfortunately they led to no analysis of the economics or economic implications of slavery. In 1907 a pupil of Pohlmann's, Kurt Riesler, published a 100-page essay dedicated to his teacher, quite important in some respects, in which he argued that the political and social constraints inherent in the polis blocked economic growth, without once mentioning slavery. 98 in 193 degrees. Ordel himself wrote an article on the inheritance of demos thence, under the resounding title CO and the question of large-scale industry in Attica, which was unavoidably all about slaves, given the nature of the inheritance, but which never got round to the qualitative difference that he had himself stressed in his Pullman edition. 99 And these were among the few men who showed a concern for theoretical considerations. The others had no problems. If they had an interest in social, economic, or legal history, slavery continued to be one of a series of institutions and practices available for scholarly research into the texts. The uncomfortable implications raised by Marx and the other political economists could be put aside, though there were still controversial questions, seemingly moral, to which I shall have to return once again later on. And those with primarily political and cultural interests could happily ignore the institution altogether. Thus far I have been speaking solely about German scholars, simply because the debate was largely monopolized by, and restricted to, the German-speaking world. Elsewhere there was almost total indifference, except of course among economists, economic historians, and sociologists. Even in Italy, as early as 1908, Calderoni could produce a useful monograph on manumission and freedmen in Greece. 100 Still the only one we have which was quintessentially antiquarian, seemingly unaware of, and certainly unconcerned with, the efforts Sissotti, Salvioli, Barbagallo, Ferrero, and Pareto were then making to transform the study of ancient history. French indifference, which has been noted elsewhere, 101 is puzzling because French intellectuals generally, including academicians, were open to the socialist and revolutionary. 50. Tradition, unlike the Germans. Yet wherever one turns on our subject one finds no trace of the ferment we have been considering. Paul Giraud wrote a 650-page book on Greek landed property in which slavery receives 2 pages, Helots 14, and Socialist Theory and Practice 40, with a conclusion that warns against drawing universal laws. If Greece perished because of agrarian socialism, it does not follow that we are condemned to suffer a similar fate. 102 Paul Lewis, in the Roman volume of the Histoire universelle de Travail, tells us explicitly that there are no mysteries, that everything developed with manifest and irrefutable logic, that, for example, Roman institutions permitted this proletariat to live in idleness, that there was certainly capitalism. It mattered little whether labor were servile or free, that the colonate, the tied peasantry of late antiquity, established itself in the place of the servile system by a transition which was almost unnoticeable. 103 Paul Lewis happened not to be an ancient historian but a specialist in the history of French socialism and syndicalism and as much a modernist as Edouard Meyer, though with a lurch to the left, as the Italians say. Gustav Glotz, on the other hand, author of the Greek volume in the same series, was the outstanding Greek historian of his generation in France, yet all he could offer was a chapter on slavery, in no way an advance over Biexenschuttsbesitz and Erwerb, except for the astounding generalization, the absence of machinery is at once the cause and, to a certain extent, the effect of industrial slavery, repeated throughout the book more times than I can count, and a final 2-page peroration on the reasons why it is impossible to agree with either Bucher or Meyer, whose notions receive no consideration anywhere in the book. 104 And finally there was Jules Tautane, who proclaimed in the introduction to Economie Antique, 1927, a rejection of all theories and hypotheses in favor of an objective account of the documents alone, a method applauded by Henry Burr, who commissioned the volume for his series L'Evolution de vie humanite, and who managed to find in the documents no more about slavery than would occupy some 3 continuous pages of text if they were not scattered through. 5.1. The book. Slaves, employed in work on the land, were very numerous in all the Greek city-states, p. 52, is a typical, complete quotation. There is no point in continuing this catalogue, among the French as elsewhere, in examining Tenny Frank's Economic History of Rome, 1919, 1927, for example, or the multi-volume Economic Survey of Ancient Rome which he edited. Nothing is changed, nothing has advanced. There were rare exceptions, and two should be noticed. In 1901 Henry Francot published his two-volume L'Industrie dans la Grèce ancienne, which was, and still is, without parallel or peer. Francot could assemble and cite the documentation with the best of the antiquarians, but he also never lost sight of his stated intention, to link my subject to the whole, ensemble, of the history of Greece, to bind the destinies of industry to those of society itself. Quietly but persistently, he proceeded to examine the Biedermeier debate, to strike a balance on the side of Bucer on the particular issue of industry, while rejecting Bucer's Hauswirtschaft, household economy, as a sufficient account of the Greek economy, to evaluate and locate industry within the larger framework, and to offer the best assessment we have of the complex interplay between slave and free labor in manufacture, all done so quietly that this excellent book has been largely forgotten. 1051 man who did not overlook Francot was W. E. Heitland, and his Agricola, 1921, has many of the same virtues, though it is less sophisticated in its economic analysis and tends to amalgamate economic and moral considerations. It also suffers from a major vice, organization of the material according to ancient authors, and that, evidently, is why Heitland is still regularly consulted while Francot is not. There is no more convenient place to look up what Demosthenes has to tell us about agriculture, or the Roman jurists or Symmachus. Not many years later Westermann was invited by Wilhelm Kroll, on the recommendation of Rostov-Zef, to write a synthesis of the history of Greco-Roman enslavement 106 for the multi-volume classical encyclopedia commonly referred to as 52. Polywissoa. The first volume of the encyclopedia had appeared in 1894 and publication had been progressing steadily for a generation before anyone thought it necessary to include a substantial article on slavery. I do not know whether the initiative came from Kroll, then the editor, or from Rostov-Zef. The latter's involvement with the subject was of long standing. The Russian historians under whom he had trained had a social, and sociological, interest that was untypical among European scholars at the time. As early as 1910 Rostov-Zef had published a major, wide-ranging book on the colonnade, whereas Westermann had nothing in print to explain his Polywissoa assignment, though he had written a few articles on one or another economic topic. He set to work in the most diligent tradition of German scholarship, absorbed while he was a pupil of Eduard Myers, of whom he was in awe. Like Meyer, he had little use for, and little understanding of, the national economy, and a predisposition to play slavery down whenever a reasonable opportunity seemed to present itself. 107 But Westermann was equally in awe of Rostov-Zef, to whose memory the book on slavery that followed the Polywissoa article was dedicated. It is difficult, he once wrote when he presumed to disagree, to differ with the great authority of the late Professor Rostov-Zef upon social and economic problems of the Hellenistic and Roman periods of antiquity 108, and that created a dilemma. Rostov-Zef could be as modernist as anyone, and as contemptuous of economic theory, in particular of Marxism, which was his generic term for a whole range of theoretical position 109. However, his background: he was almost 50 when he left Russia during the revolution, and his liberal Weltanschauung were utterly unlike Meyer's, for whose judgments on most economic matters he showed little sympathy. Modern scholars, he wrote in an important summary statement, recoiling from the grossly exaggerated and untenable Marxian doctrine regarding the role of slavery in ancient times, are inclined to minimize the numbers of slaves and the part played by them in pre-Hellenistic Greek economy. 110 Underpinning this generalization was a serious effort to 53. Grapple with the apparent crisis that beset the classical Poles in the 4th century BC, and in particular with the mutual impact of slave and free labor on each other. 111 There followed equally serious, and carefully nuanced, accounts of Hellenistic slavery, region by region. My own disagreement with Rostov-Zef's conception of the ancient economy needs no reassertion at present. I am here concerned with the way slavery is examined dynamically within an historical account, not with the rightness or wrongness of that account. Nor am I concerned with the inconsistencies. He could assert, on the one hand, that by the Hellenistic period the economy differed from the modern economy only quantitatively, not qualitatively. 112 On the other hand, that if we consider the extent of the services that the citizens were expected to render to the state, we shall not be surprised that the economy of Hellenistic Rhodes was based on foreigners and slaves. 1131 Can dispute Rostovtsev's analysis of the 4th century Poles, whereas Westermann's chapter, entitled From the Persian Wars to Alexander, the social setting of Pole slavery, reveals total indifference to, if not unawareness of, the central issues. Or, to take another example, his brief criticism, p. 37, of Rostovtsev's assessment of the role of slavery in Hellenistic Rhodes employs an invalid statistical argument as a supposedly sufficient answer to a serious structural view. Paradoxically, the influence of Meyer's essential doctrine is also absent, apart from the persistently negative tone. It is in fact impossible to discover why Westermann says at the outset that Meyer laid the basis for the modern study of ancient slavery. He makes about a dozen references to Meyer's Sclaverl, most of them unnecessary, while he implicitly rejects Meyer's absurd cyclical conception, and overtly repudiates the latter's interpretation of the actions of the tyrant of Corinth, Periander. 114 Meyer's crusading against the national oikonomon makes no noticeable appearance. Only the ghost of Meyer is omnipresent. Westermann's mistakes have been repeatedly exposed, in reviews of the book and in subsequent publications on ancient slavery. 116 Although the scholarly achievement was nonetheless 54 considerable, it is necessary to ask what went wrong, badly wrong. A brief review of the Polly Wissowa article concluded as follows: The organization and essentially antiquarian character of this encyclopedia prohibit a real theoretical discussion and synthesis of many fundamental questions. For such a discussion we must await W.'s forthcoming volume. 116 I wrote that myself in 1936, a young student obviously treading on eggshells, hence the disingenuous shifting of responsibility to the encyclopedia, and desperately trying to flash signals. In vain. Westermann worked on, systematically and almost obsessively, for nearly 20 more years, and when the volume at last appeared in 1955, nothing had changed beyond the insertion of still more documents and several marginal topics, nothing, that is, except the new final chapters, which contain the one sustained argument in the whole work, directed against the view that Stoicism and Christianity contributed in any substantial way to the decline of ancient slavery. Those final chapters bring the question into sharp focus whether it was, or is, possible to write a better synthesis of the history of Greco-Roman enslavement. I shall return to that question in the end. Meanwhile we have reached the middle of the present century in this survey without having found many traces of the heated debates I promised at the beginning. Apart from the single question of Christianity and slavery, the heat was generated by the larger question of the nature of the ancient economy, and the still larger one of stages in historical development, in which slavery was only a factor. The heat over slavery did not erupt until the 1950s, and then with little advance warning. The first sign, easily missed as such, was the announcement in 1951 that the Mainz Academy was about to embark on a great research program into ancient slavery, under the direction of Joseph Voigt, who had studiously ignored the subject until then but has orchestrated the Mainz program ever since, though his own publications in the field are only articles, not books. Within the decade Voigt had published essays on slavery and humanity and the structure of ancient slave. 55. Wars and his Tübingen Recht oral address on human relationships in ancient slavery, and 3 monographs in the Mainz series had appeared, Mike Natt's short one on Homeric slavery, Laufer's 2 volumes on slavery in the Lorraine mines, and the first of Boehmer's 4 volumes on slaves in religion. The signs of the coming ideological controversy were now plainly to be seen, but hardly anyone appears to have taken notice, until the International Historical Congress at Stockholm in I-960, where sharp conflict broke into the open. Again the epicentre of the storm was in Germany, but this time it was concentrated on slavery as it had not been before. To trace the source, it is necessary to turn back briefly to two developments during the preceding half-century. The first is the revival of the classical humanism of the early 19th century, with its glorification of the eternal, universal validity of Hellenism and its identification of the Hellenic and German spirits. 117 That faith, G. Lob, had largely given way among German classicists in the late 19th century to pure scholarship. That is to say, they did not abandon a reverence of Greek virtues or the conviction of close affinity with it, but the earlier evangelism was stifled by increasing quantities of specialized, antiquarian, publications. The sense of purpose was thus lost. One reaction came from Eduard Meyer, another from what is sometimes known as the Third Humanism, led first by Wilamowitz and then by Werner Jaeger. Like that of Humboldt and his disciples, whose spiritual ancestry they warmly acknowledged, the Third Humanism amounted, in Momigliano's words, to a religion of classicism, an intuitive, or demonic, classicistic mysticism. 118 Like the humanism of Humboldt, too, it was a German mysticism. For Eduard Schwartz, the aim of the gymnasium can be only to educate Germans through antiquity, for Stier, Duddam and Griechentum are bound together. For Jaeger, classical humanism was the work of the German Protestant Geist. 119 Among the chief spokesmen, clearly, there were some of the greatest philological scholars of their epoch, and that strengthened their impact. In their return to Humboldt, however, they 5-6 adopted a different stance with respect to slavery, following Eduard Meyer's lead but generally going further. Whereas the Humboldt school openly accepted slavery as a necessary condition of that liberal spirit which has not reappeared to a similar extent among any other people, that is to say the spiritual role of noble and great attitudes truly worthy of a free man. 120 The Third Humanism simply turned its head. Saluting Wilamowitz on his 80th birthday, Eduard Schwartz said, "You brought us back to the knowledge of Hellenentum as an historical phenomenon, in all its manifestations from the beginning to the end, in its gods, heroes, and men, in all its constructions, in the forms of its poetry and its speech, in everything that it did and suffered, that it created and that it willed." 121 That long catalogue of the components of Hellenentum patently did not include slavery. In Wilamowitz's book on Greek state and society, they are entitled to a single paragraph, the core of which is the amelioration brought about by religion and custom, and to another dozen miscellaneous phrases or sentences, two of which consists of no more than putting slavery aside. 122 Jaeger was more thorough. The word slave does not appear in the detailed indices of his 3-volume Paideia. The other development occurred outside Germany. The Russian Revolution stimulated an unprecedented volume of Marxist historical writing, on ancient history that remained largely, though not wholly, within the confines of the Soviet Union, and I shall limit my brief consideration to the Russian writers. 123 In the first decade or two following the revolution, the older generation of historians, many of whom remained in the country, were largely involved in orienting themselves to Marxism. That concern stirred a renewed interest in the Biedermeier controversy, at a time when it had sunk into silence elsewhere. Bucher's Entstehung der Volkswirtschaft was translated into Russian in 1923, the Greek section of his Beitrage in 1924. But ancient slavery as such did not become a subject of major research, still less so as the mid-1930s approached and the Engelschian periodization became official. 57. Dogma: all ancient society, including the ancient Near East, was neatly pigeonholed into a slave-owning society and the slave mode of production. Formulas replaced inquiry, except in minor byways of the subject. When, therefore, the great debate began in 1951, there was no Marxist work on slavery, in or out of the Soviet Union, of any genuine significance later than Sisati and Salvioli. In effect, that was acknowledged by Soviet ancient historians by the early 1960s. At the beginning of 1963, for example, G. Diligensky, hardline editor of Vestnik Drevnyi Istoriai Journal of Ancient History, regretted that the cult of personality had exercised a determining negative influence on research work in the field of history and, in particular, ancient history. Such problems as the diverse forms of slave relations, he continued, were sometimes resolved with the aid of schematic formulas applied without the requisite concrete analysis of all the phenomena of a multifarious historical reality. 124 Here, as in many more important affairs, the Second World War was a watershed. Again I single out two elements, both of which had an impact in many countries but most powerfully in Germany. The first was the growing pressure to re-examine higher education, in particular the place of classical education, based in Germany on the traditional humanistic gymnasium. In Germany, in fact, reconstruction would be a more precise word than re-examination, among other reasons because of the hasty retreat from the central determining concepts of race and Führertum. 125 The second was the creation of the Eastern Bloc of countries, in the whole of which Marxism was the official philosophy of historical study, and again Germany was in a special position, in consequence of the division into West and East Germany, West and East Berlin. These elements are already visible in the early publications on slavery of Voigt himself and of the Mainz project. The abruptness of their emergence is perhaps surprising. The second edition of Voigt's History of the Roman Republic, published in 1951, reveals even more than normal disinterest in slavery, hardly finding space in which to mention the great slave revolts of the 58th, 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Perhaps I should therefore say explicitly that in what follows I have no private information and I attribute nothing to cold deliberation, to a conscious decision to adopt a certain line. All my inferences and interpretations arise solely from the published work behind which there lies oikos, the Paideia, the Bildung, of Voigt and his co-authors. I should also say, as I have already said in an earlier and different context, that the Mainz project, taken altogether, includes works that vary in quality and approach. There are among them good and inferior books and articles, as in most projects, and there are a number which are old-fashioned in their more or less neutral positivism. I shall be frankly selective, as my concern is with ideology, and for the moment I shall concentrate on Voigt's own articles, especially the earliest, which, I propose to show, already contain the main ideological elements that have since dominated the debate, and which, it is important to note, he was willing to reprint, essentially unchanged, in an English translation as late as 1974. In 1961 Voigt addressed the Deutsche Altphilologenverband on research on ancient slavery from Humboldt to the present day, and the lecture was then published in the journal Gymnasium, which likes to think of itself as spokesman for the humanistic Gymnasia. Why Humboldt, who did no research whatever into ancient slavery and scarcely mentioned it in all his voluminous writing? The answer is that Voigt identifies himself with the German tradition of humanism fathered by Humboldt. 126 His earliest essay, Slavery and Humanity, closes with these words: slavery was essential to the existence both of this Greek basic will to live and of the devotion to spiritual considerations. Those forces fundamental to Hellenism succeeded in wresting the miraculous creation of the polis and its civilization from the poverty of the land, the inclemency of the climate and the opposition of a hostile world. Slavery and its attendant loss of humanity were part of the sacrifice which had to be paid for this achievement. 127 But that is not the whole story. Perhaps, he writes in a later essay, it has been left to the classics to uphold the existence of 59. Intellectual standards in all areas of knowledge and skill, under conditions of general equality and universal freedom. 5. If the humanism of classical studies is to survive in our world, 5, we must abandon the old humanist tolerance of the inhumanity that enabled the Greeks and Romans to secure their development as human beings. 5. We must portray human society as it really was without concealing or extenuating its negative aspects. 5. 128 There, I believe, is one key to the whole exercise, a kind of saving the phenomena, rescuing classical humanism. 5. By certain concessions. I would add that human society as it really was 5 turns out to be not all that bad, as Voigt seeks and finds the humanity 5 that was constantly cropping up in the practice of slavery itself. It can hardly be irrelevant that in the From Humboldt 5 survey only one major figure comes through unscathed, and that is Eduard Meyer. In the crude dichotomy I suggested at the outset, Vogt's interest in ancient slavery is entirely a moralistic, or perhaps spiritual one, not a sociological one. Hence his obsession with Marxism treads a restricted path. The salient feature 5 of Edward Meyer's article on slavery, he writes, is that it destroys the notion of the supposedly regular development from primitive communism to the proletariat of modern capitalism. Political factors and various other forces are placed alongside economic ones. Marxism, on the contrary, can only approach the subject in terms of material production and the creation of a class structure 5. Therefore, in his repeated expressions of disagreement, Vogt can never go beyond generalized objections to Marxism as such, as he understands it. His concerns are spiritual, theirs material. Anyway, the purpose and the basic premises of Marxist historical scholarship in countries under communist rule have been fixed in advance for all time 5, making understanding 5 with them very difficult 5129 Vogt has throughout retained his characteristically cool tone, but the temperature shot up at the International Historical Congress in Stockholm in I-960, a year before the construction of the Berlin Wall, it is not irrelevant to point out. The full bitterness, above all between East and West Germans, is blunted in 60. The printed reports, one needed to sit through the meetings to catch it. And the session on ancient slavery, included in the program at the suggestion of the German Historical Association, was one of the main combat zones. The result of the confrontation was catastrophic. Van Aventuro later reported 130 that the confrontation was not spontaneous is demonstrable. The German periodical Seculum devoted all the issues of I-960 to a critique of Marxism, and what that meant is revealed by the titles of the 12 articles. 3 refer to Marx or historical materialism, 1 to Czech history, the remaining 8 to Soviet historiography. The volume was described by the distinguished French historian Robert Mandrot as an indictment, filled with excommunications and anathemas, for a trial in which the accused was to be denied the right of counsel. 131 The first fascicule was prepared beforehand and distributed at the Congress. It included a lengthy piece by Wittinghoff entitled The Theory of Historical Materialism about the Ancient Slaveowners' State and subtitled Problems of Ancient History in the Classics of Marxism and in Modern Soviet Research. This essay fits Mandrot's description exactly. Wittinghoff ignored publications that did not support his case and restricted himself to generalities and programmatic statements. 132 That was too easy. Even some Soviet historians were beginning to say the same in essence, if not in language. Not once did Wittinghoff discuss a question of substance with regard to ancient slavery, contenting himself in a footnote, in the wrong context, with the inevitable, everything essential was already said by Edward Meyer in his fundamental lecture of 1898. 133 In the Congress program Wittinghoff had only a brief communication, on the significance of slavery in the transition from antiquity to the Middle Ages in the West. 134 Despite the broad title, his exclusive concern was again with absurdities to be found in Soviet writing on the subject between 1933 and 1953. In closing, he conceded that the approach which he had no trouble in dismissing was no longer acceptable to Soviet historians. Why bother, then? I believe I had myself given the 61 answer 2 years beforehand, in the guise of a discussion of ancient slavery. There has been a desultory discussion of Marxist theory, none of it, on either side, particularly illuminating about either Marxism or slavery. 13.5 In the context of the Stockholm Congress in I-960, the hammering, the wholly negative presentation, and the insistence on restricting Marxism to Soviet writers, seem, taken together, to constitute an intentional political act. I have deliberately selected an extreme manifestation within a cultural political situation that was in reality multifarious, and I ask forbearance while I continue a little longer. In 1963 Vogt commissioned a monograph on slavery and technology in the Roman Empire. When the book, by Franz Kiekel, appeared in the Mind series in 1969, its by no means obvious opening sentence was, "Consideration of the methods of production had basic importance in the Marxist conception of history from the outset." 136. The penultimate sentence, 176 pages later, rejected a statement by Edward Thompson, identified as the English historian influenced by the Marxist view of history, on the ground that the social structures of the 4th century AD and of the period at the turn from the Middle Ages to the modern era were not at all radically different. The volume itself contains much factual information about technology in the Roman Empire. My present concern, however, is solely with the way it was conceived and written, as an unrelenting attack on Marxism. Kuekel begins with the prejudicially incorrect assertion that the view that the use of slave labor was an impediment to technical progress was originated by Karl Marx. 137. He then follows throughout his book with the equally incorrect implication that only Marxists have held such a view, an implication he can project only by unrelenting selectivity in his citation of modern authorities. 138. In the meantime, Kuekel had suggested to a pupil, Wilhelm Backhaus, that he write his dissertation on Marx, Engels, and slavery. It was duly submitted in 1971 and published as a book in 1974, not in the Mind series. Again, the reader is surprised. The first quotation on the first page of the text proper is from 62. Stalin, not from Marx or Engels, and throughout, later Marxism competes for attention with Marx and Engels, Marxism being equated with writers from Eastern Europe. In the preface he lays down the most remarkable methodological principle I have ever encountered in the history of ideas. In what follows the author identifies as Marxist all authors who claim this predicate for themselves. To differentiate terminologically in this respect is not within his competence, and it is not his task. 139. The abdication of intellectual responsibility does not end there. By the time Backhaus had completed his work, Marxist writing about antiquity was appearing in the West at an accelerating pace, and anyone familiar with it will know how much of it is frankly groping, tentative and mutually polemical. Today the quantity of this writing is almost beyond the capacity of any single historian. Backhaus resolves the difficulty by ignoring all of it. There is not a single Marxist work on ancient slavery in his bibliography that was written in English, French or Italian, other than by Marx, Engels, or Ciotti. The monolithic picture he then succeeds in drawing, apart from other flaws, is a caricature of the current situation in Marxist thinking, one to which Mandro's assessment of Wittinghoff's 1960 article applies with equal force, and one that is equally a political act. 140. The habit of using the ancient world as a springboard for a larger political polemic is of course not a monopoly of any one camp or school. However, I shall not pursue the examination of current trends any further. My aim has not been to provide a complete bibliographical survey. Omissions, which have been considerable for the period since the First World War, carry no implication about the importance or unimportance of any historian or any particular publication. I have, after all, said nothing so far about my own research in the field and little about my assessment of ancient slavery. I have rather sought to demonstrate the extent and depth of ideological significance inherent in the modern study of ancient slavery, by concentrating on major examples of scholarly work of stature in which, on my view, the ideological impulses are strongest, though rarely. 3. Acknowledged as such in academic circles, in contrast to Marxist writing, which is automatically criticized for its bias. Backhaus closed his book on Marx and slavery with these words: "We must regret that virtually the only historians who make an effort to achieve an integrated approach to slavery are those who tread the path marked out by Marx and Engels." The implication, curious coming from him, is that anti-Marxism is not of itself an integrated approach. I agree, and I have tried to show how powerful an ideology it has nevertheless been. But my aim is not a plea for the end of theoretical concerns. In historical study that can lead only to a heaping up of discrete data, of raw material for the historian, not to history itself. The difficult discrimination that has to be made is between appropriate social theory and political ideology in the narrow sense. Nor does my critique of the moralistic approach imply an end to moral judgments. I return to the rhetorical question I posed earlier, about Wallin. What difference did it make to him whether Athens had 100,000, 200,000, or 400,000 slaves? Was the evil less if there were only 100,000? I see no validity in an ethical system that holds such a question to be meaningful, any more than in Vogt's belief that detailed research will one day produce a moral calculus with which to determine whether slavery was a beneficial growth or a malignant cancer on the ancient body politic. 141 Slavery is a great evil. There is no reason why a historian should not say that, but to say only that, no matter with how much factual backing, is a cheap way to score a point on a dead society to the advantage of our own. Retrospective indignation is also a way to justify the present. 142 The present-day moralistic approach has taken a different turn. It starts from the high evaluation of ancient culture and then tries to come to terms with its most troublesome feature, slavery. Anyone who clings to the cause of neoclassicism or classical humanism has little room for maneuver, except in the way he prefers to abate the nuisance of ancient slavery, or, as with Voigt, in the way he tries to rescue the record of Christianity. The rest of us must tread another path, and it is to us that I 64. Address the question once again, in a variant form: why should we struggle to establish the number of slaves in classical Athens? To reply, in the language of Wilamowitz and Edward Schwartz, that we want to know everything about the classical world, is insufficient. First, their answer presupposes the neoclassical valuation. Secondly, knowing everything easily degenerates into collecting all known butterflies, or postage stamps or matchboxes. To locate slavery within ancient society, in order to understand that society, is a much more difficult and more rewarding enterprise. But it requires asking the right questions, and the historian must ask them himself. The ancient sources do not do that often enough, and, when they do, they often fail to ask the right questions. They are asking their questions, not ours. There lies the incurable flaw in the famed philological method. It forgets the elementary methodological truth stated in the following way by Charles Darwin in 1861. About 30 years ago there was much talk that geologists ought only to observe and not theorize, and I well remember someone saying that at this rate a man might as well go into a gravel pit and count the pebbles and describe the colors. How odd it is that anyone should not see that all observation must be for or against some view if it is to be of any service. 143 In more formal language, all statements of fact presuppose concepts whose meaning is at least partly given by the context of theory. 144 Neither the philologist nor the historian has any claim to exemption. Buckland noted that there is scarcely a problem in Roman law the solution of which may not be affected by the fact that one of the parties to the transaction is a slave. 145 That is too narrow. I should say that there was no action or belief or institution in Greco-Roman antiquity that was not one way or other affected by the possibility that someone involved might be a slave. It follows that slavery cannot be abstracted from its context. It follows, too, that my answer to the question I posed and left earlier, whether we may look forward to a qualitatively better synthesis than Westermann's of the history of Greco-Roman enslavement, is a mixed one. Beyond doubt there can be one. 65. Which is more accurate, more complete in its knowledge and control of the ancient evidence, more tightly and coherently organized. However, the more profound difficulty is not with Westermann's details but with his view of ancient society in particular and of the social process in general. Every such book, like any historical work on warfare, religion, or the economy, ancient or modern, Eastern or Western, implies, and can make explicit in only a limited way, these basic views. It is noteworthy how much of the current debate about American slavery moves beyond disagreement about the immediate data and their interpretation to other matters, to Catholicism and Protestantism, to racism, absentee land holding, the world cotton market, the limitations inherent in a federal state structure, ad infinitum. Serious debate about ancient slavery is no different qualitatively, though the other matters are not identical and the available data are despairingly slight in quantity. In the end, therefore, a genuine synthesis of the history of ancient slavery can only be a history of Greco-Roman society. 66. Chapter 2. The emergence of a slave society. Fustel de Coulanges began his remarkable study of the Roman colonate in this way. The colonate is one of the most obscure institutions of the Roman Empire. Slavery is more easily explained. He was wrong about the latter. No doubt, as he continued, slavery was a primordial fact, contemporary with the origin of society. It had its roots in an age of the human species when all inequalities had their raison d'etre, and but the Greeks and Romans, independently so far as we can see, transformed this primordial fact into something new and wholly original in world history, and something rare throughout history, namely, an institutionalized system of large-scale employment of slave labor in both the countryside and the cities. In Marxist language, the slave mode of production was the decisive invention of the Greco-Roman world too. That invention is not easily explained. We must begin with a crude, but fundamental and indeed commonplace, distinction between labor for oneself and labor for others. Oneself is to be understood not in a narrow individualistic sense but as embracing the family, nuclear or extended as the case may be in any particular society. That is to say, the work of the women and children within the family, no matter how authoritarian and patriarchal its structure, is not subsumed under this category of labor for others, though I am aware that I face objections from several directions when I say that. Nor is interfamily cooperative activity, as during harvest periods. Labor for others implies not only that others take some of the fruits but also that they customarily control, in direct ways, the work that is done and the manner of its doing, whether in person or through agents and managers. Neither the independent peasant nor the tenant farmer normally satisfies the 67. Second of those conditions, though he pays taxes or rents or both, and may be restricted in various ways by public law. That is again a commonplace, but I must insist on it at the outset because failure to draw so elementary a distinction has plagued much of the debate about ancient slavery in the past century. The need to mobilize labor power for tasks that are beyond the capacity of the individual or the family reaches back into prehistory. Such a need was present whenever a society attained a stage of sufficient accumulation of resources and power in some hands, whether king, temple, ruling tribe, or aristocracy. And the requisite labor force was obtained by compulsion, by force of arms, or by force of law and custom, usually by both together for all purposes, or interests, not amenable to straightforward cooperation, in agriculture or mining or public works or arms manufacture. Compulsory labor takes a considerable variety of forms, today as in the past: debt bondage, clientship, peonage, hellotage, serfdom, chattel slavery, and so on. But whatever the form, the compulsion is fundamentally different from that lying behind hired labor, which implies the conceptual abstraction of a man's labor power from the man himself. The wage laborer also surrenders some of his independence when he accepts employment, but such loss cannot be classed with that suffered by slaves or serfs. In early societies, free hired labor, though widely documented, was spasmodic, casual, marginal. Significantly, in neither Greek nor Latin was there a word with which to express the general notion of labor or the concept of labor as a general social function, for only with the development of capitalism did wage labor emerge as the characteristic form of labor for others. Labor power then became one of the main commodities in the marketplace. With slavery, in contrast, the laborer himself is the commodity. The slave is in that respect unique among types of labor despite overlapping with, for example, the most oppressive kinds of serfdom or with convict labor. 6. The slave and the free wage laborer thus stand at the 68th extreme poles of labor for others, but historically the important contrast is rather between slaves and other types of compulsory labor. As institutionalized systems of organizing labor, other kinds of involuntary labor preceded chattel slavery, and both preceded, and then coexisted with, free hired labor. In order to understand ancient slavery, therefore, some preliminary consideration is required of the labor systems within which it arose and which it largely displaced in key areas of the classical world, though by no means in all. It must be acknowledged at the outset that in current historical and sociological writing the classification of types of labor is in a bad state. Behind faulty classification there is of course faulty theory, or at least inadequate conceptualization. Only a few years ago Malassu complained, in the present state of research, there is in fact no general theory which permits us to identify slavery or the objective basis of its coming into existence eventually. No formal criterion has been brought to light that permits a categorical distinction between slaves and all other components. 6. At one extreme, marginal distinctions are insisted on so fiercely that all institutions are reduced to an infinity of discrete instances, stultifying any possibility of analysis or understanding. Thus Laufer assured us at the Stockholm Historical Congress that we must not translate the Greek doulos or the Latin servus as slave because that word is too reminiscent of modern Negro slavery, whereas the ancient slave is a wholly different social type, though he never told us why. 7. At the other extreme there is the tendency to create a suprahistorical melange that defies all scientific principles. 8. One variant, common among Anglo-American anthropologists, goes like this, and it is by no means restricted to slavery. First, a host of, let us say, African statuses and status terms are translated as slaves. Second, it is observed that at essential points these so-called slaves are extremely unlike the slaves of classical antiquity or of the Americas. Third, instead of reconsidering their appellation slaves to their own subjects, these anthropologists angrily protest the ethnocentrism of Western historians and sociologists and demand 69. That the latter redefine and reclassify slaves in order to provide a place for their own pseudo-slaves. 9. An even worse situation prevails with regard to the other forms of compulsory labor that have appeared throughout history. It is a sign of our grave difficulty in comprehension that we are unable even to translate the labels into modern Western languages. Helot is not a translation but an adoption, Detbondsman is an artificial coinage, Pelotai, Lao, clients, Colony have not even been adopted but merely transliterated. When I say that we cannot translate these terms I do not imply that historians do not translate them all the time, writing about the Greco-Roman world and even more about the ancient Near East. The magnetism of the traditional tripartite division of labor into slave-serf-free appears to be irresistible. Procedures vary. The most common is to label everyone who is not obviously a slave or a free man a serf. The Helots of Sparta, the Penastai of Thessaly, the Lao of Hellenistic and Roman Asia Minor, and the varying dependents who made up the bulk of the population of Mesopotamia. The exotic feudalisms that so irritated Mark Bloch 10 have proliferated considerably since his day, only to reach what has been called the impasse of a quasi-universal feudalism. 111 Current Marxist school has taken another tack. In a recent article with the revealing title, Slaves, Helots, and Serfs in Early Antiquity, the distinguished Leningrad Assyriologist Diakonov asserts that there is no difference between these two types of workers, slaves and helots/serfs, in regard to the main points, viz. Both were exploited by extra economic coercion, and both were entirely devoid of property in the means of production. Underlying that conclusion, factually incorrect in part, there is a desperate rearguard action designed to save the phenomena of the Engelschian unilinear scheme. All ancient societies, says Diakonov, in Europe as well as on all other continents, belong to a typologically identical socio-economic formation, sharing a common system of production typical of antiquity. 1-2 Not surprisingly, attempts at classification, good or bad, turn out to depend on underlying theoretical or ideological consider. 70. Asians. Whereas Laufer defends the humanist valuation of classical society by insisting on the uniqueness of the ancient slave as a social type, Diakonov and his school defend their version of Marxism by creating an easy suprahistorical melange defying all scientific principles of classification. In effect the latter fall back on a tautology, the slave is an instrument in the slave mode of production. However, to quote Malassu once more, it is really not obvious that slavery is only a relationship of production. 1-3 Whether it is or not is a matter for demonstration, not an axiomatic premise. One fact is at least indisputable, that chattel slavery existed as a major institution in such different social formations as the Roman Empire and 19th century America. That all forms of involuntary labor can formally be classed in a single category is self-evident. But is that a useful classification? Do extra economic compulsion and lack of ownership of the means of production exhaust the main points, as Diakonoff asserts? Are the self-evident differences among the various kinds of compulsory labor unimportant? A few examples will, in my view, suggest the inadequacy of Diakonoff's simple scheme as a tool of historical analysis. One, for it can scarcely be disputed, first, that helots were collective bondsmen, that is to say, they were a whole population, or populations, subjected to bondage, whereas debt bondsmen and slaves fell into bondage individually, one by one. That distinction holds even for the hundreds of thousands of captives sold off by Julius Caesar or for the shiploads of African captives transported to the Americas. Their fate was an individual one, not a collective one. It is equally certain, secondly, that all categories of compulsory labor other than chattel slaves possessed, in different degrees, restricted rights of property and usually much wider rights in the sphere of marriage and family law. These rights were de jure in at least some societies, well documented in the law code of Gordon in Crete, perhaps only de facto in other communities, though that suggestion may be grounded on nothing more than the paucity of evidence. Either way there were significant consequences, helots and clients and the rest. 7.1. Were self-reproducing, unlike the chattel slave populations, requiring no reinforcement from outside in order to maintain the requisite numbers, and they were looked upon and feared by their masters, with good reason, as potentially rebellious as a group, I might almost say as a subject community. 15. The debt bondsmen of archaic Athens and Rome offer the extreme example, and there may have been similar dependent classes in other early communities about which we are uninformed. They succeeded in freeing themselves en bloc and thereby automatically re-establishing themselves as full members of their respective communities. That was civil strife, a conflict within the community, not a slave revolt. The aims of the latter were to emancipate themselves as individuals, not to incorporate themselves into the master's community or to transform the social structure. In this context, it is also noteworthy that when the Messenian helots were freed, again en bloc, by the Thebans after they had defeated Sparta at Leuctra in 371 BC, the Messenians were at once accepted by the Greeks generally as a proper Greek community. Objection has been raised in the past to my stress on such distinctions among types of compulsory labor. The whole scheme is only a juristic abstraction, or a mere description of institutions without inquiring into their function. 1.6. True, no classification or taxonomy, no matter how detailed, is a sufficient account of the nature of a given society and its transformations. It can only be deemed to be more or less useful than competing classifications as an analytical tool in a particular inquiry. The question in the present context is whether or not such distinctions, the existence of which cannot be seriously denied, contribute substantially to an understanding of the emergence of a slave society, in other words, to the replacement of other forms of compulsory labor by chattel slavery where that occurred. In Diakonoff's vague terminology, are they or are they not main points? I shall not try to answer on the level of grand theory, in a more or less metaphysical debate about the dynamic or dialectic of history. 1.7. Instead, I shall proceed. 72. Immediately to a more detailed examination of the slave and slavery. As a commodity, the slave is property. At least since Westermarck writing at the beginning of the present century, some sociologists and historians have persistently tried to deny the significance of that simple fact, on the ground that the slave is also a human being or that the owner's rights over a slave are often restricted by the law. 1.8. All this seems to me to be futile. The fact that a slave is a human being has no relevance to the question whether or not he is also property, it merely reveals that he is a peculiar property, Aristotle's property with a soul, Politics I 253b 32. Reciprocally, the Old Latin word eris also implies the peculiarity of a slave property. Defined in the Oxford Latin Dictionary as see a man in relation to his servants, master, eros was regularly and frequently used by slaves in the comedies of Plautus and even of Terence, in preference to dominus. Later poets continued to employ the word as an occasional archaism, but they extended it to mean also the owner of an animal or other property, thus sacrificing the original implication that the slave-master relationship was odd, indeed unique, among property relations. 1-9 Legal restrictions on the rights of a slave owner are also a side issue. In modern sociological and juridical theories of any school, all property is understood to be a matrix of rights, rarely if ever unlimited. The precise rights that constitute the matrix vary with kinds of property and kinds of society. Property, in other words, is an historical category, and that is one more commonplace that I must regretfully enunciate in order to remove the confusions that still prevail on the subject. When Roman lawyers defined a slave as someone who was in the dominium of another, they used the quintessential property term dominium. 20 They were not dissuaded by the slave's human quality, not even when they used the word homo to refer to a slave, as they did frequently. 21 Nor were the millions of slave owners who bought and sold slaves, overworked them, beat and tortured them, and sometimes put them to death, precisely as millions of horse owners have done throughout history. Other. 73. Millions did not exercise their rights to the full in this way. That is interesting, even important, but it does not undermine the slave property link conceptually. The failure of any individual slave owner to exercise all his rights over his slave property was always a unilateral act on his part, never binding, always revocable. That is a critical fact. So is its reverse, the equally unilateral, always revocable grant by a slave owner of a specific privilege or benevolence. As for promises, one of Plautus' slaves succinctly exposed their standing: no master can be brought to court over a promise to a slave, Persa 193-4. Even the act of manumission could be, and frequently was, qualified in a multitude of ways. Failure to appreciate the fundamental significance of this unilaterality, as when Edward Meyer compared the chances of ancient slaves and modern wage earners to achieve wealth and social position. 22 Destroys the possibility of fixing and comprehending the nature and history of slavery within any given society. Paradoxically, it was precisely this quality of the slave, as property, that offered the owning class flexibility, to which I shall return shortly, not available with other forms of compulsory labor. That is one reason why I stress what is a juristic category and therefore of itself not a sufficient definition of the slave. How individual owners chose to treat their peculiar property was normally not a matter of mere whim or of differences in personality. Owners frequently offered slaves the incentive of eventual manumission through various arrangements which automatically brought into being a chain of behavior and expectations that affected the master, too. Although in law and in fact he could always revoke the offer, the material gains to be derived from slavery would have been sharply reduced if such arrangements were not as a rule honored. The slave owner's rights over his slave property were total in more senses than one. The slave, by being a slave, suffered not only total loss of control over his labor 2-3 but total loss of control over his person and his personality, the uniqueness of 74. Slavery, I repeat, lay in the fact that the laborer himself was a commodity, not merely his labor or labor power. His loss of control, furthermore, extended to the infinity of time, to his children and his children's children unless, again, the owner by a unilateral act broke the chain through unconditional manumission. And even then, only children born subsequently were beneficiaries, not those already in existence at the moment of manumission. There is indeed ample evidence that manumission was not rarely withheld until a slave had progeny who could replace him, or her, in servitude, though there is no way of determining how frequent a practice this was, or whether it was largely restricted to certain categories of slaves, such as those in the Roman imperial employ. This totality of the slave owner's rights was facilitated by the fact that the slave was always a deracinated outsider, an outsider first in the sense that he originated from outside the society into which he was introduced as a slave, Second, in the sense that he was denied the most elementary of social bonds, kinship. Qu ern patriam, qui servos est. Plautus, Captivi 574. What father, when he is a slave? The contrast with Spartan helots, Thessalian penesti, or the clients of early Rome provides the clearest delineation. As has already been suggested, never did the master class need or attempt to replenish the supply of dependent labor of this kind from outside. In stressing the kinlessness of slaves, I am concerned less with the juridical position, primarily the exclusion of slaves from legally recognized marriage, hence the Roman insistence on the word contubernium, than with the de facto position. There were slave unions and slave families, beyond a doubt, but they counted among the privileges that could be granted unilaterally by a slave owner, and withdrawn unilaterally. The very possibility could be totally withdrawn by castration. As the poet Statius wrote in praise of Domitian's ineffectual prohibition of the practice, Silvi 3.4.767, nor by a harsh law are slave mothers fearful of the burden of sons. Complete and brutal withdrawal of the kinship privilege also took the form of dispersing a slave family through sale. In AD 75, 325 Constantine ordered an official to stop the breakup of slave families on imperial estates in Sardinia which he had transferred to private ownership, Theodosian Code 2.25.1, and that was almost certainly the earliest governmental interference with the practice. 2. A little earlier the jurists were ruling that in an inte state succession or in certain other situations in which the contrary intention was not made explicit, slave families should not be broken up. 2.6 That reflects a humane tendency, no doubt, but the more significant point is the stress on intent. The slave owner's freedom in this respect was not being challenged as late as the 3rd century. We shall never know how common the practice was in antiquity to break up slave families. On the one hand, the presence in substantial numbers of slave children may be thought to argue for a relative permanence of slave unions. On the other hand, one body of evidence is highly suggestive in the opposite direction. We now possess 60-odd original documents, nearly all from Egypt, recording the private sale of slaves, and in not one case is an adult male slave sold together with a wife or children. Furthermore, a study of the 29 papyri that record the sex and age of female slaves sold in Egypt under the Roman Empire shows only 2 instances of the sale of a mother with child or children. 2.611 of the girls in the catalogue were under the age of 17, 7 under the age of 13. One 14-year-old had already been sold 3 times previously. Unless one is prepared to believe that all the girls were orphans, all the mature women either unmarried or widowed and childless, even such limited documentation has serious implications. As a pointer, I quote from a recent American study in which it was calculated that even on the low estimate that a mere 92% of the slave population of the southern states was sold in any given year, the statistical consequence was that any given slave had a virtually 50% chance of being sold at least once in the course of a 35-year lifetime and on average would witness 2-4 sales of members of his family of origin and of his own immediate family. After all allowance is made for personal, regional, and temporal variations, the authors rightly conclude. 76. That the threat of sale was sufficiently large to affect the life of every slave. 27 A priori these 3 components of slavery, the slave's property status, the totality of the power over him, and his kinlessness, provided powerful advantages to the slave owner as against other forms of involuntary labor. He had greater control and flexibility in the employment of his labor force and far more freedom to dispose of unwanted labor. 28 In consequence, a hierarchy arose within the slave population. One need only think of the following contemporaries: the slaves in the Spanish gold and silver mines or in the chain gangs on Italian estates, the slaves in the imperial civil service, the slave overseers and stewards on the land, the urban slaves conducting their own commercial and manufacturing establishments in Rome and the other cities of Italy through the device of the peculium, to which we shall return. The slaves, in other words, constituted a type within the larger class of involuntary labor, but they were at the same time significantly divisible into subtypes. Stated differently, the slaves were a logical class and a juridical class, but not, in any usual sense of that term, a social class. 2.9 Yet, for all the advantages, or apparent advantages, slavery was a late and relatively infrequent form of involuntary labor, in world history generally and in ancient history in particular. Advantages and disadvantages are not essences but historical attributes that come and go under changing social and economic conditions. The critical question in the development and decline of ancient slavery can therefore be examined only by an inquiry into the necessary and sufficient conditions. What, in other words, brought about the transformation from the primordial fact of individual slaves to the existence of slave societies, and what subsequently brought about a reversal of that process? The process was not only complex, but uneven, and in a sense incomplete. Free labor was never eliminated, not only incidental hired labor but the central labor of the independent peasants and artisans. The coexistence of free and slave labor, furthermore, was more than a coincidence in time and place, it was often a symbiosis, as in Italian agriculture wherein 77. Adequate supply of free seasonal labor was a necessary condition for both the proper operation of slave latifundia and the economic survival of the free peasantry. 3.0 That is straightforward enough, unlike the survival of non-slave forms of involuntary labor. The latter opens up the very large question of the unity we implicitly posit when we speak of the Greco-Roman world, a question I cannot discuss except in the one aspect immediately relevant to the matter of involuntary labor. So long as the individual communities remained relatively small and self-enclosed, embracing urban center and rural hinterland within a single structure, the polis in Greek, the rule seems to have been that slavery and other forms of compulsory labor did not coexist. In Athens, the rather mysterious groups known as Peletai and Hectomoroi were replaced after Solon's reforms at the beginning of the 6th century BC by slaves, or by free peasants, whereas, in contrast, the survival of helots rendered slaves unnecessary for the Spartans. That was the pattern, however, only in the Old Greek world, the Greek mainland and the Aegean and Ionian islands. Elsewhere, Greek dispersion from early in the 8th century BC into territories occupied by peoples whose social structure was less advanced often brought about a mixed system. In the countryside, widespread non-slave involuntary labor was introduced, as on the shores of the Black Sea, in parts of Asia Minor, and even for perhaps 2 centuries in Syracuse, whereas in the cities proper, Greek innovations in these areas, genuine slavery developed, though I do not believe we can say much more about it than those few, admittedly vague words. The subject is one about which we have hardly any documentation, but, in broad outline, recent study has substantiated the picture I have sketched so briefly. 3.1 Later, the establishment of territorial states through conquest had similar consequences with respect to exploitation. The Greco-Macedonian rulers in the eastern lands conquered by Alexander left the rural labor regime basically unchanged, and that means perhaps 80 or even 90% of the total labor. 78. Force. Why should they have done otherwise? But the ruling class in the newly created Greek polis, in their determined effort to continue their old way of life, expected slave labor and obtained it. 3.2 The Romans behaved in the same way as their Hellenistic predecessors. In Sicily, where the Syracusan Kylareoi had apparently disappeared by the early 4th century BC at the latest, slave labor became the sole form of involuntary labor and remained so after the Roman conquest. The same was largely true in Italy, though I take the view that in the areas of latest conquest on the peninsula debt bondsmen were a significant element, and that throughout Italy tenants who fell into debt were in effect held on the land by compulsion. 3.3 Everywhere else, apart perhaps from the northern provinces, the common pattern until the late empire seems to have been one of urban slavery and rural dependent, rather than slave, labor, though more study is still necessary, for Spain and Gaul in particular. 3.4 Once more, I had better repeat that free independent peasants and artisans survived all the political changes, in large numbers, and that nothing I have said implies that there were no slaves in the provincial countryside. A pattern does not require unanimity. In some, slave societies, as distinct from societies in which there were slaves, were not to be found in all parts of what eventually became the Roman Empire. What we accept as a political unit, and in a sense as a cultural unit, was not ipso facto an economic or social unity. In Wallerstein's conceptual scheme, it was a world empire, not a world system. 5, a structure in which different labor regimes and modes of production coexisted and were tied together politically rather than economically. 3. An account of the development of Greco-Roman slavery must therefore restrict itself, at least initially, to the central areas of Greece, Italy, and Sicily, and that is what I shall do. It is conventional to begin the analysis by what I have repeatedly called the numbers game. 5. I shall not join in, both because it has long been clear that the evidence does not permit genuine quantification and because most of the players start 79. From the false assumption that they must either produce astronomical figures in order to justify the label slave society or, in opposition, that they somehow eliminate a slave society by demolishing the extreme figures. In I-860 the slaves made up 33% population in the southern states of the United States, a slightly lower percentage in Cuba and Brazil. 3.6 On conservative estimates 60,000 slaves in Athens at the end of the 5th century BC, 2 million in Italy at the end of the Republic. The comparable percentages are in precisely the same range, about 30 and 35%, respectively. That is more than sufficient, especially since the signs all say that slave owners in antiquity were found considerably lower in the social and economic scale than in the New World. 3.7 And since this proportion of slaves was retained in antiquity over a long period of time, the entire history of slavery in the United States lasted no more than the period from Augustus to Septimius Severus. It is equally impossible to quantify the distribution of slaves among the free men. However, a few indisputable figures will give an idea of the concentration at the upper end. Early in the 4th century BC, the father of Demos thence had two groups of slaves, making furniture, swords, and cutlery, 52 or 53 in total. In the previous generation, the orator Lysias and his brother jointly inherited about twice that number, engaged in producing shields, the largest single manufacturing establishment on record in the whole of antiquity. The slave workforce in the Athenian silver mines during the classical period often ran into 5 figures, a prefect of the city of Rome. In the reign of Nero, Lucius Petanius Secundus had 400 slaves in his town house alone. At about the same time, the administration of the Roman aqueducts maintained a permanent staff of 700 slaves, including the architects. I have cited these few, admittedly outsized figures as a prelude to the general point that an assessment of the place of slaves in a society is not a matter of their totals, given a reasonably large number, but of their location, in two senses: first, who their owners were, secondly, what role they played, in the economy. 80. But not only in the economy. There were no slave employments, apart from mining as a general rule and domestic service, the latter defined as service in households other than those of one's immediate family. Equally there were no free employments, other than law and politics, as distinct from administration, and normally the army, but not the navy, and excluding the servants of individual soldiers. In practice, however moralists such as Aristotle or Cicero may have evaluated the work, all other occupations were shared by slaves and free men, often working side by side on identical tasks. Xenophon's remark that those who can do so buy slaves so that they may have fellow workers, Memorabilia 2.3.3, not mere sententiousness. 3.9 The ratios between slaves and free men in any occupation varied greatly in time and place. One need only contrast the normally free, respected physicians of Greece and their often unfree, always low-status counterparts in Rome and Italy. Such distinctions are interesting but marginal. The location of slavery cannot be determined by occupational tests. One fundamental nuance in Xenophon's remark is that the fellow workers were a slave owner together with his slave or slaves, not slaves alongside hired free labor. In all Greek or Roman establishments larger than the family unit, whether on the land or in the city, the permanent workforce was composed of slaves, or of other kinds of involuntary labor where that regime survived. I stress the word permanent, for, as I have already indicated, free casual and temporary hired labor was common enough, and indeed indispensable, in agriculture and in such abnormal activities as temple building. Not many generalizations about the ancient world can be substantiated with such certainty, with so few exceptions in the documentation. 4. Farm tenancy, which is often adduced as an alternative to agricultural slavery, was no exception to this rule. Tenants were not employees, they either took on family-size farms which they worked without additional labor, or they leased larger holdings and themselves employed slaves. Either way, they did not breach the normal structure of labor on the land. Nor was there a slave level of work, in the larger establishments, urban and 81. Rural. Slaves performed all tasks from the most menial to the professional and managerial. We may therefore locate slavery neatly and simply. With one exception which I shall clarify in a moment, free men dominated small-scale farming, much of it subsistence farming, as well as petty commodity production and small-scale trading in the cities. Slaves dominated, and virtually monopolized, large-scale production in both the countryside and the urban sector. It follows that slaves provided the bulk of the immediate income from property, that is, income from other than political sources, such as the vast sums pocketed by Roman Republican commanders and provincial officials or tax farmers, and other than the secondary income obtained by the rich from money lending, of the elites, economic, social and political. 4. The exception I mentioned is primarily a procedural one, the practice, probably much more common in Italy than in Greece, whereby slaves enriched their owners by working as independent craftsmen, shopkeepers and businessmen through what the Romans called peculium, was merely a variant procedure for the benefit of the daylight. In one sense it led to considerable slave participation in petty commodity production, with important social consequences, but economically it did not disturb the location of slavery as the basic source of THIRD income. Manumission, finally, was often but a further extension of the peculium idea. I have of course been referring only to those central areas in which other forms of involuntary labor were displaced by slavery. They were the slave societies of Greco-Roman antiquity, and they were that precisely because of the location of slavery within them. And so the time has come to consider how and why that rare phenomenon came into being. The conventional starting point has almost always been the natural state of war that has supposedly existed in early times and in simple societies among different tribes and peoples. Already in antiquity, and in modern times ever since the international lawyers of the 16th and 17th centuries, it has been repeated like a litany that slavery was in the first instance a mitigation of barbarian modes of warfare. That was Fustel's primordial fact. 82. Historians of antiquity have then gone a step further, and insisted on war and conquest as the necessary condition for the creation of a slave society. I must demur at some length. The fallacy arises from a view of Roman history that is so dazzled by the vastness of the conquests and enslavements of the last 2 centuries before Christ that it is blind to the unmistakable, considerably earlier growth of slavery in Rome. For no one will deny the enormous leap that occurred after the Second Punic War. A similar leap occurred in the course of American history, for different reasons, but that does not invalidate the view that the southern states were already a slave society in the first half of the 18th century. So was Rome not later than the 3rd century BC. All vigorous new institutions develop and expand, but that process follows their introduction and cannot be confused with the latter. Admittedly, the 2 centuries before 200 BC are a wasteland for the student of Roman social and economic history, but the signs all point in the same direction. A first tax on manumissions is reported to have been levied as early as 357 BC. Livy 7.16.7. By the last quarter of that century, controversy arose over the votes of freedmen in the Roman assemblies, Livy 9.46.10-14. In 296, during the Third Samnite War, freedmen were called up for military service, Livy 10.21.4. In that same war, Livy records the enslavement of nearly 40,000 captives, a figure which may not be accurate but is also not complete. 43 in 262 came the first of a long series of mass enslavements during the Punic Wars, 25,000 after the capture of Agrigentug. 4 No one will seriously suggest that all these men, women, and children were sold off to Carthage or to the Greek East rather than in Italy. Nor can it be maintained that, faced with an unprecedented and unexpected phenomenon of many tens of thousands of slaves, the Romans quickly, whether consciously or unconsciously, slid into the habit of employing slave labor on a considerable scale for the first time. Another approach is available. The tradition of social conflict in Rome from the foundation of the Republic stresses the persistent efforts to restrict the land holdings of the oligarchy, and 83. Particularly the amount of ager publicus, conquered land, occupied by individuals for both farming and grazing. It is enough to mention the Licinian Sextian laws of 367 BC and the 3 occasions in the 290s when men were prosecuted for exceeding either the maximum holding or the permitted number of grazing animals. 4-5 No single detail need be correct. The maximum supposedly fixed by the Licinian Sextian laws is a highly improbable duplicate of Tiberius Gracchus 500 Iugera in 133 BC. But it would require remarkable skepticism to ignore the tradition totally. No one will deny that there were wealthier Roman landowners in the 4th and 3rd centuries, and that they were not working farmers in the style of the legendary Cincinnatus. Who worked their land? The choice lies between clients, men bound by nexum, abolished, at least formally, by the Lex Poetelia Paparia of 323 BC, and hired labor on the one hand, and slaves on the other. The choice seems to me an easy one to make. In the sources, Gelser noted long ago, special emphasis is laid on the way in which only the wealthy gained by the system of occupation because the use of slave labor gave them the advantage over the free peasant farmers. 4-6 Were the authors whose work lay behind Livy and other later writers all creating a fiction? Surely not, at least for the 3rd century. Much has been made by some historians of the fact that the word villicus is not in evidence before about 200 BC and that archaeologists have not found what they loosely call villas before the 2nd century. 4-7 I am unimpressed by this argument from silence. During the Hannibalic War, 1 in every 2 citizens of military age was mobilized in the armies and navies, and that is inexplicable, indeed unthinkable, without the presence in the labor force of large number of slaves and of a well-established system of slave labor. 4-8 There were even enough slaves by then to permit their enlistment in substantial numbers. 4-9 None of this is to deny the peculiar importance of conquest in the history of Roman slavery. Its essential role, however, was in creating the basis for large estates, with all the consequences that followed for Roman society and therefore for the structure of Roman slavery. The conquest theory thus helps to explain the 84 specific character of the Roman slave society, not its emergence. Comparative evidence reveals that a necessary condition for an adequate supply of slaves is not conquest but the existence, outside the society under consideration, of a reservoir of potential slave labor on which the society can draw systematically and, as it has been neatly phrased, on institutionally agreeable, legal and cultural, terms. 60 Need I recall that neither the Americans nor their slave traders from Portugal and later England made war in Africa, with the possible exception of the Portuguese in Angola, in order to draw on that reservoir? Nor did the ancient Greeks systematically make war on their main sources, the barbarians of the east and northeast. Neither Chios nor Corinth, 2 of the city-states singled out by Greek writers as slave centers, was a conquering or imperial state. That the barbarians fought each other and sold their own captives to ancient Greek, and modern Portuguese, Slavi traders is irrelevant. So is the question whether or not the barbarians themselves employed slaves. 6-1 And so is the fact that, whenever the captives of wars within the Greco-Roman world were sold off, some of them were slaves to begin with, especially when a city had been captured. Such actions merely redistributed the existing slaves, they did not add to the total stock. One illustration is worth pursuing because it has broad implications. The police force of Athens, from possibly c. 477 to c. 378 BC, consisted of a corps of state-owned Scythian slaves, originally numbering 362. That is a remarkable institution. How did the Athenians come to think of it, and how did they maintain it? Scythians were famous archers, and some had been employed as mercenaries under the Pisistratid tyranny. But hired mercenaries and slave policemen are qualitatively very different. One precondition for the introduction of the latter was the prior existence of an established slave system, the second was the existence of an organized slave trade. Warfare and piracy, if frequent enough, might conceivably maintain a general supply of slaves. They could not possibly have guaranteed the necessary supply of such specialists as Scythian archers. 85. Even war, furthermore, produces captives, not slaves. Captives are transformed into slaves by the consumers, who obtain them through the agency of slave traders. 5.3 In sum, war and conquest were no doubt important contributing factors to the establishment and preservation of a slave society. They were not a necessary condition, at least not in a direct way, and certainly not a sufficient condition. Stated differently, my argument is that, logically, the demand for slaves precedes the supply. The Romans captured many tens of thousands of men, women, and children during the Italian and Punic Wars because the demand for slaves already existed, not the other way round. Existence of a sufficient demand requires at least three necessary conditions. 54 The first, in a world which was overwhelmingly agrarian, is private ownership of land, with sufficient concentration in some hands to need extra-familial labor for the permanent workforce. The second is a sufficient development of commodity production and markets. For the present discussion it does not matter whether the market is a distant one, an export market in the popular sense, or a nearby urban center. Hypothetically, helots and other forms of dependent labor can be employed in non-commodity producing societies, but not slaves, who must be imported regularly, in quantity, and therefore paid for. The third is a negative condition, the unavailability of an internal labor supply, compelling the employers of labor to turn to outsiders. All three conditions must exist at the same time, as they did in Athens and other Greek communities in the 6th century BC and in Rome by the 3rd century BC at the latest. As documentation, the Roman evidence is unsatisfactory, as I have already indicated, though I myself have no doubt about the chronology and the broad outlines of the development. In contrast, the Athenian evidence, both archaeological and literary, is good enough, and I shall concentrate on Athens. 5.5 Before 600 BC, the population of Attica had grown spectacularly from the Dark Age nadir. A ruling class of Eupatrid families held much of the land, there had been a measure of urbanization, and some commodity production had developed. 86. In both rural and urban sectors. Several of the necessary conditions for slavery were in existence, therefore, little as we may understand the processes by which they arose. Solon then provided the vital negative condition. However one imagines the status of the pre-Solonic Hectomoroui and Pelotai, Aristotle, Constitution of Athens 2.2, there can be no denial that after Solon debt bondage and other non-slave forms of involuntary labor effectively ceased to exist in Attica, though not, it is unfortunately necessary to repeat over and over, in many areas of the Greek world. The Eupatrids and presumably some non-aristocratic wealthy families now required a labor force to replace those they had lost through the Solonic reforms. They were unable to find it internally and they turned to outsiders, which means to slaves. Why? That is the critical, and most difficult, question. I do not pretend that I am able to answer it satisfactorily, but we can at least get rid of some persistent, bad arguments. One such argument dismisses the whole problem by stressing the paltry scale of Athenian wealth and land holding as compared with the Roman and Italian, a comparable argument to dismissing Italian slavery before the 2nd century BC. No doubt a Pompey or an Ahenobarbus would have laughed at the wealth pretensions of a 6th century Pentacogio Medimnos, a member of the highest census class in the Solonic constitution. But the latter had to produce his 500 medimnoi annually to retain his status, and what matters is not how that figure compares with wealth standards in another society but how it ranks within its own society, 2/3 higher than the qualification for a knight, 2.5 times the qualification for military, hoplite, service. What matters even more is that some, at least, of the 500 medimnoi were commodities. Even if one believes that the whole of Plutarch's life of Solon is a fiction, including his stress on olive production and export, the fact remains that every scrap of metal employed in Attica for civilian and military purposes had to be imported, that silver was being mined at Laurion in the Bronze Age, and in the Archaic period from the 9th century BC at the latest, 56 that fine Athenian pottery was being 87. Exported from well before Solon's time and achieved virtually monopoly status by the middle of the 6th century, that the urban population, relatively small though it may have been, required pots and pans and work tools as well as food and drink. 6-7 It is no objection that, on present evidence, Athens did not begin to coin money until some decades after Solon. Near Eastern trade had managed for millennia without coins, as had the earlier Greeks, and the Phoenicians and Carthaginians continued to do so long after the Greeks adopted coinage. Without a sufficient cash income, the Athenian elites could not have acquired the necessities for even their relatively low lifestyle, for their indispensable weaponry, or for the taxes which paid for public works, public festivals, and public cults. 5-8 None of this requires a revival of the Bilishmeyer modernism, it requires merely an acceptance of some commodity production, in particular by the elites, and of the notion that members of the elites did not personally perform all the requisite labor, aided solely by members of their individual families. And so we are back to the critical question. Why was it necessary to seek the labor outside? Slavery as such did not have to be invented. It was a primordial fact, as familiar to the Greeks as to anyone else. But slavery as the form of labor for others was a radically new idea. I assume that the decision was imposed not by those who needed to employ labor but by those Athenians whom they sought to employ. It is the unavailability of the latter, en masse not as miscellaneous individuals, that requires explanation. In the complete absence of documentation, we have no choice but to speculate, and that speculation is not helped by the experience in the New World. The latter was a settlement area, with vast quantities of land becoming available as time went on, without a resident labor force, other than the native Indians who proved insufficient, when not useless, with the possibility, realized at an early date, of a small number of export crops, cotton, tobacco, sugar, in great demand in a world market. Nothing could have been more unlike Attica, with little arable land, none of it free, and 88. With a sufficient, and often excess, population, in a pre-industrial, pre-capitalist world. In Attica, slavery was never accompanied by the massive growth of concentration in land holding that occurred in Italy through the dispossession of peasant smallholders, what may be called the peculiar Roman substitute for the land freely available in the New World. 6-9 Yet even in Attica slavery was an agrarian as well as an urban institution. 6-0 There is a way, however, through which land ownership offers an initial approach to our speculation about the origins of the slave society. Fundamental to the Poles, Greek, or Roman, from the time when it emerged in its archaic form out of the pre-Jubilee stage, was the deep conviction that membership in the Poles, which we may call citizenship, was inextricably bound up with possession of the land, the obligation of military service, and religion. I do not know of a single exception to the rule that land ownership was restricted to citizens by law, except for those rare individuals to whom the state granted the right as a personal privilege in reward for public service of one sort or another. The standard revolutionary slogan was cancellation of debts and redistribution of the land, the slogan of a dispossessed peasantry. It was raised in Salonic Athens and it was acknowledged by Roman senators and emperors alike in their colonies and their veteran settlements. The psychology was briefly and pathetically summed up by Thucydides, 2.16.2, in reporting the reaction of the country people to the Periclean strategy, which required them, a clear majority of the whole citizenry, to withdraw behind the city walls when the Spartans made their first raid, in 431 BC. They grieved and could hardly bear to leave their homes and ancestral shrines which had always been theirs from the establishment of the ancient constitution. Psychology is all that we have to fall back on. The political and social psychology that prevailed in the period when the pound light, having lost their older forms of involuntary labor, turned to slave outsiders. The peasantry had won their personal freedom and their tenure on the land through struggle, in which they also won citizenship, membership in the community, the 89 Poles. This in itself was something radically new in the world, and it led in turn to the second remarkable innovation, a slave society. My model, I need hardly add, diverges radically from Edward Meyer's, despite certain apparent similarities. His revolutionary proletariat, making up at least half the citizen population, engaged in a great three-way class war with agrarian aristocrats and urban capitalists, jealous of the growing body of slaves, lacking skills themselves, unwilling to work for others, and therefore demanding public support, is one gigantic fiction. 611 need only ask, which ancient states supported their poor citizens in idleness? Not even Athens, though Athens in the 5th and 4th centuries BC went much further than any other state in providing ways of supplementing income, and surely not the Ionian cities or Aegina, Rhodes, Corinth, which Meyer includes in his fictitious account. He surely knew that, but he apparently allowed his strong political convictions to confuse the picture by unking ancient slavery to democracy, a patently false link. Nothing I have said implies deliberative action, a consideration of choices followed by a decision to select one of them, namely, slavery. Everyone knew the impossibility of compelling the peasant or artisan citizens to become a hired labor force, the citizens who were themselves required in the army. 62 Everyone knew that free men would not regularly work for another voluntarily, and everyone knew that there was an institution we call slavery. Hence, in my speculation, there was general acquiescence in the shift to slave labor. There was no jealousy of slaves, no competition with them, either in the early stages or in the peak periods. 6.3 On the contrary, the dream of the man who could not afford a slave was to be able to do so one day. Lysias 24.6. The free man was one who neither yoked under the constraint of, nor was employed for the benefit of, another, who lived preferably on his ancestral plot of land, with its shrines and ancestral tombs. The creation of that type of free man in a low-technology, pre-industrial world led to the establishment of a slave society. There was no realistic alternative. 90. It will have been noticed that in this speculation I have said nothing about the absolute or relative profitability of slavery as a system of production. At no point has the modern historian's ideology been a more distorting influence, not one particular ideology, furthermore, but otherwise conflicting ideologies. Christian moral judgments, Adam Smith's faith in a free economy, and a mechanical application of the Marxist theory of surplus value have joined hands to substitute faith for demonstration. Thus, in a discussion headed "Did Slavery Pay?" Mitchell concludes that except where it can be used in the simplest and least technical of tasks and in large numbers it does not pay. 6.4 Sterman agrees and goes so far as to say, incredibly, that no Roman who was known through his wealth achieved that from agriculture. 6.5 One could rescue such false statements by introducing various qualifications, but that would be a useless exercise. The significant points are, first, that Greeks and Romans for many centuries went on happily deriving income, often large income, from their slaves. Secondly, that we have no basis for making comparisons of the efficiency, productivity, or profitability of different types of labor in antiquity, nor, I may add, have we adequate data on the relative cheapness or costliness of slaves in general or in my particular period. Thirdly, that the ancient themselves lacked the tools with which to make such comparisons, which for them would have been a purely academic exercise anyway. The one certain conclusion that has emerged from the harsh debates among cliometricians is that they have been unable to come to any agreed conclusion on such questions as the relative efficiency or profitability of American slave labor or the economic significance of changing slave prices, despite the wealth of data and the sophisticated mathematical techniques applied to them. 6.6 But virtually everyone is now agreed that slavery was generally profitable to the individual planter and that the society itself had come to recognize bondage as a way of making money as well as of making a living. 6.7 The rare calculations by ancient writers are simply pathetic in their incompetence. 6.8 It is a mistake of modern historians to take seriously. 9. The occasional moralizing generalizations. Columela's assertion, 1.7.5, that personal supervision always yields a greater return than supervision by Avilicus or than tenancy. The elder Pliny's endlessly quoted "The latifundia have destroyed Italy." Natural History 18.35, and the assumption that they are based on systematic calculations. Similarly gloomy generalizations are attested from the United States in infinitely greater number. No historian of American slavery any longer accepts them as evidence, other than ideological, and I see no reason to give the ancient parallels higher credence. In short, considerations of efficiency, productivity, profitability, played little part if any in the creation of a slave society in Greece or Rome, comparative considerations none at all. The story does not end there, of course. Once established, a slave society had its own dynamic. The conditions that led to its creation were not identical with the conditions that led to its maintenance, expansion, or decline. Some of the latter were the consequences of the existence of the slave society, which we shall look at later. 92. Chapter 3. In the preface to a synoptic study of the American laws relating to slavery, written in Philadelphia in 1827, we read, "I speak of the case of slaves generally. Their condition will, no doubt, in a greater degree, take its complexion from the peculiar disposition of their respective masters, a consideration which operates as much against as in favor of the slave. One ancient historians might take that to heart. They can find it said by any number of ancient authors. In the considerable modern literature that is accumulating on the theme of ancient slavery and humanity, sometimes under that precise title, the dominant indeed, the almost unanimous concern is with the relations between individual slaves and individual masters, or with the views of individual Greek or Roman writers. Little result can be expected from such investigations other than confirmation of the commonplace that their condition will take its complexion from the peculiar disposition of their respective masters. In the actual practice of historians, the consequence has often been less harmless than that. There is pressure to build up the dissenting view or the exceptional case, either against or in favor of the slave, or rather, the master, depending on the ideology of the historian himself. Let me illustrate. One fundamental distinction through much of antiquity was that corporal punishment, public or private, was restricted to slaves. Demos then said with a rhetorical flourish, 22.55, The greatest difference between the slave and the free man is that the former is answerable with his body for all offenses. There were exceptions, as always, some easily explicable, as in the case of Roman soldiers in service or of free non-citizens suspected of espionage or treason, or in the Roman subjection of others besides slaves, for example Christians, to the crueler forms of capital punishment, crucifixion, burning. 93. Alive, wild beasts. To a second, analogous distinction was that slaves were permitted to give evidence only under torture. Again there were exceptions, not always amenable to explanation today because the evidence is too fragmentary. 3. Yet all the exceptions added together do not destroy the capital significance of the two generalizations about the slave's answerability with his body. No modern student denies them, but few seem to take them seriously enough. It is not easy to find a reasonably complete collection of the evidence in modern works. For Westermann manages some 3 sentences on 2 widely separated pages. Voigt misses the topic completely in a work built round the theme of slavery and humanity. Even Wallen fudges the issue on which he might have been expected to unloose a great burst of rhetoric, On Greece he restricts himself to the Athenian evidence. 5. On Rome he gives the whole subject little more than passing mention, and it is tempting to think that he found the edicts of Christian emperors on the subject too embarrassing. 6. Not so the older antiquarians. Pignaria, for example, devoted his second and third chapters to the topic. 7. Silence is a kind of special pleading, which also takes more explicit forms, seizing first on the exceptions in practice and the qualifications in law, and then on the fact that in court advocates regularly argued, when it suited their purpose, that evidence under torture was worthless. Aristotle, as usual, summed up the rhetorical arguments on both sides in one paragraph. Rhetoric I 376b3 I 77a7. On such a weak foundation it is concluded by modern writers not only that the practice was irrational, 8. The one case in which real stupidity can be attributed to the Greeks, 9. But also that there is ground for supposing that torture was seldom actually used. 10. There is in fact no ground for supposing anything one way or the other about the frequency of torture. There is only the free field for ideological play provided by the comic poets and orators. For Rome the evidence is too varied and overwhelming to permit much special pleading, other than silence or near silence. The old Mommsen, writing nearly half a century after his fiery Roman history, could hardly bring himself to deal with the 94. Subject in his 500-page work on criminal law, to torture criminals, let alone witnesses, is not only cruel but senseless, sinless, / and irrational, stupid, sinless. Today it is unnecessary to argue that this is no way to approach the use of torture in a society. Any doubts, which I believe were never justified, that we are faced with a normal, one might say routine, practice were finally removed by the discovery in Puteoli less than 2 decades ago of a Latin inscription dated, by letter forms, to the late Republic or the reign of Augustus. The text is the Lex Locationis, laying down the terms under which the city invited bids for the post of funeral director, one of whose duties was to torture slaves when requested by either private individuals or magistrates. 2 sections, 2:8 to 14, contain the necessary details on torture, including specification of the instruments and of the charges. 1-2 What was the rationale, then? It seems obvious to me where we must look. The potential or actual employment of naked force is of course an inescapable factor in the situation, but there is more to it than that. If a slave is a property with a soul, a non-person and yet indubitably a biological human being, institutional procedures are to be expected that will degrade and undermine his humanity and so distinguish him from human beings who are not property. Corporal punishment and torture constitute one such procedure. Hence it was an important symbol of the changing social structure and accompanying social psychology which set in by the 2nd century AD that so-called humiliaries were transferred by law to the slave category in this particular respect. 1-3 This legal extension of corporal punishment and torture to the lower classes among the citizen population was not just another exception, it was a qualitative transformation in social values and behavior. No such explanation is needed for the third, qualitatively different and ubiquitous, manifestation of the answerability of slaves with their bodies, their unrestricted availability in sexual relations. This is treated as a commonplace in Greco-Roman literature from Homer on, only modern writers have managed 95. Largely to ignore it, to the extent that the fundamental research remains to be done. Prostitution is only one aspect. One far more interesting in the present context is the direct sexual exploitation of slaves by their masters and the latter's family and friends. Trimalchio may have been a character of fiction, but he reflected the real world in his reminiscences. For 14 years I pleasured him, it is no disgrace to do what a master commands. I also gave my mistress satisfaction. Petronius, Satyricon 75.11. And Horace was not being satirical when he recommended his own preference for household slaves, male or female. I like my sex easy and ready to hand. Satires 1.2.116-19. The ethical position was summed up by the elder Seneca, with reference to the passive partner in buggery. Unchastity, impudicitia, is a crime in the freeborn, a necessity for a slave, a duty, officium, for the freedman. 15. Yet another dehumanizing device was the habit of addressing, or referring to, male slaves of any age as boy, pais in Greek, puer in Latin, 1-6, a practice familiar from other societies as well, and extended in non-slave societies to men performing domestic service. That this was common usage in everyday life, not merely a comic invention, is shown by the papyri from Ptolemaic Egypt and by the old Roman practice of naming slaves Marciper or Luciper. In the visual arts the same end was achieved by hierarchic scaling. 1-7 We must rid our minds of the warm overtones of the word child in this connection. Aristophanes, W. Asps 1297-8, 1307, once invented an etymology of pais from paein, to beat, and that was not the only one of his jokes to point to a hard reality. 1-8 Yet the same slave who was called boy and was perhaps beaten or sexually assaulted more or less regularly could once a year, during the Saturnalia, or the Greek Chronia, sit at table with, and even be waited on by, his master. 1-9 When he died, his grave was a locus religiosus under Roman law. Digest 1:1.7.2 pr, though not necessarily so among the Greeks. Such forms of tokenism within the framework of slavery need not detain us. 2-0 But manumission must. No matter how many conditions were attached to a slave's liberation and how much authority his 96 patron may have retained by law, at a stroke he ceased to be a property. In juristic terms, he was transformed from an object to a subject of rights, the most complete metamorphosis one can imagine. 2-1 He was now a human being unequivocally, in Rome even a citizen. Potentially he was also no longer kinless. That is to say, though his, or her, children born prior to the act of manumission might be, and often were, retained in slavery, a most significant qualification, any children born subsequently were free. That must be understood and registered in the fullest sense. Freedmen in the New World carried an external sign of their slave origin in their skin color, even after many generations, with negative economic, social, political, and psychological consequences of the gravest magnitude. 2 Ancient freedmen simply melted into the total population within one or at the most 2 generations. Greco-Roman manumission, in other words, reveals in the sharpest way the ambiguity inherent in slavery, in the reduction of human beings to the category of property. It also reveals, through the variations, the dialectics of that ambiguity. The Roman rule was that when a Roman citizen freed one of his slaves, barring certain circumstances, the latter automatically acquired Roman citizenship himself. That astonishing rule, the only situation in which a private individual by a purely private act could in effect confer citizenship, was unintelligible to the Greeks, whose freedmen became metics, roughly the equivalent of the Latin peregrini, free inhabitants who remained aliens in the political sphere. The difference has defied satisfactory explanation, but beneath it there lay a structural distinction between the Greek Poles and the Roman. 2-3 In return, there is no problem of freedmen in Greek literature. The word itself, aplutheros or exelutheros, rarely appears, whereas the Roman obsession with them, especially in the early empire, requires no documentation. Yet for all the epithets which a Juvenal or a Tacitus could muster against Orientals and Graeculi, 2-4 their victims could successfully ignore them, unless they were caught up personally in the intrigues of the emperor's court. The poet Horace, whose freedman father, a business 97 agent and broker, co-actor, started him on a gentleman's career with a good education in Rome, inevitably received insults from time to time about his parentage. But that was because, as he himself boasted, Satires 1.6.17-18, he had moved into a world remote from that of the masses, vulgus. 2-6 So did tens of thousands of freedmen's sons like himself, and even the personal sneers would not have survived into the next generation. The contrast with the modern free Negro is evident. It was scarcely, and perhaps not at all, possible to escape a measure of ambiguity in any action in which a slave was involved. Because he lacked juristic personality in principle, A slave's misdeeds were his master's responsibility, whether or not the latter initiated the offending action or even had any knowledge of it. So at an early date there arose what the Romans called noxal actions, suits against a master for injuries or damages committed by his slave, by his son in potestate, or by one of his animals. 2.6 That simple approach was, however, unworkable in many situations, in which the underlying principle clashed with other, equally basic conceptions. Noxal actions were private law affairs, but what was the position when the action fell within the criminal law, a public law affair? It was unthinkable for the state to punish a citizen who was in fact innocent of any crime or criminal intent, but to punish the offending slave meant damaging or destroying property, and protection of private property was a fundamental obligation of the ancient state. The Roman lawyers found an ingenious solution. They turned the slave over to the master for punishment, servus sub pona vinculorum domino redere, which he accomplished by imprisoning the slave in his ergastulum while continuing to exploit his labor. 2.7 If, however, the safety of the state was endangered, or thought to be, that consideration overrode all others. After the final suppression in 71 BC of the revolt led by Spartacus, the road from Capua to Rome was lined with 6,000 crucified slaves. Appian, Civil War 1.120. Concern for the property rights of their owners was drowned by the greater need of teaching the 98 slave population as a whole an unforgettable lesson. Raison d'etat could also provoke action in the opposite direction. War emergencies, both foreign and civil, sometimes compelled the recruitment of slaves into battle as combatants. 2.8 The Athenians did this for the first time at Marathon in 490 BC, freeing the slaves beforehand. But they buried and memorialized the dead slaves, together with the Plataeans, separately from their own fallen. No surviving classical writer refers to the incident, not even Herodotus, who did not hesitate to mention Helot soldiers. Were it not for Pausanias, writing more than 600 years later, we should not have known that slaves fought at Marathon. 2.9 That exemplifies what I mean by ambiguity, and the Athenian performance was not less ambiguous because on other occasions they, and others, treated slaves killed in battle less equivocally. 3.0 Contemporary awareness of the ambiguity can be easily and widely documented from the ancient sources. 3.1 How could it have been otherwise? The Greeks may have coined the contemptuous word andropoda, man-footed beings, for slaves collectively, on the model of tetrapoda, quadrupeds. Slaves may have been branded like cattle. The Roman lawyers may have linked slaves and animals in noxal actions and in other property contexts, but no one could for a moment have forgotten that the differences were fundamental. Putting aside all psychological considerations, it was fundamental that a slave could think, could act deliberately, could make and respond to verbal suggestions, could flee, could join others in concerted actions, including rebellion, could carry out confidential or military assignments. However, I cannot discover that, apart from individual exceptions, and they are extremely rare in the available documentation, awareness of this ambiguity produced doubts or guilt feelings in the master class. The 3 or 4 casual references in the Roman juristic literature to slavery being contra naturem provide proof enough. 3.2 They were a fleeting bow to an old primitivistic tradition of a golden age, without any implications for real life. 3.3 Slavery, the jurists quickly went on to say, was an institution of the ius gentium, law common to all peoples, and that, Gaius writes in his opening paragraph 99, comprised what natural reason prescribed for all men. 5.3 No guilt feelings were called for, only the endless complexities and refinements of juristic analysis arising from the ambiguity of the institution. The contrast with the American South is striking in this respect, too, and I believe that there is a simple explanation. Slaves, we recall that Benjamin Franklin wrote, pejorate the families that use them. The white children become proud, disgusted with labor, and being educated in idleness, are rendered unfit to get a living by industry. 3.5 That was a common complaint, recurring frequently, for example, in Tocqueville's Journey to America, Notes taken on a visit he made in 1831/2. Such a complaint, about the effect of slavery not on the slaves but on the masters, was possible only in a capitalist society, in which getting a living by industry was an accepted virtue. In antiquity the only comparable worry, which was found among philosophers and moralists rather than among the kind of men Tocqueville talked to, was about the harmful effects of any excess in human behavior, a wide category in which ill-treatment of slaves was included but did not loom large ill-treatment, I must stress, not the employment of slaves itself. No ancient moralist would have thought it harmful to be unfit for getting a living by industry, on the contrary, that was precisely the ideal for the truly free man. In my view, the ambiguity inherent in slavery is an excellent starting point from which to examine the theme of slavery and humanity. I shall therefore exemplify this ambiguity in various ways, at first by describing certain situations, or incidents, and asking questions about them, with little attempt to explain, though not without criticism of conventional modern judgments. For my first example I return to Xenophon's fellow workers, Memorabilia 2.3.3, and look at the final stages in the construction of the temple on the Athenian Acropolis known as the Erechtheum, at the end of the 5th century BC. The state itself acted as the contractor, and in the accounts the daily or piece work wage of each workman was recorded. In the surviving 100 fragments of those accounts, the status of 86 of the workmen can be identified, 24 were Athenian citizens, 42 were non-citizens and 20 were slaves, the latter all skilled craftsmen. 36 those on a daily wage were all paid the identical amount, regardless of status. Most of the slaves worked alongside their owners in the same trade on the same particular task, at least some of the time. Simmias, a mason, had as many as 5 of his slaves with him on one occasion. These were fellow workers, it must be stressed, not slaves working for the profit of absentee master rentiers. What, we are entitled to ask, went on in the mind of Simmias while the day's work proceeded? Or in the minds of his slaves? And afterwards, when Simmias ended up with all his own pay and a share of that of his slaves, however the actual payout was made? We cannot answer, of course, but there is an important clue to be noted. In these final years of the construction, the most delicate work was being done. Simmias and his 5 slaves, for example, were engaged in fluting one of the columns, and it would have been as impossible then as now to determine from the finished product which operations were performed by free men, which by slaves. That this was not a unique situation in temple building, at least in the Greek world, is certain despite the absence of comparably informative documentation. Temple building was anyway a rare and abnormal activity. Masters and slaves as fellow workers were far more commonly to be found in small workshops all over the ancient world. And on that situation the sources fail us, the literature ignores the questions I am immediately concerned with, while the figurative monuments are both very rare, far more so than one might think from some modern studies, and sometimes significantly distorted. On Greek painted pottery, upper-class ideology, often archaizing, prevails throughout. Even when a potter-painter is depicting his own craft and his own workshop, the craftsman himself is denigrated in one way or another, and his slave still more, either by his physiognomy or by his slavish posture. 3.7 Whatever the mutual psychology in such workshops, a new dimension was added as the practice became increasingly 101 common, notably in Rome and Italy from the late Republic on, of employing slaves as agents or of establishing them in a business or craft on their own, through the system the Romans called peculium. The extreme form, that of a slave agent sent on missions abroad, need not detain us. It is highly probable that, at least while away, such slaves were in no meaningful sense looked upon as slaves by those with whom they transacted their business. 3.8 But what about the many who did not leave home, but who carried on their affairs precisely like any free man or freedman, who in many cases lived among, and shared a social life with, the free poor, and not in the master's house or in slave barracks? Again there is a significant clue. the Roman law retained the fiction that the peculium was the property and the responsibility of the master, while developing a complex and often confusing accumulation of rules around the de facto situation that it was the slave who possessed and managed the peculium, who accumulated debts and credits, not the master. 3.9 In particular, the cherished rule against the appearance of slaves in court proceedings, except under torture in restricted circumstances, had to be abandoned in a variety of cases, largely in the sphere we call commercial law. 401 Incident, reported in some detail by Tacitus, Annals 14.42-5, highlights the ambiguity, indeed the conflicts, generated by the now confused social situation in the cities. In AD 61 the prefect of the city Petanius Secundus, was murdered in his bedchamber by one of his slaves, apparently out of a personal grievance. By ancestral custom, vetus mos, all the slaves under the same roof had to be executed in punishment, the women and children included. There were no fewer than 400, and opposition developed, the plebs demonstrated against the execution and the Senate held a formal debate. When the majority voted against any change in the law, there was a street riot in an attempt to block the executions. Nero intervened, brought out the troops, and the sentence was carried out. There are difficulties in the evidence about the precise legal position. 4.1 For a long time emperors and jurists continued to be exercised by such questions as, how? 102. Widely or narrowly should the phrase under the same roof * be interpreted? Was a slave required to risk his own life in such a situation? 4.2 However, I am not now concerned with the legal aspect or with the attitudes expressed by Tacitus, who may not have favored the strict interpretation, and by the humane younger Pliny, who certainly approved. 4.3 What interests me here is a question that is almost ignored by modern commentators: why did the urban plebs take such a strong stand? Tacitus even uses the word seditio. Westermann, in a very brief statement, finds the explanation in a leveling process in the lower classes of labor, bringing about a growing sense of community of interest as between the poor free, the freedmen, and the slave populations, to which a critic has replied that this explanation seems to be too narrowly rational. Only a deep sense of injustice could provoke the masses to such anger. 4.4 But a deep sense of injustice is an injection of a modern concept of justice into the situation, and is anyway hard to find in the first-century Roman masses, though they were capable of showing compassion at times. 4.5 Their favorite entertainment in the amphitheater, fully shared by their betters, required the brutal killing of no less innocent victims, after all, often in large numbers. 4.6 Westermann's community of interest is surely overstated, but I believe that he was looking in the right place. The plebeian riots were aimed not at slavery as an institution, but at saving the lives of individuals with whom the plebs, many of them freedmen or descendants of freedmen, some of them presumably slaves themselves, associated daily in their work and their social life. Pliny's account of another assassination, sometime between the years 00 and 105, letters 3.14, raises a different issue. The victim, Larcius Macedo, a senator and son of a freedman, known to be a cruel master, was attacked in his bath by a number of his slaves, who made a botch of it. Larcius Macedo was left unconscious and was rescued by his more faithful, fideliores, slaves and his concubines, though he died a few days later. The faithful slave is a frequent enough theme among ancient writers, normally singled out as an exception and a 103 model for which slave owners were grateful in a situation in which they felt permanently exposed, in Pliny's words, to dangers, insults, and outrages. Something more than obedience was meant. Obedience, after all, is the normal behavior expected and commonly received by superiors in every hierarchical situation, whether in a workforce, slave or free, the army or a bureaucracy. Something more was meant, too, than merely responding to the promise of rewards, upgrading, eventual manumission. Seneca drew the distinction: so long, he wrote, de Benegicius 3.21, as he performs what is regularly demanded of a slave, that is a ministerium, a function exercised on behalf of a superior, but when the program of servile functions is exceeded, not by command but voluntarily, there is a Bene Gesserim. That there were many faithful slaves in antiquity is not to be doubted, for 7 that is but one manifestation of a continuing human phenomenon, found even in the Nazi concentration camps, for 8 brutally deracinated human beings seeking new ties, new psychological attachments, not infrequently turn to those in whose power they find themselves, in the case of slaves to their masters and his family or to their overseers. This phenomenon occupies much attention in current discussions of New World slavery, which expose the intractability of the problem. 4.9 Not only are we compelled to deduce the psychology from the behavior, but the latter is filled with ambiguities and contradictions. There is no reason to think that the picture was basically different or less complex in antiquity. One case which particularly earned Seneca's praise in a small collection of examples de Bene Gesseris 3.23-27, was of 2 slaves who betrayed the besieged city of Grumentum during the Social War of 91-89 BC and then rescued their mistress from the pillage and carnage that ensued. It is neither helpful nor meaningful to seize upon these passages in Seneca in order to comment how great and enduring was the historical importance of such magnanimous actions done by slaves, and then to slide immediately into the Christian elevation of obedience as a virtue. 5.0 Were the slaves who fought and died with Spartacus less virtuous, less historic? 104. Ally great and enduring than the gladiators who hailed Caesar before going to their death in the amphitheater? 5.1 There remain to be considered 2 fields in which master-slave relations seem to draw modern commentators irresistibly into sentimentality and bathos because of the emotional nature inherent in such relationships. I refer to medicine and to the nursemaid governess / class among domestic servants. The medical profession, we read, was perhaps the only one that required of its members almost the same obligations towards slaves as towards free men, because their professional ethics were truly humanitarian. 52 That some slaves received medical treatment can be taken for granted, without going to the trouble to dredge through the whole of ancient literary and epigraphical sources in search of a handful of texts that say so specifically. 5.3 Of itself that fact has no bearing on humanitarian ethics. One also attended to an injured cow and mended a damaged cart. The very phrase medical profession is misleading. Anyone could, and did, practice both privately, within the family, and publicly. The numbers of men qualified, in the Hippocratic sense, were few, and they were concentrated in the armies, in the gladiatorial schools or in the larger cities. They were so scarce, in fact, that cities competed in their efforts to procure the presence of physicians. 54 Doctors, furthermore, whether genuine or quacks, were private practitioners, charging fees for their services and sometimes high fees. The catalogue of medical costs in Pliny's Natural History, 29.6-22, is no doubt a caricature, as it was designed to argue a hostile case against physicians, but it is not a fiction. It follows that the great majority of the population never had access to a doctor. Not surprisingly, that is still true in many parts of the world and was true, in my lifetime, even in Europe and America. I contemplate the great power of wealth, said the moneyless farmer in Euripides' Electra, 427-9. You can entertain guests, and when your body is ill, you can save it by spending. A priori we should assume that a disproportionately large percentage of the slave population were denied proper medical treatment, and confirmation is available. 105. From a statistical analysis of the cases recorded in the Hippocratic books called epidemics. 5.6 Normally the decision would have been the master's. If paid, a doctor would presumably carry out his duties professionally. Some no doubt refused. Humanitarianism and ethics scarcely came into consideration. I cannot even find serious ambiguity. The sole contribution of the Hippocratic Oath, incidentally, is unambiguous enough in its way. In whatever house I enter, I shall not indulge in sexual activity with the bodies of women or of men, free or slave. 66 Two important distinctions between the Greek world and the Roman require notice. Among the Greeks, a reputable medical profession developed from the 6th century BC and continued to the end of antiquity, attracting free men and winning the respect even of Plato. There were actually two sorts of doctors. Plato reports Laws 4.720 AC, the free and their slave assistants, and in most cases it was the latter who treated slaves. That the slaves' fees were substantially less is a further implication from the way Plato develops the difference between the two kinds of medical practice. 5.7 Whether or not there were also independent slave doctors is a moot question. An unreliable Latin compiler, writing perhaps in the 2nd century AD, records that Athens prohibited slaves from becoming doctors, Hyginus, Fabulae 274.10, thereby implying that other cities allowed them. Be that as it may, slave assistants to doctors certainly existed, and that is sufficient for our present purposes. In contrast, the Romans effectively had no doctors until some Greeks were imported in the 2nd century BC, and the profession long remained in the hands of slaves and freedmen, chiefly from the Hellenistic East. 6.8 Egypt also provided slaves trained in the application of douches, enemas, and massage. 5.9 The younger Pliny turned to one, a freedman named Harpocras from Memphis, at a time of grave illness, and then asked the emperor to reward the man with Roman citizenship. Letters 10.5-7. Although free men, peregrini rather than freeborn Romans, later infiltrated the profession, medicine never attained the status in law of a liberal profession. 6.0 It remained what Cicero once defined it. De Officiis 1.151, one of the 106 occupations, like teaching and architecture, respectable for those whose status they befit. Justinian was still legislating about slave physicians, Code 6.43.3.1. Members of the Roman Daelite, in sum, went to slaves and freedmen for medical treatment, and paid for it. Escape from payment was possible only if the doctor was one's own freedman or the freedman of a friend. Then, the 2nd century jurist Julian held, services must be given free of charge, exactly as in the case of a pantomimist. Digest January 27, 38. In broad outlines and on a descriptive level at least, the situation with respect to doctors is thus perceptible, whereas the case of nursemaids and female or male governesses, the common translation of pedagogos as tutor is misleading, is befogged to a degree that may be beyond rescue. The evidence is anecdotal in the extreme, ranging from exemplary tales, moral discourses about the good old days, as in Tacitus, Dialogus 28-9, legacies or epitaphs for one's dear old nurse, to the persistent grumbling by moralists from Plato to Plutarch about the perniciousness of entrusting infants and children to illiterate, immoral, and incompetent slaves and barbarians. What modern writers have made of this farrago is revealing of their own ideologies but not very illuminating about the subject itself. Varro, for example, concentrates on the complaints of the moralists, whereas Voigt, in his pursuit of the humanitarian attitude typical of Roman society in particular, has no doubt as to which was the voice of real life, not Plato or Plutarch but the Greco-Roman counterparts of the Black Mammy. 6.1 I can make nothing of all this, at least not until the documentation is removed from anecdotage and converted to a form that lends itself to significant analysis, as was recently done with the Hippocratic epidemics, to an indication, for example, of relative frequencies among contrasting and contradictory behavior patterns, and of distinctions according to wealth or status. In the end, I believe that there are narrow limits to the possibility of our understanding the implications of slave wet nurses, governesses, or doctors. To quote the Spanish proverb that the hand that rules the cradle rules the world. 6.2. 107. Contributes nothing, and I doubt that Plato's views about the importance of nurture in the infant years, or Freud's, for that matter, will help us discover the direct influence, let alone the permanent influence, of this class of slaves on society. 6.3 There are too many variables that we cannot control. Modern psychology has been unable to reach any agreement in this field, and I remain a complete skeptic about the easy generalizations and causal statements of historians writing about a society that has long been dead and cannot be observed directly. My skepticism extends beyond childhood influences to psychological motivation, feelings, personality structure. It embraces such seemingly axiomatic pronouncements as, naturally, the first wish of a slave was to be free. 6. For the word naturally reveals an old-fashioned belief in an immutable human nature, indifferent to social structure, values, and status, which I find unacceptable. Given the difficulties historians are having in coming to agreement about American slaves, despite the substantial quantity of apparently relevant documentation, such as slave autobiographies, that is wholly lacking for antiquity, it is folly to hope that we can achieve much insight into the psychology of the ancient slave. However, one generalization, a commonplace one, is beyond doubt: the spectrum of individual personalities and modes of behavior ranged from one extreme to its opposite, even under such abnormal conditions of stress as civil war or slavery. That, at least, can be demonstrated for antiquity with respect to overt behavior, and some superficial psychological conclusions may then be permissible. In a slave society it was inevitable that raison d'etat would from time to time cause a state, or a faction, to invite or compel slaves to act as informers against their masters and the associates of the latter. Thus, on the discovery of the mutilation of the Herms in 415 BC, the Athenians by decree offered a reward and immunity to anyone who came forward with information about the affair, whether citizen, medic, or slave. Thucydides 6.27.2. Some accepted the invitation, but the account we possess, chiefly in Andocides, in which I have little confidence, does not seem to assign an important role to slaves, and certainly 108 permits no comparative judgment about the three categories: citizen, medic, slave. In Roman history, the slave informer was a recurrent theme in such periods of breakdown as the proscriptions of the 1st century BC or the waves of imperial panic over plots and treason. Valerius Paterculus, 2.67.2, said of the civil war following the assassination of Caesar that toward the proscribed, their wives showed the greatest loyalty, their freedmen not a little, their slaves some, their sons none. That is obviously nothing more than a clever bon mot, not worth the effort to hunt among the anecdotes for a more favorable verdict on the behavior of slaves than Valerius' remarks might lead one to expect. 6.6 As a manifestation of the conflict of values, the one really interesting aspect of the slave informer pattern is the threat it imposed, or was thought to impose, to the very foundation of a slave system, by breaching the slave's total subjection to his master. Caesar, we are told, Dio Cassius 41.38, refused a popular request to add to one of his laws an invitation to slave informers, and he swore never to trust a slave's denunciation. That was only an individual reaction, but in the early empire a clear pattern emerged. Every pause in the treason panic was accompanied by rigorous action against slaves who had incriminated their masters. 6.6 Lest there be any misunderstanding about the implications, Pliny spelled it out, Panegyric 42.3. You Trajan have delivered everyone from the domestic accuser, and under the single banner of the public safety you have suppressed what I might call a servile war. Thereby you have benefited slaves no less than masters, by giving security to us and virtue to them. More than 2 centuries later Christian emperors ordered the execution by crucifixion or burning, without trial, of slaves who brought accusations against their masters, though treason charges were sometimes exempt from the ruling. 6.7 In civil wars, the competing factions not uncommonly put their fears aside temporarily and sought to recruit slaves, their own and in particular those of their enemies. Instances are on record from the conflict in Corcyra in 427 BC. Thucydides 109. 3.73, 2. The last century of the Roman Republic, when the total number of slaves drawn in, especially in the navies, approached 6 figures. In the Residential Gesti, 25.1, Augustus treats his defeat of Sextus Pompey as the suppression of a slave rebellion. He captured about 30,000 slaves who had escaped from their masters and taken up arms against the Republic, and I handed them over to their masters for punishment. 5. He neglected to mention the 6,000 he had crucified or the 20,000 employed in his own navy, but that was merely the typical, disingenuous propaganda device of condemning the other side for involving slaves in the political conflicts of citizens. How genuinely voluntary the participation of slaves was in these circumstances is an unanswerable question, but there is ground for much doubt. Insofar as they had a meaningful choice, the calculation would not have been an easy one. Rural slaves seem to have been more willing to be recruited than those in the cities, as was also the case in slave revolts. Fundamental differences in their condition, style of life and expectations lay behind this divergence in response. 6-8 The political orientation of the competing factions was not an important factor. If the majority of the slaves of Corcyra sided with the demos, in the Roman civil wars large numbers of them joined one side or the other from time to time. 6-9 Insofar as choice was involved, the only meaningful criterion was a guess about the eventual victor. Neither faction had the slightest intention of challenging the institution of slavery. Nor did the slaves themselves. Those who participated sought a personal escape from enslavement, vengeance, and loot. A substantial number achieved those aims, many not so much by entering the more or less organized armies and navies of the contestants as by organizing themselves into small robber bands, either on their own or in the service of citizen freebooters. 7-0 Those who guessed wrong were savagely punished. Yet even the swollen numbers of slaves involved in the war between Augustus and Sextus Pompey were a small fraction of the Italian slave population of the time. The painfully banal conclusion is that, even in such a period of social and political 110 breakdown, the overwhelming majority of slaves took no action. Nor did they, obviously, in more stable, more quiet periods. What hostile steps could a slave in fact take against his master? He could pilfer and no doubt often did, but petty thievery is so common and widespread among certain sectors within virtually all known societies that the subject is not worth pursuing in detail in the present context, which the evidence prevents us from doing anyway. He could work slowly and badly, and no doubt often did that, too, but we have no basis for assessing labor efficiency or productivity in antiquity. He could actively sabotage, by arson, by destroying tools and equipment, and in other ways, but there is almost no reference to this in the sources, and the silent evidence of the objects uncovered by archaeology, from pottery to temples, argues that sabotage was not common enough to be a worry. 7-1 He could run away, and that form of resistance requires somewhat fuller inquiry. Fugitive slaves are almost an obsession in the sources. 7-2 And we have material remains of instruments devised to prevent flight, such as chains and metal collars. Slave owners did not suffer such loss of property lightly. They sought help from friends and associates, they offered rewards by public advertisement, they consulted oracles, astrologers, and dream interpreters, they appealed to the public authorities, and they engaged professional slave catchers, fugitivarii, known in the Roman world, at any rate, from the late Republic. It is impossible today to draw up any balance sheet. We can do no more than enumerate the odds on both sides. Even without the visible stigma of skin color, an obviously powerful advantage of the ancient slave over his New World counterpart, the difficulties, not to mention the risks, facing a fugitive are not to be underestimated. In a world in which the preservation of the institution was widely acknowledged to have the highest importance, especially within the elites who controlled the weapons of power, in a world without abolitionists to organize an underground railroad, where did a slave flee to? He might find a haven with another slave owner who had corrupted him, but that was not a flight from slavery, and anyway his new 111 master was subject to a civil action. 7-3 The fate of those who took advantage of the special circumstances of a civil war depended heavily on the outcome of the conflict, as we have seen, and even those who accepted the invitation to freedom by the enemy in a foreign war had weak guarantees. There is good reason to believe, for example, that many of the 20,000 Athenian slaves who fled, at Spartan urging, in the final decade of the Peloponnesian War, ended up as Theban booty. Hellenica Oxyrhynchia 12.4. Once a war ended, furthermore, it was not uncommon for the peace treaty to provide for the mutual return of fugitives and deserters. 7.4 And in time of peace, what haven could a runaway slave expect to find? In 46 BC, Cicero's slave Dionysius stole valuable books from his master's library, somehow made his way to Illyricum and passed himself off as a freedman. Cicero brought 2 successive provincial governors into the hunt. Dionysius moved on and managed to disappear in Dalmatia, not yet under Roman rule and at the moment under invasion by the Romans. 75 He was obviously educated and resourceful, and presumably supplied with enough money. Not all slaves, and few in particular from the countryside, could have managed to journey so far and then persuade inquirers that they had been manumitted. On the other hand, not all slaves were worth so much effort in the search, nor were many slave owners in the position of Cicero, able to command the aid of provincial governors. In the small, fragmented world of the city-states, there was neither the police nor the military machinery required. 7.6 Only in the large Hellenistic and Roman empires could the state presume to be at all effective in hunting down fugitives. At least they put up a considerable show on paper by increasingly ruthless rules of search and seizure. 7.7 But one may doubt their success in combing the urban underworlds. The professional slave catchers operated through the keepers of less reputable inns, skippers engaged in contraband traffic, slave dealers, actors, panders, gladiators and such like people, and were not themselves averse to turning a dishonest penny in their business. 7.8 One course that was especially promising was also the 112. That was far better suited to shepherds and farm workers than to city domestics, craftsmen and shopkeepers, namely, to take to the maquis and the life of an outlaw, more often than not in small bands of fugitives. Such bands were a normal feature of Greco-Roman society, and they were of course not restricted to escaped slaves. 79 They are not easy for the historian to get at, partly because certain ancient writers used such words as latrines, bandits, freely and loosely for every kind of opposition group, and were quick to see slave revolts everywhere, partly because of the large gray areas that in reality lay between outlaws and the hired thugs of respectable Civil War leaders on the one hand, and on the other hand between bandits and more broadly motivated movements of violent social protest. The latter were inchoate enough and very vague in their aims in all historical periods, and to that extent there is a tempting parallel between ancient banditry and the widespread social banditry of more modern peasant societies, of which Robin Hood is the paradigmatic figure. 80 However, the participation of slaves seems to me to weaken the parallel or at least to complicate it markedly, as a unique Greek tale reveals. On the island of Chios, at a date that cannot be determined, so goes the 3rd century BC tale, Athenia 6.265 c. 266 c., a gang of fugitive slaves in the rugged, forested mountains, led by Dromachus, successfully resisted attempts to destroy them until finally the gang and the city came to a formal agreement. Dromachus would restrict his looting to fixed amounts according to need, and would otherwise help protect the bulk of the Chian property, and he would accept as recruits only those fugitive slaves who had suffered unbearably, returning the others to their masters. After his death Dromachus was heroized, in the technical Greek sense, as the gentle hero. 81 Doubts about this seemingly improbable story are weakened by a parallel among the Maroons of 18th century Jamaica. Marwanage, the desertion of bands of slaves who then managed to set up independent settlements in inaccessible, inhospitable, out-of-the-way areas. 82 was common in the New World virtually from the introduction of slavery there. The G3 most successful instances were in Brazil, Guyana, and Jamaica, with the last named achieving a perhaps unique record. 83 More or less continuous military action was pursued for several decades in Jamaica from the late 17th century, until in 1739 the desperate governor signed a 15-point treaty with the Maroon leaders headed by Captain Cudjoe. 84 Some of the provisions match those of the Guyot Agreement with Dromachus almost textually. If enforced, the treaties involved the rebels in a consolidation of the slave system, not in a further threat to it. But the parallel disappears in the sequel. The Maroons rebelled against Captain Cudjoe and sporadic conflict continued in Jamaica for another century, whereas Drimachus lived happily ever after and was heroized, if the account is to be believed in all its elements. Outbreaks of slave violence have been numerous in every slave society. Normally they have also been minute in scale, short-lived and unanimously unsuccessful, apart from the success of a few slaves in escaping permanently from bondage. The typical maroon settlement counted its inhabitants in the low hundreds. Of the 250-odd outbreaks that have been identified in the history of the United States, 85 the greatest and most famous, Nat Turner's Rebellion of 1831, was a purely local affair involving a few hundred men for a few months, with the actual fighting restricted to 3 days. Most of the slave wars of ancient authors were in the same class. Captain Cudjoe's Maroons numbered some thousands, at a time when the rapidly rising slave population of Jamaica was about 100,000, the white population under 10,000. What set the Maroons apart was their ability to flee to jungles, swamps, mountains, suitable terrain for defensive guerrilla warfare. They sought neither to overthrow the slave system nor even to make war on it, in most instances, if not themselves attacked. 8.6 Only Drimachus in Chios provides an ancient example, though others may have disappeared from the record. Neither Greece nor Italy nor Sicily, after all, was comparable to colonial Latin America or the Caribbean in this vital respect. In the whole of history there have been only 4 slave revolts. On the scale of a genuine war, with many thousands of men under arms on both sides, with battles between field armies, with the siege and occupation of cities, the 3 in Sicily and Italy in the period 140 to 70 BC and the Great Revolt in Haiti which coincided with, and must be viewed as a byproduct of, the French Revolution. Only the latter, headed by free blacks and mulattoes, was successful. 8.7 A complete explanation of the 3 serious rebellions in antiquity may not be available, but key variables were certainly the general social and political crisis that had emerged in Roman society and the presence of very large numbers of newly enslaved men, many from the same regions in Syria and Asia Minor, and enough of them men of education and high social status to provide effective leadership. Without these components, slave outbreaks did not, and could not, be transformed into genuine rebellions, and the qualitative difference between the one and the other seems to me unbridgeable. In particular, there is no warrant for the common argument that the absence of serious revolts of slaves in classical Greece is a significant commentary upon the generally mild treatment of slaves during that time. 8.8 Nor, I need hardly add, for hindsight arguments that the time was not ripe for a transformation of the socio-economic system. I do not underestimate the enormous difficulty involved in planning and carrying out a slave revolt of considerable scale and duration. Yet other categories of exploited peoples have revolted under no less difficult conditions persistently, with the aim of destroying the oppressive system, and not always without success. The Spartan Helots, for example, the Libyan subjects of Carthage, 8-9 or colonial peoples all over the world in our own day, the latter in the face of far greater repressive force than was available to the Greeks or Romans. Even the largest figures given for the major revolts in antiquity, which we cannot control but which were certainly not underestimates, amount to no more than a minority of the total slave populations of Sicily or Italy. And the participants in all the outlaw bands, flights, and skirmishes were quantitatively negligible. My promised superficial psychological conclusions therefore begin with the proposition that the vast majority of slaves in antiquity somehow accommodated themselves to their condition, whether passively and sullenly or positively, or perhaps most commonly, by a mixture of both. By positively I refer to all those millions, chiefly to be found in the cities, who, in their behavior, appear to have accepted the values of the free men the full range, from serving as thugs, pimps, spies and intriguers to loyally performing services in the households, the workshops and the bureaus of their masters, with the hope of ultimate manumission, even at the price, not infrequently paid, of leaving their children behind as slaves. 9.0 These slaves had evidently learned the meaning and necessity of what Pliny called virtue, and they acted accordingly, each by his own lights. How else could the slaves have survived except by compromise and accommodation? And how else, from the viewpoint of the slave owners, could the whole system, and therefore society, have survived? 9. Rigid behavioral alternatives have never existed in the history of slavery, and the stress on them stultifies any inquiry. For every instance of physical cruelty on the one side, an enterprising historian can find an instance of indulgence on the other. 9. That critical remark made about the study of American slavery is, as we have seen, equally applicable to historians of ancient slavery. It is the objectors to Wallen who are the true sentimentalists, whether they are looking at the masters or considering the slaves. What, for example, may we legitimately imply about the psychology of the slaves who prayed and offered gifts to the gods of the Greeks and Romans, or who joined the innumerable cult associations, under the Roman Empire, in particular those associated with ruler worship? Were there no pilferers among them, no saboteurs, no fugitives, actual or potential? Both are means of survival, hostile acts on the one hand, acceptance, even if only partial, of the ruling values of the society on the other hand, and both have often coexisted within the same individual and groups of individuals. 93 Of those values, religion was a major force for accommodation in antiquity as in the New World. 94 But there 116 were no specifically slave divinities or cults. Particular appeals and rites performed during the slave revolts were no different behavior ally from the prayers and sacrifices of the free citizens in times of war and crisis. Everyone, free and slave alike, simply accepted the ambiguity inherent in a property endowed with a soul. Societies, even civilized ones, have repeatedly demonstrated their capacity to survive for long periods with such tensions and contradictions. In all this discussion I have sedulously avoided any reference to overt statements in ancient literature about the psychology of slaves, for the simple reason that they represent the views and hopes of the slave-owning class, not of the slaves themselves, and have no unequivocal standing as evidence, except about the ideology of the free. Some may be acutely attuned. -1 Think in particular of Petronius, whose wealthy freedman hero Trimalchio recalls without shame or apology his years as a deracinated slave, when he successfully played all the required roles in his master's establishment, and now repeats the latter's behavior towards his own slaves. 95 But we lack the norms required in order to discriminate among the varied expressions of attitude and opinion. Ideological openness was facilitated by the nakedness of the oppression and exploitation. No false consciousness was necessary or possible. Even the few writers who had a personal background of enslavement show no influence of that experience, emotional or intellectual, in their surviving works, nothing to distinguish them from writers who lacked that peculiar background. That is as true of the plays of Terence and the moral discourses of Epictetus, the one probably, the other certainly, an ex-slave, as of the poems of Horace, the freeborn son of a father who had been a slave. 96 The only surviving ancient attempt at an analysis of slavery is in the first book of Aristotle's Politics. Attitudes and ideological overtones, in contrast, are revealed in thousands of passages throughout the literature. That they are not always the same needs no demonstration, but it is not sufficiently acknowledged that certain common elements are dominant. One is fear. 97 If all 400 slaves of Petanius Secundus are not executed. 117. Asked the jurist Cassius Longinus in the debate in the Senate, Tacitus, Annals 14.43, wh degree will be safe? A second element, a logical consequence of the slave-outsider equation, is racism, a term I insist on despite the absence of the skin color stigma, despite the variety of peoples who made up the ancient slave populations, despite the frequency of manumission and its peculiar consequences. The issue is not of a concept of race acceptable to modern biologists or of a properly defined and consistently held concept, but of the view commonly taken in ordinary discourse, then as now. There were Greek slaves in Greece, Italian slaves in Rome, but they were unfortunate accidents. Ideological expressions were invariably formulated around barbarians, outsiders, who made up the large majority in reality. There is a tale in Herodotus, 4.1-4, which is paradigmatic, not as history, since it is fictitious from beginning to end, but as ideology. The Scythians, so goes the tale, had invaded the land of the Medes in the course of the 6th century BC, and remained there for 28 years. The inevitable followed. A new generation of men grew up in Scythia, the progeny of the Scythian women who had been left behind and of their male slaves. When the Scythians finally returned from Media, the new generation, only too conscious of their dubious origin, resisted them with arms. Continual fighting, concentrated in the northeastern corner of the Crimea, produced no results, until one day a Scythian realized that they were employing the wrong tactics. "We are merely getting ourselves killed," he said, "and at the same time we are killing our own slaves. Let us abandon our arms and each take a whip in his hand. So long as they see us with arms, they think themselves our equals and of equal birth. But once they see us with whips instead of arms, they will understand that they are our slaves, and, appreciating that, they will not resist." And so it came to pass. At sight of the massed Scythians with their whips, the slaves promptly fled the battlefield. We are not obligated to believe the story. But we are obligated, I think, to believe that it reflects a common viewpoint. 118. An attitude, a frame of mind. With Aristotle that became a theory, developed in the first book of the Politics, that slavery is a natural institution and therefore good and just, 1254a, 8. Inevitably there has been a trend among contemporary classicists to argue this section of the Politics away. Aristotle was being tentative, it is said, and was himself dissatisfied and aware of the flaws in his demonstration. The apologia cannot be substantiated. It confuses Aristotle's acknowledgement of the obvious fact that some men are incorrectly, unjustly, enslaved with the naturalness of the institution itself, and it ignores the full integration of the doctrine into Aristotle's oeuvre, as in the discussion of philia in the Nicomachean Ethics. 9-8 Most Greeks and Romans, at any rate, were neither philosophers nor theorists, and they went on cheerfully believing, with Herodotus, that barring the inevitable exception slaves as a class were inferior beings, inferior in their psychology, by their nature. That is the implication, for example, underlying the commonplace in Roman Republican speeches that Jews, Syrians, Lydians, Medes, indeed all Asiatics, are born to slavery. 9-9 Many relevant quotations are available, though perhaps none so elegant and pathetic as the Herodotus story, from antiquity as from modern slave societies. None of this prevented writers in certain contexts from deploying slaves as instruments through which to discuss human behavior and human nature, as they also deployed barbarians. 10-0 Nor, in the case of playwrights, did it prevent their audiences from enjoying the game, and indeed, demanding it. What is surprising is that modern commentators, who do not normally accept such material as evidence about real Scythians or Persians or Egyptians, inconsistently accept it as valid information about the psychology of real slaves. Can anyone seriously suggest, because the slave trickster of Aristophanes is an obedient agent without initiative of his own, whereas in Menander he has become a master schemer, proud of his intellectual superiority and his ingenuity, solving for his owner problems which the latter cannot himself cope with, 101 that a significant change had occurred in the intervening decades in the nature of slaves and slavery? Or that the military language and metaphors so beloved of Plautus slaves reflect anything of the talk or the thinking of Roman slaves about the year 200 BC? 102 And even the joking had to stop when certain boundaries were reached. There was no solidarity among the slaves themselves, and never did the slave, for all his superiority as an intriguer, exceed his master in morality or provide him with moral exemplars. 103 Only the moralists, addressing a small elite audience, dared match a slave against a master in virtue, and they did that by a fundamental twist that removed the sting. 104 Aristotle began his analysis on a polemical note that implied the existence of writings which denied that slavery was a natural institution. He did not name his opponents, and they are hard to find in the surviving literature. A case has recently been made out that Euripides was one. 105 Plato was certainly not one, a theory of natural slavery is demonstrably implicit throughout his work, and one may safely conclude that he would have agreed essentially with Aristotle's argument. 106. And after Aristotle? The simple answer is that he produced not only the first but also the last formal, systematic analysis of the subject in antiquity, so far as we know. Post-Aristotelian ethical philosophy was marked by a clean break between morality and society, by the location of virtue firmly within the individual soul, and by a consequent insistence on indifference to such externals as social status, including personal freedom in the legal sense. That was the fundamental twist to which I have just referred. The most entertaining illustration of the new conception is the apocryphal tale that when Diogenes the Cynic was captured by pirates and placed on the auction block, he pointed to a Corinthian in the crowd and said, "Sell me to him, he needs a master." Diogenes Laertius 6.74. The most serious will be found in the numerous relevant fragments by, or supposedly derived from, the Stoic Chrysippus in the mid-3rd century BC. But the whole subject of slavery, like ethics in general, was soon abandoned by those who could still legitimately be called philosophers, and left to sermonizers and moralizers. It is 120. Among the latter, notably Seneca, Epictetus and Dio Chrysostom, that the well-known disquisitions on slavery, which loom so large in modern accounts, are to be found, and they are marked by a total disinterest in any political or social issues. 107. No doubt they were decent in intention, but the rhetoric against excess and brutality, directed to the masters, preached obedience to the slaves. That was equally true of the early Christians, from the Gospels to St. Augustine. Apart from the injection of original sin into the concept of natural slavery, and their concern with such peculiar problems as the legality of the ownership of Christian slaves by Jewish masters, neither the New Testament nor the Church Fathers added anything significant to the rhetoric of the Roman Stoics. This is not the usual reading of either Roman Stoics or Church Fathers. In what has quickly become the standard essay on Seneca and slavery, Richter writes that Seneca, especially in the 47th moral epistle, was a co-founder of our value system, the man who enriched the discussion by introducing the truly human as an active impulse, who was the first and essentially the only literary spokesman of the interpretation of legal principles through social conscience. Echoes, Richter continues, with justification, can be found in the letters of the younger Pliny, notably 8.16. 108. But the Pliny who was proud of his humanitas also defended the law that held the whole familia responsible when a master was killed by his slave. There is no one, he wrote to a friend in reporting the Larcius Macedo case, 3I4*5, who can be safe because he is kind and tolerant. Masters are murdered out of wickedness, not out of reason. Iudicio. There is no contradiction, on the contrary, the two aspects must be taken together, as they usually are not by modern commentators. The humanitas of Seneca and Pliny, like the occasional piece of imperial legislation ameliorating this or that brutality with respect to slaves, which no doubt helped individual slaves in their personal relations, in so far as the laws were enforceable and enforced, served to reinforce the institution itself, not to weaken it. Plato had understood that long before. LAWS 6.777 DE 109, and everyone was agreed that the 121 institution must be preserved. On two separate occasions the Emperor Constantine issued rulings protecting masters who, in the exercise of their domestic authority, had beaten their slaves to death. Theodosian Code 9.12.1,2 They shall be free from blame if by correcting the wickedest actions they wanted to obtain better conduct of their servants. It is our wish that in such actions there shall be no inquiry into whether the punishment appears to have been with the intention of killing the man or simply as punishment. And so we have come full circle. I close as I began by insisting on a sharp distinction between more or less humane treatment of individual slaves by individual masters and the inhumanity of slavery as an institution. Voigt set out to show in what ways slaves themselves were able to enter the moral world, and found one in the soliloquies of the plotting good slave. Even, he writes, if the motives for these sentiments appear to be fear of punishment or the hope that freedom may be granted, we are still left with the impression that this is an honorable and decent servant. 110 The ghost of Wilhelm von Humboldt is all too visible, and behind him the ghosts of Seneca and St. Paul, demanding accommodation and obedience in the name of some higher value. Not everyone will rank the creation of honorable and decent servants as one of the higher moral goals of humanity, or accommodation to enslavement as a moral virtue. My topic, slavery and humanity, is thus plunged into the center of modern moral and ideological controversy, as much a field for the philosopher and the theologian as for the historian. 122. Chapter 4. The Decline of Ancient Slavery. In the year 404, the noble Roman lady Melania, the younger, supposedly a descendant of the ancient gens of the Valerii, finally persuaded her equally noble husband Penianus to shed their worldly goods and live a saintly Christian life. It was not easy. Their estates, scattered throughout Italy, Sicily, Spain, Britain, and northern Africa, brought in an annual income of 1,600 Roman pounds of gold. Not even the self-styled Empress Serena was able to raise the price of their townhouse in Rome. The barbarian threats made buyers of land hesitant in some districts. The properties in Spain were in fact not sold until many years later, when Melania was settled in a life of poverty in Palestine. But they succeeded, and the vast sums obtained were disposed of in a variety of charitable and holy works. Of her slaves, furthermore, she manumit 8,000, according to the contemporary Bishop Palladius. That number included only those who were willing to accept freedom. She had countless more. Her Latin biographer says that one domain near Rome alone included 60 hamlets, each with about 400 slaves engaged in agriculture, a total of some 24,000. We need not believe any of these figures, but we must accept that very large numbers of slaves were credible to writers in the 5th century and even later. In the combative last years of the Goth ruler Alaric, AD 408 to 410, precisely when Melania was busy divesting herself of her slaves, the emperors were trying to prevent the enslavement in Illyria of peasants fleeing from the barbarians, of captives who had been ransomed from them, and even of the barbarian tribe known as the Syrians who had been forcibly settled within the empire as coloni. A generation earlier, Roman officers holding the line against the same Goths were so busily engaged in slave dealing with the enemy that 123. Roman defenses were neglected. 3. Subsequently, when the Visigoths settled in Spain, they took over into their vulgar version of the Roman law many provisions pertaining to slavery, though that institution had been unimportant in their own society during the period of migrations. In the code of King Earwig, who reigned as late as 680 to 687, there were 21 provisions in Book 9 laying down ferocious penalties for harboring fugitive slaves, and another provision requiring each slave owner to supply 1 out of every 10 of his slaves to the army, then desperately short of recruits. Somewhat later, the 16th Council of Toledo ruled that there was no entitlement to a priest in a very poor parish, defined as one possessing fewer than 10 slaves. These examples and many more can be cited are sufficient to explain why Mark Bloch opened his posthumously published essay, How and Why Ancient Slavery Came to an End, by writing, against the still common view, in the Roman world of the first centuries AD the slave was everywhere. In the era of the Germanic invasions and in the first period of the barbarian kingdoms, there were still many slaves in all of Europe, more of them, it appears, than in the early empire. However, there is an acute terminological difficulty, which Bloch acknowledged but did not perhaps take seriously enough. Were the servi of the Germanic codes all chattel slaves? The Visigothic laws, for example, ignore coloni, yet we know that they certainly existed, and were important, in the Visigothic kingdom. Are we to assume that coloni were included under servi? It is notorious that the drafters of the imperial constitutions in the late empire were unable to define a colonus in a way that would have been acceptable to the elegant classical jurists. Consider such a law as Constantine's, that coloni who seek to flee should be put in irons like slaves, so that they may be compelled by a servile penalty to perform the duties appropriate to them as free men, or of Valentiniani, that coloni and inquilini shall be slaves of the land, not by tie of the tax, under the name and title of coloni / 6 4th century emperors were. 124. Concerned with imperial finance, they did not have it in mind to draw up the rules of the colonnade 6 law codes and hagiographies. It turns out unhappily, provide the largest body of our evidence about slavery in the later Roman Empire, and the fact raises difficult questions of method. Contemporary parallels suggest that the bare bones of legal enactment often give a false picture of what is actually being done in society. It is therefore not unreasonable to wonder, for example, how easily or frequently slaves were in practice able to obtain redress under the humanitarian rulings that are cited so enthusiastically by modern historians. 7 Likewise, 21 provisions about fugitives in a Visigothic code suggest that the law was being violated regularly. In other situations, a rapid series of inconsistent, even contradictory, enactments may conceal an underlying conflict about something other than the subject ostensibly being regulated. Title 12 of Book 4 of the Theodosian Code, on the Senatus Consultum Claudianum, gives the impression that 4th century emperors were floundering to find the correct line on marriages between free women and slaves, whereas it is a surface expression of the final stage in the ideological struggle between pagans and Christians. 8 Furthermore, most of the enactments in the codes were addressed in the first instance to local officials in response to local situations. The fact that they were then enshrined in codifications tells us something about the psychology of the imperial chanceries, but not necessarily anything about general conditions throughout the empire. 9 Laymen were of course no more precise. The late 5th century North African bishop Victor Vitensis complained, in 3 different and unconnected passages, about the horrible treatment meted out to Catholic bishops in Africa under the Vandals. They were reduced to being servi vandalorum. 1.14, they were compelled to perform labors rusticani inappropriate to viri ingenui. 2.10, they were relegati colonnatus ire. 3.20. That Victor meant the same thing by each phrase is not to be doubted. A century earlier, Libanius of Antioch, writing in Greek at the other end of the empire, referred in his 47th oration. J25. To Georgoi, hoiergazamenoi, oiktai, somata, duloi and ergatai, terms which I believe to be synonymous, all referring to Syrian peasants whose status is not definable by any single modern word, who were subject to a master, despots, and yet were not chattel slaves, despite the appearance of the word duloi in the text. 10 This oration is famous for its unclarity. The abundant literature on the subject bears ample witness to that. 11 But we must ask, was it equally unclear to contemporaries? Occasionally we need to remind ourselves that neither Victor nor Libanius was seeking to provide source material for 20th century historians and students of Roman law, and that proconsuls and other recipients of imperial rulings were not troubled by the language. They knew well enough how to interpret the rulings even if they could not write a learned disquisition on the distinctions between slaves, coloni and the rest. A generation ago Paul Collinet argued that the profusion of technical terms in the juristic documents is no mere confusion, but a reflection of the social realities of the late empire, of regional variations, for example, or of different statuses with different origins that may or may not have converged. 1-2 This is a serious argument, yet, to my knowledge, no one has tested it by a systematic study of the terminology. The practice of drawing inferences and even broad generalizations from single texts or a number of scattered texts has not advanced our understanding much, and is not likely to be more fruitful in the future. Everyone has his favorite passage in the Theodosian Code, just as, for an earlier period, one can quote either Columella, 1.7.6-7, on the unreliability of slave labor, or the younger Pliny, 9.37.2-3, on the unreliability of free tenants, according to taste or predisposition. What appears to us as confusion is in fact central to the whole question of the decline of slavery in antiquity. Decline is a dangerous word. Slavery is not a moral category, comparable to good manners or honesty. it is an institution performing various functions, in particular that of providing an important part of the labor supply. So long as that labor is needed, slavery cannot decline tout court, it has to be replaced. I believe. 126. The impression to be correct that the Roman Empire eventually saw a slow, quantitative decline in slaves, though recent research shows that the amount of the drop was far less than used to be thought, and is still too often repeated. If so, a changeover was presumably taking place in the status and organization of labor. But where? In which sector or sectors of the labor force? Location is as central to the decline of slavery as it was to its establishment. The lack of statistics, a serious impediment to the analysis, is compounded by a shortage of appropriate comparative material. Three fundamental differences block comparison with the slave societies of the New World. First, New World slavery existed within the larger context of a European society based on free wage labor and growing industrialization, whereas ancient slavery existed in a pre-industrial context and coexisted with other types of dependent labor, not with free wage labor. Secondly, New World slavery did not decline over a long period of time, it was abolished, most spectacularly in the American Civil War. And thirdly, following on the other two, modern slavery was replaced by free labor, not, except marginally, by other forms of dependent labor. We are therefore compelled to seek our answer without much help from elsewhere. Several conventional explanations are available. The first can be dismissed quickly. I refer to the humanitarian argument, whether the moral agents are thought to be Stoics or Christians or both, as I have dealt with that previously. Neither exhortations nor the rare legal enactments to treat slaves decently were anti-slavery measures in intention or effect. After Constantine ruled in 315 that slaves condemned to work in the mines or to fight in the arena were to be branded on the hands or legs, not on the face, Theodosian Code 9.40.2, prudent slave owners who in the past had branded fugitives turned to inscribed bronze collars instead. 35 such collars have been found so far, one from Sardinia naming the slave owner as Felix the Archdeacon. 1.3 Little trace of abolitionism can be detected there, any more than in the series of papal and conciliar rulings, from the early 5th century, restricting 127. And even forbidding the manumission of slaves who were the property of the church or of clerics. 1.4 Church property, it was said repeatedly, must be preserved. The saintly Melanias are of course irrelevant in this context, they were laymen divesting themselves, as individuals, of wealth, not just of slaves, and no one has tried to argue that early Christianity was responsible for, or even striving for, the abolition of private property. The second kind of explanation rests on the conquest theory of slavery examined in my second chapter. Rome, so goes the argument, had to pay the price of her successful expansion, as more and more of the world was incorporated into the empire, more and more tribes and nations were thereby rendered immune from enslavement. Rome's eastern conquests threw hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children onto the slave market while the conquests were proceeding, but not after the final settlements, first in Greece, then in Asia Minor and Syria, likewise with Caesar in Gaul, and so on. There is an apparent plausibility in such reasoning, but it is too flawed to provide a sufficient explanation for the decline of slavery. Most of the conquering was completed by the death of Augustus in AD 14, why did the supposed supply deficiency not begin to bite within a generation? 1.5 First of all, the gap between the formal legal rules and the practice was a large one here, too. A century ago Mommsen noticed that, almost without exception, the individual slaves whose origins are specified in literary or epigraphical sources were either from Italy or from provinces within the empire. Subsequent inquiry has confirmed that observation. 1.6 Many of these internal slaves came onto the market through breeding or through the accepted practice of exposing unwanted infants. 1.7 But many also through the illegal activities, such as kidnapping or the purchase of freeborn children, that helped keep the slave dealers in business. Secondly, although the massive aggression of the previous centuries had come to an end with Augustus, war did not, and war captives continued to be sold into slavery as regularly as before under the Julio-Claudians, the Antonines, the Severi and thereafter. Finally, the slave traders had free access to all the 128 territories outside Roman rule, the Germanic world in particular. Historians somehow forget this, presumably because of the tacit and unsupported assumption that Germans were unsatisfactory as slaves. Yet large-scale trading in Germans can be documented from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries, and I do not understand why modern historians should think that they were an inferior source to the other barbarian peoples who had proved perfectly adequate for centuries, among the Greeks as among the Romans. Verlinden saw the difficulty, and got round it with the argument that by this time the colonnade had become solidly entrenched. 1-8 But that begs the question. One byproduct of the conquest theory unfortunately requires a brief consideration. A pseudo-statistical argument by A.H.M. Jones that slave prices multiplied some eightfold between the 4th century BC and the 2nd century AD has entrenched itself despite the obvious flaws and errors in the calculation. It is so convenient to have a simple formula. The end of Roman expansion dried up the supply of slaves, followed by an increase in the cost of slaves that made them unprofitable and therefore drove the employers of labor to other sources. 19 The argument is frankly worthless. It is folly to draw trends over 6 centuries from a handful of individual prices, some of them patently fictitious, mentioned by Athenian court pleaders, Greek and Roman poets, comic or serious, and the Satyricon of Petronius. Slave prices, in particular, were subject to enormous individual variation. 20 It is untenable, furthermore, to relate increasing prices automatically to a decrease in supply. The general price trend in the United States from the inception of slavery to its end was always upward, with a spectacular leap in the decade of the 1850s, and the complexity of the underlying factors has led to some of the most virulent of the debates among historians today. Ancient historians cannot join in that debate because the data are lacking, but I cannot resist calling attention to one series that at least has the merit of coherence. The price paid for manumission in Delphi rose steadily and significantly in the last 2 centuries BC, precisely the period of the 129 greatest supply, approaching a glut, thanks to Roman conquests and the subsidiary slave raiding activity. 2-1 Or I could note that in Diocletian's Edict of Maximum Prices, AD 301, the most expensive slave, a 40-year-old male, cost no more than 3 years' wages of a stonemason or a carpenter working 200 days a year. 2-2 But I have no confidence in these calculations either, and prefer to conclude with Sterman. It is not possible to affirm that a reduction had taken place in their number. The thesis of an increase in their price has not been confirmed. 2-3 When Europeans in North America, the Caribbean, and Brazil discovered that native Indians were an unsatisfactory labor supply, they turned to Africa, through trade, not conquest. Then, at the beginning of the 19th century, when the slave trade was formally prohibited, they met their needs by illegal trading and by more or less systematic slave breeding, though only in the United States did the existing slave population reproduce itself, and more. Many slaves were being bred in the Roman world, too. We must take seriously the report that Cicero's friend Atticus restricted his familia urbana to slaves bred and reared in the house, even though the source is the unreliable Cornelius Nepos Atticus 13.4, or the assertion of Columella, January 8, 19, that it was his practice to reward the slave mother of 3 children with exemption from work, with freedom if she produced still more, or the statement of Appian, Civil War 1.7, that slave owners in the Italian countryside made substantial subsidiary profits from the multitude of slave progeny, whether one believes he is accurately referring to the 2nd century BC or is rather reflecting his own time. Nevertheless, it appears to be the case that in the later empire, on the whole, the employers of labor were not successful in maintaining a sufficient complement of slave labor. The comparative evidence suggests that adequate steps were hypothetically possible, therefore, it follows that the cause of the failure lay within the society itself, that the explanation for it must be a structural one. I hasten to say that I do not. 130. Use the label structural in AL-6 Straussian or any other special sense, but in a traditional way, in the sense that Weberians or Marxists offer a structural account. Let us be quite clear about the extraordinary difficulty of the enterprise. The ancient slave system was fully developed and stabilized as a system by the 2nd century BC. Thereafter there was some geographical extension of slave employment, as additional territories were incorporated into the Roman Empire. There was also fuller utilization of the flexibility inherent in the system, notably through the peculium device and manumission, with some attendant betterment in the personal relations between masters and slaves, modifications which, I have argued, helped to strengthen the system. But when did the decline, the replacement, of the system occur? No one can answer. The replacement was not a total one before perhaps the time of Charlemagne, as Marc Bloch argued. No contemporary was sensitive to the transformation. A nice symbol is the retention in Justinian's 6th century codification of the body of the classical Roman law pertaining to slavery. Obviously, therefore, no one recorded the process or tried to explain it. We ourselves lack the data to chart changes as they were occurring. We can only observe the existence of certain phenomena at time A and of other phenomena at time B. Let us accept, for the sake of the argument, Sterman's date, the 2nd century AD, for the beginning of the crisis, and another century or two for that crisis to express itself in significant changes. We must not fall into the habit of foreshortening time that is seductive to prehistorians and historians of societies of the distant past. A fundamental socio-economic transformation that took as long to complete itself as the history of modern industrial capitalism is not elucidated by the injection of the notion of crisis, so favored by some Marxist historians, and I avoid it, now as before. Strictly speaking, we should now embark on a history not of slavery but of Greco-Roman society itself in its final centuries, as I said in closing my first chapter. This is impracticable, but at the least we must look again at the conditions which, I suggested, were necessary for the development of slavery. The three were private ownership of land, with sufficient concentration to require a permanent workforce, a sufficient development of commodity production and of markets, and the unavailability of an alternative, internal labor supply. If I am right, then we should expect to find changes in one or more of those conditions in order for slavery to have declined. We must also bear in mind two further propositions from the earlier analysis, namely, the need always to keep analytically distinct the urban and rural sectors, and the continued dominance outside the classical heartland of non-slave forms of dependent labor, alongside small peasant landowners. As always, the starting point is the land. That private ownership continued right through the Roman Empire requires no demonstration, nor that there was a continuing trend of greater and greater accumulation of holdings by the wealthiest sector of the population, with the emperor and the imperial family at the top of the pyramid. 2. For once the incorporation of new territories had ceased and the settlement of underdeveloped acquisitions had been more or less completed, all further accumulation had necessarily to be at the expense of the less successful or less powerful owners. Some of that process had a political foundation, in the confiscations and redistributions during the treason mania of the 1st century AD, for example, or in the frequent bequests to the emperor and to high-ranking individuals. Most of the accumulation, however, had a simple economic basis, and the survival of numerous middle-sized holdings throughout the empire implies that small holders were the main victims. But this land ownership trend, towards more middle-sized and large estates at the expense of free small holders, cannot of itself explain what was happening to the rural labor pattern, the apparent decline in the predominance of slave labor in the regions where it was firmly established, and a strengthening of the existing regime in the many areas where other forms of dependent labor prevailed. The latter point requires underscoring. Wherever one looks in the provinces outside the old Greco-Roman heartland, 132 finds an underlying population of cultivators who, usually in a tradition going back long before Roman times, were neither slave nor free, whether called lau or paroikoi or whatever native word the Romans sometimes translated into clients, e.g. Caesar, Gallic War I.4.2. This was true in Asia Minor, Syria and Egypt, in North Africa, and in the underdeveloped countries conquered from Celts, Dacians, Scythians, and Germans. 2.5 It was true not only on the imperial estates, but also on the large private domains, whether those of local magnates or those taken over by Roman migrants, on lands held by the cities and on private land administratively incorporated into city territory. There were regional variations in the details, as in the status of this population, which we can rarely catch exactly, but all shared a common quality that set them apart from slaves on the one hand and from free peasant proprietors on the other. It may be objected that I have passed over in silence the hypothesis that increasing concentration of land ownership stimulated a shift away from slave labor in the search for greater productivity and profitability. That hypothesis can be falsified for the Roman Empire, I believe, but first it is necessary to eliminate a confusion that is widespread. Concentration of ownership does not automatically entail an increase in the size of the units of exploitation, and only the latter are relevant to a consideration of possible economic improvement and growth. Much of the increasing accumulation of land in single hands was a mere aggregation, leaving the units of exploitation, the individual farms, within the aggregate unaffected. Two of Cicero's clients provide late Republican examples. Alla Caecina owned numerous farms, including two adjacent ones, treated as separate units. Sextus Roscius of Amarina owned 13 distinct units all in the Tiber Valley. 2.6 Moving to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, there is the younger Pliny, who owned several predia in the Como district and one in Umbria, to which he later added a second, adjacent one, with several villas on his estates, another in the city of Rome, and yet another in Ostia. 2.7 Or there is Herod's Atticus, with properties in several districts in Attica, another in Euboea, others in Corinth, on the 133 Appian Way near Rome, and in Egypt. 2.8 For the later empire it is enough to cite the saintly Melania, or Symmachus, who had no legendary aura, possessor of at least a dozen villas in different parts of Italy as well as land in Samnium, Apulia, Sicily, and Mauritania. 2.9 There is reason to think that the holdings of Herod's Atticus in the Marathon district formed a single territorial block. 3.0 Some other examples of physical consolidation indicate still more extensive tracts. In North Africa, according to the Sober Front Enu's writing at the end of the 1st century AD, some private domains were larger than the territories of cities, each with a workforce large enough to inhabit hamlets, vici, ringing the villa like ramparts. 3.1 A few Gallic estates reached great size. The one at Montmorin near Toulouse, for example, had possibly 100 hectares of farmed land. 3.2 Or there was the so-called Massa Calvis Iana in southern Sicily, an early 3rd century establishment that extended for more than 15 kilometers on the eastern side of the Gela River. 3.3 This listing of instances, and the number can be multiplied, tells us much about the land hunger and wealth cf. the elites in the later empire, but next to nothing about our problem, that of the labor regime. 2 questions require answer. I. Which pattern was more common, territorial consolidation of landed properties or mere aggregation of scattered units in the hands of single owners? 2. Were the large tracts exploited as single units, that is, were they farmed as one or broken down into multiple units? The answer to the first question must be impressionistic. I believe that the dispersed holdings of a Pliny, a Herod's Atticus or a Symmachus represented the usual pattern. On the second question, the evidence is decisive that exploitation of large tracts was normally in smaller subdivisions. That is certain for North Africa, clear for Sicily and Italy from the ease with which massa were sold or otherwise alienated piecemeal when the occasion arose, increasingly probable for Gaul. 3. For even Horace's Sabina farm, a gift from Maecenas which enabled him to live in Rome properly, though modestly. 34. Was divided into one sector exploited directly by Avilicus and 8 slaves, and another that was further subdivided and leased to 5 tenants. 3.6 What all this means is that, granting the possibility of savings in marketing the produce. For example, the tillage and pasturage continued to be based on the typical units exploited by the large, but more modest, landowners of the past, those, say, for and about whom Columella was writing in the 1st century AD. The unit of exploitation is the central consideration, and it is a simple notion, yet it is continually confused by modern writers with other types of classification. Rostovtsev, for instance, distinguished 3 types, a combination of a fair, sometimes even luxurious, summer residence and of a real villa rustica with rooms appropriate for the agricultural exploitation of a rather large estate. 2. A real farmhouse, built for the use of a well-to-do farmer who probably lived in his villa all the year round. 3. An agricultural factory run by slaves and visited from time to time by the owner. 3. These he called 3 economic types, and I must demur, they refer to owner residence, not to the method of organization and exploitation. No doubt the latter may have varied in individual cases according to whether or not the owner was an absentee, but it certainly need not have, and I know no evidence that it often did. Pliny's organization of his holdings did not differ between those that included a villa he sometimes visited and those that did not. A similar flaw is present in the 4 forms of property that underlie Sterman's account of what she calls the crisis in the slave-owning system in the Western Roman Empire. 3.7 The most serious full-scale structural investigation of the problem we have, it should be acknowledged. Her forms constitute a juridical political classification: 1. The slave form; 2. The community form, property in the hands of village or tribal communities not within city territory; 3. The extraterritorial latifundia, saltus; and 4. State or imperial holdings. In one fundamental respect all the owners of these forms of property had a common interest: the income they could squeeze from their estates, in the end a cash income if they were private. 135. Owners, whether directly in cash rents or indirectly from the sale of produce. Is there any reason to believe that Sterman's forms are also economic types, to revert to Rostovtsev's language? She insists that they are, but, apart from some unsupportable assertions, she makes no effort to demonstrate that there were basically different methods of organization and employment for each type, as indeed she could not. 3.8 Nor does tenancy have anything to contribute to this particular question. Either tenants leased units small enough to be exploited on a family basis, as with peasant holdings, or they leased units large enough to require slave labor. There was only a shift in direct control from owner to tenant, not a change in the mode of exploitation or production. We do not know what the ancients considered to be an optimum unit of exploitation, which would of course vary greatly, depending on the terrain or on its use, as between pasturage and mixed farming, for example. However, there are hints in the writings of the Roman agronomists and land surveyors that they believed 200 jugera, about 50 hectares, to be what a single bailiff could manage. Holdings of that size or somewhat larger were widespread everywhere, even in the later empire. It is not only among the wealthiest landowners that we should look in studying the employment of slaves in the countryside. I am not suggesting that there were no differences between a 50 and a 25,000 hectare holding. But I am arguing that for purposes of our discussion large holdings included a very considerable proportion of all the landed properties in the Roman Empire as early as the 1st century AD. And even the 1st century BC, we are not restricted to the small senatorial stratum, let alone to the extremes of a Herodes Atticus or a Symmachus. 3.9 However, it is among the latter in particular that significant economies of scale, and therefore economic stimuli to changes in the labor pattern, were hypothetically possible. What can we discover about that? One of Pliny's letters, 3.19, is immediately relevant. An estate adjoining one of his in Umbria was up for sale at a bargain price, and he was thinking of buying it. The primary advantage, he writes, would be one of amenity. 136. Pulchritudo. There are also practical advantages: 2 properties could be visited in one journey, both could be put under a single procurator, agent, and perhaps even under one actor, bailiff, only one country house need be kept up to the standards appropriate for an occasional sojourn by a senator. On the debit side, he adds, are the risks in putting two holdings under the same hazards of fortune, incerta fortunae, the weather for example. There is calculation here, to be sure, but to apply such terms as maximization of profits or economy of scale would be ludicrous. I once characterized Cato's approach to farm management as cheese paring, 4-0, and I see nothing significantly more sophisticated here. This is said not in criticism of men who knew how to enrich themselves from the land, but in an attempt to underscore the limits of Roman calculation and planning. They lacked both the techniques and the practical possibilities necessary for maximization of profits in a meaningful sense, beyond squeezing labor, cheese paring, and adding new holdings to the old. Weber and Mickwitz have said what needs to be said on the subject, for one, and am unaware that any of the historians who seem to disagree have answered them. They have simply been ignored. How, after all, could an ancient landowner, or any landowner, for that matter, have increased the productivity of his holdings, once he had achieved the optimum unit of exploitation and the best possible crop mix, had found ways to keep his slaves occupied the year round at maximum intensity of labor, and had made all possible savings by specialization or cheese paring? The only answer known to me is technological advance. And in agriculture, only when new technology is available is it possible and necessary to enlarge substantially the units of exploitation in order to take advantage of the innovations. Otherwise, consolidation of holdings is irrelevant, except for reasons of amenity. In recent years, a number of scholars have gone to great lengths to hunt out technological improvements in antiquity, especially during the Roman Empire. For two, we may cheerfully accept that there was no simple terminal halt to technique. Asterisk 37. But at the same time, no major cluster of inventions ever occurred to propel the ancient economy forward to qualitatively new forces of production. For 3, the latter is of course the critical conclusion, and my stress on it is not an anachronistic reading back into antiquity of modern technological values. So simple an advance as the introduction of the three-field system, hardly a technical invention, was made in the Middle Ages about the time of Charlemagne. 4 and the water mill, though an ancient invention, is medieval with respect to the era of its real expansion. There must be no mistake about that. 4-5 as against a handful that have been tracked down for the whole of the duration of the Roman Empire. More than 5,600 are listed in the English Domesday Book of 1086. 4-6 This is not the place to discuss the complex issue of the limits on ancient technology, and of the links, clearly indirect, between slave labor and the relatively static technology. 4-7 We must, however, look at a corollary not infrequently stated in the modern literature, namely, that productivity increased with the shift from slaves to colony. Stearman, for example, writes that, though we have no substantiating evidence, we must nevertheless assume that even the colony employed better methods on their holdings because they were more interested than the slaves in the results of their labor. 4-8 Let us concede the interest. The proposition remains mere dogma resting on the same moral judgment we encountered earlier in the attitudes of Franklin, Miller, and Adam Smith. 4-9 Note her words, we must assume. We must in fact assume nothing of the kind, as is shown not only by the continuing stagnation in technology and the decline in metal tools down to the time of Charlemagne, but also by agricultural yield figures. Columella, writing in the 1st century AD, asserts, 3.3.4, that in much of Italy the crop-seed ratio for wheat had dropped below fourfold, which was presumably the target at the time for good Italian grain land, by no means the best in the empire. Yet in medieval England and France one has to come down to the 14th century before that figure was regularly exceeded. Until then, yields under threefold were common, under twofold not unknown. Admittedly, Columella's 138 is a single, rather equivocal figure. Medieval Italian figures are not available, and yield ratios do not of themselves necessarily reveal the level of productivity. 6-0 Nevertheless, fragile though they may be as evidence, they in common with technology the only basis we have for comparison point away from the argument that inefficiency was an element in the decline of ancient slavery. At last, we are in a position to turn to the second of the three conditions to be examined, namely, the level of commodity production and of markets, specifically as it affected the employers of labor, on the land above all. I assume that the rigidity of the market, taking the Roman Empire as a whole, requires no detailed argument. A society in which the great majority were depressed peasants, tenants, free or bound, and slaves had little resilience in purchasing power. Markets in antiquity were regularly expanded only by conquest and the incorporation of new territories, and that opportunity was to all intents and purposes closed with Augustus, except for the internal settlement of the new acquisitions that followed rapidly. I assume, too, that no one wishes to dispute the continuation of commodity production on both the large and the middle-sized estates, the large cash incomes that are attested to the end of antiquity in a sufficient variety of sources are evidence enough. I assume, finally, that there is no doubt about very considerable regional variations, often among nearby districts, in all aspects of agricultural production and marketing. The question then is whether, over the empire as a whole, there was a significant decline in commodity production. I believe that the answer is in the affirmative and that the reasons are to be found in two separate, though not unrelated, developments. One was the continued expansion, probably at an accelerated pace, of the practice of payments in kind to, and by, the state. A measure of taxation in kind, of compulsory billeting of troops and compulsory purchases at prices fixed by the state, of compulsory, and unpaid, transport service had existed, and grown, in the Roman provinces from late in the 3rd century BC. We cannot quantify the ratio between cash payments and goods. *39. Or services contributed in kind, nor do we know what percentage of levies in kind were in fact commuted to money payments. Nevertheless, we may conclude that during the 3rd and 4th centuries the army was largely fed, transported, and equipped by levies of goods in kind, soldiers, and soon the bureaucracy too, were often paid in kind. The manufacture of arms and uniforms was transformed into a monopolistic state activity. In other words, the market, especially for the products of the land, was reduced by the increasing withdrawal of much the largest consumer. A neat illustration of the consequences that could ensue is provided by the rapid decline of Lyons when the center of supply for the armies of the Rhine was shifted to Als and Trier. 5.1 Furthermore, there was no local correlation between agricultural production and army requirements. The disproportionately large armies kept in Britain took a proportionately larger bite out of local production. 5.2 And, from the time of Diocletian, the armies became larger, not smaller. The other development was a still later one, not setting in before the 4th and 5th centuries. In the year 527 the emperor wrote to an official in southern Italy, in a communication drafted by Cassiodorus, Varii 8.31, ordering all assessors and curiales to return to the cities and leave the countryside to their colonicae. Flight from the cities by the wealthier, and wealthiest, sectors of the population was widespread in the last centuries of the Western Empire, notably but not exclusively in the regions most subject to the Germanic invasions. 5.4 A corollary was a general decline in the urban population. There was extensive geographic variation, as there was in the impact of the armies, but there can be no question about the overall pattern in general, not in detail, because research into the phenomenon is still almost non-existent. It is absent, for example, from Jones's monumental later Roman Empire. 5.5 Ancient writers, such as Cassiodorus or Saint Ambrose before him, writing about Emilia, deplored the effect on civilization and culture. My interest is another one. When wealthy absentee landowners withdrew to their estates, they tended to convert their new bases not only into fortified centers but also into self-sufficient communities, supply 140. ing as much of their own needs as possible, in food and clothing, in woodwork and even metalwork. These men of course continued as commodity producers, as I have already indicated, but they appear to have reduced the market as a whole by their change in residence, which amounted to a change in way of life. Did this development induce a change in crop patterns, and then in the organization of the large estates, including the labor system? Some historians have suggested a correlation, for the early empire, between crops and labor. Viticulture, it is argued, was eminently suited for slave labor, cereal production not. 56. Was there in fact such a correlation, and were there others under the changing conditions of the later empire? The possibility cannot be dismissed, neither can it be accepted in the absence of the necessary research. Neither Columella nor the two Plinies nor the agrimensaries nor the later moralists, pagan or Christian, provide the answers. Complex archaeological investigation is required, and by that I do not mean aerial photography or the study of centuriatushan and cadastres, valuable as those types of research have proved to be in other respects. John Bradford, the great pioneer of the employment of aerial photography in the study of antiquity, made the decisive comment 20 years ago, "Topographical archaeology," he wrote, "cannot distinguish the status of centurii simply by their outlines." 5-7 We require accurate maps showing the relationship of farm buildings to each other, to road systems, to market centers and to army camps. We need complete inventories of the equipment found on agricultural sites, and of the organic remains. Let us move from this area of ignorance to a subject about which we do know something, and that is my third basic condition, the availability of an internal labor supply. Earlier I argued that a necessary condition for the emergence of a slave society was the absence of an internal supply of free labor because of the political, military, and social psychological nexus. I shall now argue that the fundamental change in the political-military structure which occurred in the course of Roman imperial history was perhaps the decisive factor in the gradual replacement of slaves by other types of labor. I imply 141. No. Naive cause and effect development, but a dialectical one. Nor do I suggest a deliberate, thought-out change in policy with respect to labor in general or slavery in particular. On the contrary, there was only a slow process of shifting practices, locality by locality, in response to the continuing need on a large scale for labor on the land. 5-8 Changes in the practice were made possible by the new political and juridical developments, and in turn stimulated and reinforced the latter. Only later, centuries later, did it become evident that the labor regime had been undergoing a basic transformation, specifically in those central regions that had long been genuine slave societies. The key was handed to us by Fustel de Coulanges almost a century ago, though hardly anyone noticed. 5-9 He made two fundamental observations in his inquiry into the origins of the colonate. The first was that the Roman law was always one-sided in dealing with relations between superiors and inferiors, specifically in the laws of debt and tenancy. Max Weber, writing independently of Fustel, so far as I can tell, commented that these draconic 5 laws would have been unacceptable to a class socially more important and more self-conscious 5 than their actual victims, the economically and politically weak sector comprising small landowners and dispossessed peasants. 60 Fustel's other observation was that practice, not legislation, created and advanced the colonate, and that the practice was only occasionally registered after the fact in imperial enactments. The demonstration is so elegant that it deserves repetition. In Justinian's code there are 26 regulations collected under the single rubric De Agricola Censitis Vel Colonis, 11.42, creating the illusion of a coherent legislative program. However, in the earlier Theodosian Code, promulgated in AD 438, these rulings are scattered among several titles and under different rubrics, and that demonstrates that the legislation was in fact ad hoc and piecemeal, nothing more than governmental response to particular problems or disputes arising out of local practice. In none of these regulations, furthermore, is anything laid down about the obligations of the colonist to the landowner, though rules of considerable detail and complexity. 142. Certainly existed. 6-1 Fustel might have added that the traditional Roman tenancy contract, locatio conductio rei, disappeared from the sources after Diocletian without any comment by a jurist or emperor. 6. The pressure on the little men that continued and mounted all through the empire was already present in the Republic. Debt bondage in its formal sense may have long since been abolished, but defaulting debtors were always subject to edictio, which in effect meant compulsory labor. 6. Strictly speaking, the authority of a magistrate was required, but who is prepared to argue that due process of law had been applied to all the bondsmen involved in the conspiracy of Catiline, Sallust, Catiline 33, to the aberrati, or aberarii, of Vero, de re rustica 1.17.2, or to the citizens tied by debt, Nexi, with whom, Columella reports disapprovingly, January 3, 12, some wealthy landowners staffed their holdings. Or that the colony of Ahenobarbus who joined his private fleet along with his slaves and freedmen, Caesar, Civil War 1.34.2, 56.3, went along as willing volunteers who shared their landlord's political views. Why, in a different context, did the younger Pliny's tenants stay on after they had failed to pay their rents and had had their possessions sold up? 3.19. The jurists tell us that a tenant was free to leave at the end of his contract, normally 5 years, Digest 19.2.25. Yet Hadrian found it necessary to condemn the inhuman practice, MOS, of retaining tenants on public land against their will. 6. For a century later, in 244, an emperor ruled that neither unwilling tenants nor their heirs are to be retained after the completion of the period of the lease. Justinian Code 4.65.11, and added 3 ominous words, Sipi rescriptum est, it has often been laid down in rescripts. This kind of evidence, these hints, if one prefers, convince me that there was a gradual erosion in the capacity of the lower classes to resist working for the benefit of others under conditions of less than full freedom of contract. Significantly, much of the evidence comes from Italy during precisely the centuries when it was the center, the heart, of the ancient slave society, and it comes from the agricultural sector, the critical sector. 143. The process was not initiated by the state, but it was also not interfered with, and in certain respects it was soon abetted by the state. Once upon a time the peasant had been incorporated into the community as a full member, with all the far-flung consequences we considered earlier. In Rome, to be sure, he never achieved quite the status of his Athenian counterpart, but his citizenship, and especially his indispensable military contribution, counted for much. From the time of Augustus on, everything changed, and changed with some rapidity. Citizenship lost its old meaning, the political rights that it embraced soon disappeared completely, and for some 3 centuries conscription was replaced by voluntary enlistment, relieving men of military age of a burden but at the same time removing from them an important weapon, indeed for most men the only one they possessed with respect to the state. The change is neatly symbolized by the appearance, early in the 2nd century AD, of a formal distinction between honestores and humiliaries, which can be roughly rendered as upper classes and lower classes. Inequality before the law, never eliminated in the realities of life, was now officially introduced into the criminal law, and the humiliaries were liable to what had heretofore been considered slavish forms of cruel punishment. 6.5 The emperor was still pater patriae, of course. At the end of the 2nd century the tenants from one section of the Carthaginian Tractus appealed to the Emperor Commodus against excessive demands being made upon them by the tenants-in-chief, abetted by the imperial procurator who not only had ignored their petitions for redress for many years but had also sent in soldiers to fetter, beat and torture the protesters, some of whom were Roman citizens. 6.6 The emperor solemnly instructed his African officials to restore the peasants to their lawful condition. We may doubt that he made much impact even momentarily in Carthage, let alone on the vast imperial domains elsewhere. In 4 eloquent pages, Rostovtsev long ago pointed out that the elaborately detailed regulations for the African domains provided the sole defense of the tenants against 144 conductors and procurators, on the one hand, but that on the other hand, it was these regulations which delivered the peasants into the power of the very same officials. 6-7 Appeal to the emperor was always possible in principle, but if even municipal councillors were further from their imperial protector than was safe, what hope was there for Colony? Roman emperors on the whole did not positively favor injustice, but neither did justice for the humble rank very high on their scale of values, certainly not high enough either to draw them into a serious quarrel with the ruling class or to jeopardize the imperial treasury. It has often been laid down in rescripts as a phrase that reveals their unwillingness or inability to take effective action in this area. The ultimate powerlessness of the emperors is illustrated by Julian's total failure, in the face of upper-class opposition, to help the poor in the Antioch famine of 363. 6-9 or by the feudal resistance to patrocinium, finally abandoned in 415, the government realized, it has been well said, that it was more important to collect its revenue than to collect it from any particular set of people. 70 If, however, the state no longer permitted the peasant to vote or needed his fighting power, it continued to need his money, in increasing quantities. The bulk of the taxation fell on the land, in some form. Although appeals for tax reduction are attested as early as the reign of Tiberius, Tacitus, Annals 2.42, and although the first known increase in the land tax is attributed to Vespasian, Suetonius, Vespasian 16.2, the burden did not begin to mount seriously until the 3rd century. Thereafter it grew steadily until, on one possibly exaggerated estimate, by Justinian's reign the state took between 1/4 and 1/3 of the gross yield of the land of the empire. 71 To that must be added the substantial sums that never reached the treasury, having been diverted by a horde of tax collectors and officials, partly as legal perquisites, known as sportuli, partly as illegal exactions. Along the way, finally, Italy by the beginning of the 4th century lost its age-old privilege of exemption from land taxes. The increasing fiscal requirements can be attributed in the 145. First instance to that iron law of absolutist bureaucracy that it grows both in numbers and in cost. From the imperial court down, there were, decade by decade, more men to support from public funds, at a steadily growing standard of luxury. Secondly, an external feature came on the scene near the end of the 2nd century, namely, serious outside aggression against the empire for the first time in more than 200 years. It has become unfashionable to stress the barbarian invasions 5 in a discussion such as the present one, but that does not diminish the extent of the financial and material damage inflicted by 50 years of continuous civil war in the 3rd century and by the persistent assaults thereafter of Germans, of Persians in the east, and of miscellaneous groups elsewhere. The social distribution of these burdens was, as usual, uneven. Land taxes lay most heavily, directly or indirectly, on those who actually worked the land, peasants and tenants. Some also fell on the owners of slave-worked estates, which could not be passed on, but the wealthiest among them were the most adept at tax evasion. The Emperor Julian, we are told, refused the traditional remission of tax arrears on the express ground that this profited only the wealthy 5, while the poor had to pay on the dot. 7-2 For many peasants, the double burden of taxation and war led either to outlawry or to the one available source of protection, a powerful local individual. That was what the institution known as patrocinium was about. In return for protection and a measure of relief, the peasant accepted the personal authority of a landlord, or landlord's agent, over himself and his holding, hence the loss of what remained of his independence. 7-3 The 6 rulings, dated between 340 and 415, in Book 9, Title 24, B Patrocinius Vicorum, of the Theodosian Code, are explicit about this. That was the same period in which Libanius complained, in his 47th oration, that protection of his peasants was being taken over by others, and not even the family of the much more influential Quintus Aurelius Symmachus was immune from such interference. 7-4 By now, I trust, it is evident why I began with the complexity of the terminology, which, I suggested, was an indexoi the new. 146. Social reality. In large areas of the empire, the labor on the land remained primarily of the traditional dependent kinds, carried over into the Roman Empire from earlier times. Slavery, too, survived on a considerable quantitative scale, with continuous recruitment through trade and war, through breeding, and, in smaller measure, through such illegal and quasi-legal procedures as self-sale, sale of freeborn children and the pre-arranged abandonment of freeborn infants known in Greek as threptoi, foundlings. But a significant new element had been added, as the status of many once free rural people, peasants, tenants, agricultural laborers, was steadily being depressed into one of dependency, of for UN Freedom 5. The history of the word colonus is the symbol. Originally colonus meant simply someone who farms 5, then it acquired a second meaning, tenant farmer 5, and by the early 4th century a third, in the words of the Emperor Valentinian I, slave of the land 5. As the empire moved into its late, post-Diocletianic phase, the formal destinations among the various categories of rural dependents tended to disappear de facto and even de jure. As we may speak 5, wrote a distinguished Romanist, of a regression, from contract to status, a reversal of the well-known phrase of Sir Henry Maine 376. Again, word history provides a symbol. Service eventually came to mean serf 5, so that a new word was required for its old moaning, slave 5. That became the case as much in what I have repeatedly called the classical heartland of the slave society as elsewhere in the empire. In the cities, two of the factors I enumerated in connection with markets, the state factories and the growing industrial production on the latifundia, helped to destroy such larger manufacturing establishments as had once existed in ancient cities, and contributed to an altogether paradoxical transformation in the urban crafts. The plebs urbana of the later empire have been remarkably neglected in modem histories, except when they rioted. 7-6 Yet no one doubts that they were present in large numbers, or that they still counted among the freemen as late as 432. An imperial instruction referred to the Ordo Plebeiarum 11. Unlike colony and slaves. What did they do when? 147. They were not rioting? The answer is that, like the Paris mob in the French Revolution, they included not only the unskilled and the lumpen proletariat but also the urban artisan class engaged in petty trade and petty commodity production, highly specialized, hard-working and mostly very poor. 78 It was the urban slaves who were now a parasitical element. We can judge only from impressions, but it is striking that in all the sources from the late empire, when productive slaves appear they are working in the rural sector as farmers or craftsmen, whereas the still numerous urban slaves appear with equal regularity as domestics and administrators, as a luxury for the conspicuous consumption not only of the wealthy but also of the more modest readers and teachers. 7-9 The workers in the imperial factories formed a group apart, a group whose status has resisted attempts at conventional definition. The only collective terms applied to them in the texts, collegiati, corporati, are not helpful. It has been argued that because the certainly servile labels mancipi or ex familia are attested only for the weavers, dyers, and collectors of purple dye, they alone were genuine slaves. 80 But work in the imperial factories had been added to the list of severe punishments, like the older condemnation to the mines, and that makes one pause a bit. We then notice that the mint employees, a more esteemed group, were not only branded but were regarded as slaves under the terms of the Senatus Consultum Claudianum. An Edict 01*380 forbade any woman of higher rank from cohabiting with a Nionerius under penalty of losing her freedom under that ancient law. 8-1 The old Roman juristic categories had lost their validity. The availability of an internal 5 labor supply, in sum, rendered it unnecessary for the possessors to do more than they did in recruiting a complement of slave labor. I am unable to discover any considerations, or consciousness, of relative productivity in the long slow process I have tried to pin down, no searching for an increase of production on the part of clear-sighted social groups. 582 Late antique moralists complained about the idleness and shiftlessness of the city popula. 148. Both slave and free, in contrast to the hard-working rustic population. 8-3 But their predecessors grumbled in the same way about slaves and tenants alike, witness Columella or the younger Pliny. Ideologically significant though they may be, such texts are no more revealing of the facts of economic behavior than the similar grumbles of American slave owners or of letters to the Times about the idleness and indiscipline of English workingmen. None of the grumblers suffered in their purses. On the location test, the world of late antiquity was no longer a slave society, despite the continued presence of slaves in large numbers. Slaves no longer dominated large-scale production in the countryside. Large-scale production in the cities had been reduced to the state factories. Slaves no longer provided the bulk of the property revenues of the elites. Only in the domestic sphere did they remain predominant, and the top of that pyramid was now occupied by the court eunuchs. 8. A structural transformation had clearly occurred, in which slaves were gradually replaced in the towns by men who remained juridically free but were no longer the free citizens of the classical world, and in the countryside by men who were neither juridically nor politically free in the old sense. However, the organization of the rural economy does not appear to have been transformed. I am unable to fit late antiquity into any neat series of stages. Although rudiments of a manorial, or seigneurial, system have been detected on the imperial estates of North Africa and in one or two other places, that system and its feudal superstructure were not to emerge before the time of Charlemagne, as Marc Bloch correctly insisted. Slave society did not immediately give way to feudal society.